Good morning, everybody. It's 9:01. I think we'll wait until about 9:03, and then I'll ask Ken to say a few words to kick us off, and then we'll jump right in. All right, well, it's 9:03, so I think I'm going to get us going. I'm just going to do a couple of introductory slides, but before I do that, I just want to invite Ken Dumas to say a few words and welcome folks here.
Thanks, Scott. Sorry about that. I had a little trouble getting on there this morning. Just wanted to say good morning to everyone and thank you all for attending. We wish it was in person, but just to be safe today, we're going to be doing the meeting virtually here. Again, I'd like to thank the team at Dewberry and everybody else who continues to participate in this process. We feel very strongly that we're putting together a great update here for the 2023 version of the state natural hazard mitigation plan. Just wanted to mention one last thing for everybody. It is critical to continue to participate in our processes here with this update, and including today's virtual meeting. The Connecticut team effort. We want to be sure that everybody is putting in our best efforts to continue to produce a quality product here, something that we haven't seen before, and is better and a more complete project that we've seen before. So again, thank you all again for joining us today. I know it's early on a Monday morning, but we really do appreciate it, and we would encourage everyone to continue to participate here virtually in this plan update. Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Jade, for leading this project for us.
All right, thanks, Ken. Well, good morning, everybody. If we can go to the next slide, I'm just going to talk a little bit about where we are in the process first. This is our third meeting of the hazard mitigation planning team, along with stakeholders. So we started off doing some pre-planning. We had the kickoff meeting. The majority of the time has been spent on the risk assessment and the capability assessment, which you saw previews of in the last meeting. That is now complete. The primary focus of today's meeting, you see where the star is to have a productive working meeting to try to get as close to final with the hazard mitigation strategy as we can. Thank you to those folks who've done the homework leading up to this meeting. There'll be a brief window of opportunity to continue to do that if we don't get through everything today. But it's really critical that, as Ken said, that everybody's responsive and helps out with that strategy and today and in the coming weeks, because we are planning to have a draft of the plan by the end of the month, so that we have time for FEMA to conduct its review starting in September. The plan has to be adopted by the governor's office by December of this year. So seems like a lot of time, but it's really not. We essentially, this month is critical to us. So thanks for helping us and cooperating with that. Next slide. So the agenda today, again, the majority of the time, we're just going to give a brief presentation. The majority of the time is going to be spent in breakout rooms, but we'll start with this mitigation strategy overview. We'll review the 2023 mitigation goals, discuss possible mitigation actions, and then break out into those groups. And there'll be more information about how that'll work a little bit later on in this presentation. And then after we go into the breakout groups, which will be done by agency, we'll come back for the last 10 minutes of the meeting to talk about next steps and have a discussion and answer any questions that folks have. Just to introduce our team, I'm Scott Choquette. I'm the project manager. I've been involved in the last several renditions of the plan. And Ken is right. This one is going to be a lot different and much improved to include climate adaptation, social vulnerability, meet the new guidance. So it's going to be quite a bit different plan than what you're used to seeing. Hopefully a little bit shorter. And then Jade Payne is the deputy project manager. You've heard from her the most. She's essentially leading the project. Hannah Rush is the resilience planning lead from Dewberry. And then we have a great team of sub-consultants who have worked on many plans in Connecticut and throughout New England and throughout the country, with Jamie Kaplan, Darren Punchard, and Noah Slover. I think everybody except maybe Jamie has been involved in the previous updates of this particular state plan. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Darren, and he's going to jump into the next part of the presentation.
Okay, great. Thanks, Scott. Really, just before we get going, just wanted to really emphasize the importance of this step and ultimately what will be, a dedicated chapter within the plan update. With all due respect to all the work that has gone into the hazard identification and risk assessment and the capability assessment, which are key studies to support the plan, this really is the heart of the mitigation plan, as FEMA likes to say. It's essential to leading statewide mitigation programs to reduce risk. So just kind of wanted to reiterate the importance of this step and all the work that, behind the scenes will do to reflect your input in this key chapter. For me, really, this strategy chapter answers the key question of, well, so what now? We've all learned a lot since the last plan was completed in 2019. The Dewberry team just spent a lot of time, as you saw a couple weeks ago with their presentation, updating the risk assessment, the hazard identification and risk analysis, as Scott said, with a big influence as it relates to future conditions and climate change effects. And Noah's worked on the state capabilities. And so you've all got a good sense of, how those risks, how those capabilities and state priorities have changed for better or worse. So what now? The mitigation strategy is really primarily made up of two components you see here to answer that question. Broad mitigation goals, which Jamie's going to cover, how we updated those in a moment. And then really the focus of today is on those specific mitigation actions, those measurable activities or things you want to accomplish over the course of the next 5-year plan cycle. So as you can see here, just sort of in the slide bullets, it's going to, the actions are obviously you have to draw down and be supportive of the mitigation goals. And they also want to be informed from your previous experience implementing actions, or perhaps you had struggles or things related to that experience. Certainly based on the risk assessment. Again, Hannah's going to touch base a little bit more on some of those key findings or takeaways in a moment. Rooted in the capability assessment, this is one that often gets overlooked, but don't just think about risks. It's also thinking about those key challenges or obstacles to implementing your mitigation actions, your risk reduction activities in Connecticut, or perhaps more importantly, the opportunities to expand or enhance those key capabilities and resources where you can do more of the great things that the state is already doing. So Noah will also share some of his key takeaways from this important assessment, as well as his review of the local or regional plans. And on that note, you can see here we say be considerate of those local regional hazard mitigation plans and strategies. We've got a lot of the COGs represented today, so they can also certainly help in understanding those considerations and priorities reflected in those local plans. And last but not least, obviously I mentioned changes in state priorities. There's been a number of executive orders and great efforts. So we want to be reflective of that as we move forward. So there's a whole lot of information to consider. Each of our facilitators are going to kind of help you walk through these types of considerations when we go into our breakout groups and come up with some specific actions. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie to talk about the goals.
All right, thanks, Darren. So all hazard mitigation plans have goal statements, as you know, and they're meant to be, as Darren said, visionary, forward-looking, and a guide for mitigation actions. And during a plan update, you look to validate the previous goal statements and see if they led to policy changes, if they reflect the current risk assessment and account for climate change and current state priorities. And as we did this work, the answer to some of these questions was yes, but there was certainly room to make some changes based on the need to include the executive orders, FEMA's new guidance documentation, and some forward thinking. So as mentioned in previous meetings, we're looking to include the 4 strategic categories you see on the slide there, on the right-hand side of your slide. Can you go to the next slide, Jade? So with all those points in mind, we actually developed 5 goal statements. After some internal discussion and careful review of FEMA's requirements, we added a category of high hazard dams to that list that you saw on the previous slide. These goal statements are included in your handout. I know you got a link to it as well as an email. And we welcome your feedback on the goal statements. We're not going to wordsmith them as a group today. So read them carefully and then send Jade any changes that you'd like to see or comments that you have. But for now, use these categories of physical projects, high hazard dams, etc., in your breakout groups as you begin to think about your mitigation actions. You can go to the next slide. So when you're thinking about your mitigation actions, these are the mitigation actions are going to be the projects or activities that each department and the state as a whole intend to implement to reduce risk. All of these actions must include the following: state-owned assets, this includes buildings and infrastructure, socially vulnerable or underserved populations, future conditions and climate resilience, and all identified natural hazards. And that list is also included in your handout. If you go to the next slide. And here's the list of natural hazards. Remember that the effects of climate change are addressed in the individual profiles for each natural hazard in the risk assessment and in those one-page summaries. So I'll turn it back to Darren now to get further into the development of the mitigation actions. Darren?
All right, thanks, Jamie. So again, each of your facilitators is going to kind of walk you through this, but just as a high-level overview, there are some key essential details we want to capture from you today. We really want to focus on those new actions. Thank you to those of you who have gone in and provided updates, status updates on the previous 2019 actions for your agencies, especially making those decisions for which ones you want to carry forward. Those will be reflected in an Excel spreadsheet that each facilitator has specific to each breakout group. So you won't have to worry about, all this data input. That's up to our facilitators. Your key role today is to provide these key inputs. What are the new actions? These spreadsheets have been pre-populated. For any actions that those of you said you want to carry forward, they are included in your specific breakout group action tracker that your facilitator will have. For any of you who suggested new activities through the online form, those are in there. The Dewberry team has come up with a list of 45 or so problem statements, action ideas based on the hazard risk assessment that we just talked about for all hazards. The key findings from the capability assessment, Noah and his team at SLR have provided us with a whole list of potential action ideas. So all of these things, as well as an abundance of things reflected in the executive orders and from GC3 that Jamie has pulled, are all in the spreadsheets. It's been pre-populated. Your facilitators can help use that as sort of a menu to guide some of the conversation. But again, I think the key information isn't in that spreadsheet yet. That's what you have in your heads and what we hope to capture today. Well, there's a whole lot of information we can populate. You can see the essential details where we really want to focus on are what's the action? What are you proposing to do? Who would be the lead department and supporting partners perhaps to carry that out, but really the lead agency. The estimated cost. And there's a drop-down menu in the spreadsheet with cost ranges that our facilitators can help you decide on that. A general assignment of priority, whether it's a high, medium, or low priority, really just kind of want to get a gut check feeling for how you would prioritize this. We'll circle back. Jamie will talk about it in a moment on how we really evaluate and assign priority, but cover that. And then most importantly, I would say is who can we circle back with? Now that the idea has been captured and we covered some of the essential details, who can from our team contact to help fill in the blanks and provide some of this more optional information or things that we may have some questions on. So that left-handed column, essential details, will be critical, and our facilitators will walk you through that. All right, so now I'm going to turn it over to Jade.
Hi, everyone. So as was mentioned, we're going to be doing this in a breakout group setting. So we have some virtual breakout groups that are already assigned. So hopefully you should have to do little to no work whenever we open up those rooms. I think there's like a 10-second countdown that'll happen, and then everybody should be whisked away to their respective groups. We have 5 different groups today, as you can see on the screen. So I will say, like, if you get into your group and you feel like you have been misplaced, you are not in the right group and you should be in a different one, please let us know so we can fix that. And we will have Emily Mills, who's also a resilience planner at Dewberry. She's going to be hanging out in this main room. So if there are any technical difficulties, you should be able to just click, I think it says return. So basically return back to the main room, and then Emily will be able to resort you, help you solve any technical difficulties from there. But hopefully it should be pretty seamless and automatic, and will require not too much work on everybody's part to get to where they're supposed to be. Ken, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I do have just one quick question and one quick statement. Very impressed. We have almost 60 people on the call today. That's fantastic. I did want to ask about the final hazard rankings in the handout. Is this something that we're gonna discuss, or is this just kind of an is what it is thing, that these are going to be our rankings? There's a few of them. I'm curious if we maybe want to bump them around a little bit.
Yeah, we can definitely discuss it. As we mentioned during the risk assessment presentation that we had this last time around, we have some different weightings that are in there. So right now we have like the climate change weighting, which is based off of some climate projections, but it is a little bit subjective. So there's definitely some room to move around some of those rankings. And another thing to note with those is we are still collecting some public survey responses, and that will affect those rankings too. So we kind of have been updating it as we've been getting those responses, but since we're still getting some in, that kind of like public concern ranking can change around a bit too. But we're certainly open to any input that you have.
And one more thing, and I'm sure you all know this, but the high hazard dam program is essentially managed out of DEEP, and I know Scott's aware of that, but I just wanted to just make that comment.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we'll going to make sure that we have an adequate amount of actions related to high hazard potential dams, because we know that we are going for all the requirements that FEMA's laid out for that grant program as well. All right.
Okay, so the handout PDF, which you've received multiple ways, and I recommend that you have it on your screen or print it, is meant to kind of guide and inspire your thinking about developing these mitigation actions. It includes those building blocks that you need. You'll find in the handout the priorities, which on the first page that I mentioned previously, those mitigation goal statements, a bit of a reminder about the executive orders. Your department may be tasked with them, which your breakout group lead will talk to you about. As Darren mentioned, the risk assessment findings and problem statements are included in there, and Hannah's going to review those in just a minute. You'll see in the handout, I highlighted in orange what appeared to me to be some of the key points. You'll also see challenges identified through a thorough review of the local mitigation plans, which NOAA will review, and possible mitigation actions developed from the capability assessment. You'll also see a list of the 4 types of mitigation actions, which I'll delve into with action prioritization criteria in just a minute. So we can turn it over to Hannah now.
Alrighty, so before we get into the actions, we just wanted to highlight some of the main findings from the HIRA section that can be used when making new mitigation actions. And so the HIRA section, as we know, because most people attended our long presentation a couple weeks ago, is quite expansive. So for some more information on the findings outside of what you see on the slide here, you can see the problem statement section on the handout Jamie introduced on the previous slide that you guys all have. So from our research, we found that the most frequently occurring hazards in Connecticut are flooding, thunderstorm, and winter weather. So the COGs with the highest estimated flood loss value, according to HAZIS, are Metropolitan COG and Western Connecticut COG. And then the COGs with the highest thunderstorm expected annual loss value, and that was from the National Risk Index data, are Western Connecticut COG and Capital Region COG. And then finally, the COGs with the highest winter weather expected annual loss value, according to the National Risk Index, are Western Connecticut COG and Metropolitan COG. So those are just some of the areas with higher expected loss due to those frequently occurring hazards. And next, we looked at the Climate Change Vulnerability Index, and we found that the Metropolitan COG and South Central Regional COG have the highest combined score for vulnerability to flood events. And then for vulnerability to heat events, we found that the Metropolitan COG, Capital Region COG, and South Central Regional COG all have high heat vulnerability scores in comparison to the other COGs. And finally, just a brief overview of climate change projections. We found that climate change is projected to have the biggest influence on increasing extreme heat occurrences and the potential to increase the amount of sea level rise in Connecticut. Next slide. So as a part of our research for the HIRA section, we created 3 surveys for 3 different audiences. So most of you have taken this survey. Hopefully, if you haven't, there's still time to take it. But our 3 audiences were the state hazard mitigation team, stakeholders, and then the public. So each of these audiences assessed all of the natural hazards that are included in the plan for their concern level. And you can see that flooding is ranked as the highest concern in all 3 survey cases, but something notable is how much higher it's weighted in the stakeholder survey and the public survey than the hazard mitigation team. And this higher score of 4 and 4.1 indicates that more stakeholders and public survey respondents ranked their flooding concern level as extremely concerned or very concerned than in the state hazard mitigation team survey. So in these surveys, extreme heat is also ranked very high in the top 2 or 3 for all cases. And the previous hazard mitigation plan didn't include extreme heat or extreme cold as natural hazards. But as you can see, and as we all know, it's summertime, it's been extremely hot. And it's projected to become an increasingly concerning hazard in Connecticut. So that's just something to keep in mind when you're creating those new mitigation actions. Next slide. And then, yeah, as Jade mentioned, this is the hazard rankings, the statewide hazard rankings that are on the handout that you all received. And this is currently what we've been using through our research in both, frequency of occurrences, extent of the hazard, as well as an incorporation of a climate weight. So the hazard ranking column on the far right refers to the updated hazard score with the climate weight. So with climate being considered, extreme heat and flood are ranked in the top 2 of all hazards. And then without the climate weight, tropical cyclone and thunderstorm are ranked as the highest risk hazards. So it is interesting to see how that changes when incorporating that thinking forward about how climate change is likely to impact Connecticut. And next, I'm going to turn it over to Noah.
Thanks, Hannah. So we reviewed all of the capabilities that are already in existence at the state for mitigating natural hazards. We looked at both state capabilities, kind of regional capabilities, capabilities that exist at the municipal level, nonprofits and non-government agencies, and so on. Here we're summarizing just some of the findings that we had around the capabilities that do exist at the state level, and that the COGs provide as well. And the idea here is that we can see a lot of the existing capabilities and some of the new capabilities that have been improved upon in the past few years, but also use that to find opportunities for new actions to further improve capabilities in the future. So that's what we were looking at. And just based on this list, we can kind of find parallel action opportunities. So thinking about state programs that already exist and that could exist in the future, strengthening those and building off of those, providing technical assistance to the COGs and to municipalities for hazard mitigation activities, and then also, of course, financial assistance through things like the Climate Resilience Fund. Data and projections is a big capability that the state has, and is something that will continue to be improved upon, especially with regards to climate change, as projections are kind of recalculated and redetermined in the future. And then the other 2 categories that we found for these state capabilities to improve upon are shared resources, especially around emergency planning and response that exist at the state level, such as emergency communications like CT Alert. And then the opportunity for the state to coordinate and collaborate with large stakeholders, such as the railroads, in ways that can address some common hazard concerns at the local level, but that individual municipalities maybe don't really have the power to do much about. That kind of transitions to the next slide, where we did a what we call a local hazard mitigation plan roll-up into the state plan. We reviewed each municipal plan to identify hazards, concerns, capabilities, and so on. And these are some of the key takeaways that we found, gaps where the local communities can use assistance, potentially from the state, to improve their ability to plan and prepare for natural hazards in the future. I'm not going to go into too much depth in any of these, but municipal staff capacity might be unsurprising that is something that comes up as a limitation, that municipalities need more assistance with just capacity to take action. Similarly, budget constraints. There are also challenges identified with regards to operations, things from limited storage areas for debris, to maintaining emergency vehicle access to reach people after a disaster. Communication, both in terms of communicating with the public and also internal communication throughout disaster events. Coordinating across municipalities and regionally. Shelter space is something that often came up as a challenge, and is something in particular that we thought might be an opportunity for state assistance. And then generally accurate reporting, really from the perspective of hazard mitigation plans, specifically understanding for municipal staff what goes into what activities count as hazard mitigation, and how that's relevant to their hazard mitigation plan, and how that gets rolled up to this state plan, where we're trying to help make decisions about what to do across the state, and understanding what's going on locally is really important. So helping with that accurate reporting about what's going on at the local level is key. So that's just a quick summary of that capability assessment and that local plan roll-up. And we'll be using that information, went into kind of an initial list of potential actions, and we'll be kind of worked through from those two perspectives what types of actions we can take at the state level to improve state capabilities and to help those local municipalities improve their local capabilities.
All right, so FEMA requires that we prioritize the list of mitigation actions, and that this prioritization that FEMA requires must include a basic benefit versus cost analysis. So after the mitigation actions are fully developed with all of their essential details, each department can prioritize their actions using this following system. The prioritization system is built into the action tracker and automatically calculates a number. And the higher the number, the higher the priority. And a quick review of the categories. Hazard ranking is mitigation. You'll get a higher number if mitigation actions address a higher risk hazard. So then that action gets a higher score. Estimated cost. Actions that cost less or perhaps rely on staff time receive a higher score. I think you get the idea. Obviously, actions that directly impact life safety get a higher score than those that don't, and so on, with the other categories being equity, critical facilities, natural resources, alignment with the executive orders, support of local mitigation efforts, and the timeline. And this table, which is a lot to digest, is included at the end of your handout. And if we have time in our breakout groups, we'll do some of this work. And if not, we can kind of tackle it after. All right, the next slide. So the mitigation action categories, which I suspect you're pretty familiar with, I recommend that you use them as food for thought. So for any problem that you're looking to address, if something that you want to mitigate, consider a solution in each of these categories. So plans and regulations, structure and infrastructure projects, natural systems, protection, education awareness, and capability and capacity system building, excuse me. So it's fine to have multiple solutions to any, or multiple mitigation actions to any risk or any of the problems, if you will, that we're trying to address. And I'll turn it back to Jade to wrap us up.
All right. So let's see, I think we're going to save this last one, but I think I'm just going to mention it now, just to save us some time. So we will be going into our breakout groups in just a few moments, but I did want to mention that, after this meeting, there'll be a follow-up email that will have some more detailed next steps in it. So be on the lookout for that. Did want to do another shout out for the 2019 action status updates. That's that Google sheet that's been sent around a couple times. So if you haven't, or if your agency or office hasn't updated or provided status updates for any of their actions that were included in the last plan, please go back and revisit those and provide, the next steps or final decisions on those. So that's what progress has been made on them, just a brief little statement or two on what progress has been made, if any has been made, and then if you would like that action included in the updated plan or not. And I think other than that, we are reaching the end of this process, so we really do appreciate your continued participation, and it'll be important that we get this plan over to FEMA for their review as quickly as we can. So if you do get some emails from us, especially ones that have next steps and action items, we just ask that you please be responsive to those so that we can stay on track as best as possible.
Jade, do you want to address David's question from the chat?
Yeah, I was just about to do that. Yeah, we will be coming back as a larger group. I don't know if we'll have time to report out from all the groups. We can try to do that if we can do it quickly, but we will definitely be coming back. If you're in one of the smaller groups, if for some reason you finish early, which I doubt will happen. If you could just be patient, turn your mic off and do some work or whatever until the system brings you back into the meeting at the end. We'll do Q&A and talk a little bit about how the breakout groups went. And Jade, is there a specific time where that's going to happen?
I think we'll do like 10. You want to still do 10 minutes before the planned end of the meeting, so we can just kind of around 10:50 or so meet back in the main room. And so around 10:50, you can either, if you finish up early, you can either stay in your rooms and get some other work done on mute, and then we'll bring everybody back at the end, or you can just hit return and go to the main room and hang out there. So either one will work.
Ken, you have a question?
Yeah, just quick. Sorry to be a pain here. Would you mind showing the groups and the leads again? I just want to make sure that everybody on the call has an opportunity to join each one of the groups in some way, shape, or fashion. I know that we have. Okay, so I see other agencies in 5 also. I know we may have some of our federal partners on too, in addition to our local and state agencies and partners. So.
Yeah, so everybody has been pre-assigned a group, but if you feel like you are in the wrong group, and I think the name should appear at the top, then you can just return back to the main room and Emily will be there to help get that sorted. So with that, we can go ahead and get the room started. Emily, if you want to open those up, and I think the countdown will begin before everybody is whisked away.
They just opened.
Okay.
Hi, Ian. Were you perhaps in the wrong group? Can I move you around?
Jim, I didn't know you were here.
Hi, Jim. Is anybody having trouble getting into their group or needs to be reassigned?
Hi, I'm supposed to be with DEMHS, and I was with DEMHS, and then I just got kicked out and moved to this one.
Okay. Let me try reassigning you and let me know if you have any more
Thank
issues.
you.
Of course.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, you should be assigned now. Let me know if there's any problems.
Thank you very much.
Jim, I think you're with the COGs, but correct me if I'm wrong. And I just reassigned you. Hopefully the breakout room works for you. Just let me know. Hi, Megan. Can I reassign you to a different room or having any technical issues?
I'm sorry, I just joined. I didn't have an opportunity.
No worries. We just went through a quick presentation, but you haven't missed too much. It was just an overview. So we're in breakout rooms right now. And let me get you sorted into yours because they just got started.
Okay, so the COGs.
Okay,
Number
great.
3.
Great. One moment. All right, you should be heading there now.
Thank you.
Hi, Eric. Do you need any technical assistance or to be placed in a different room?
Hi there. I'm sorry. I'm in my breakout room on my phone. I'm just trying to join on my laptop too. I'm in the other
Sure.
agencies.
Got it. Okay, let me see if I can also assign your computer to the breakout room as well.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You know, I think you're already assigned. So maybe if you're on your laptop, go to the breakout room. It may bounce you into it, but keep me posted if that works.
Okay. I don't know how to get there from my laptop.
Oh, got it.
Oh,
Okay,
join.
let me.
I got it. Join room. Here it is. All right, I'm gonna click
Awesome.
it now.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Sheila. Do you need any
Hi.
help?
Yes, I think that I might be more helpful in either the DEEP or the DEMHS groups because of the resiliency and mitigation side of the work that I do.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if you can put me in DEEP just because that's where the floodplain manager sits. That's Diane, and
Yeah,
the dam fit.
absolutely.
So throw me in DEEP, and later on, I guess I'll catch up with Ken over at
Great.
DEMHS.
Sounds good. I'm putting you there now and it should bounce you over. So just let me know
Okay.
if there's any issues.
Thanks. It didn't go yet.
Okay.
Oh.
Do
Oh,
you see a
wait, I
notice?
have to join it. Yep, I see it. I have to join
Okay,
it.
great.
Can I go join the DEMHS one again? I pressed end. I didn't mean to.
Hi, Jeff. Can I help you with anything?
No, I dropped out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I missed that.
That's okay. I dropped out of the work group, breakout group.
Oh, sure. Do you need to be put back into one or are you heading out?
No, if you could put me back into 5 other agencies.
Sure thing. Will do. Okay, it looks like you're assigned. So I don't know if you see a pop-up coming up.
No.
Okay, let me remove you and then put you back in.
All right.
Okay, there should be a notice coming your way. Just let me know if you don't receive it.
I'll take a look.
Hi, Kyle. Can I help you get into a room or are you headed out?
I don't know. I had to jump out for another meeting, so I don't know where I'm supposed to be right now.
Oh, sure. Are you trying to join one of the breakout groups or are you trying to head out?
I just rejoined from another meeting. I had to jump off, so I don't know where I should be.
Oh, sure thing. Okay. Do you know which group you're in or I can look it up for you?
I'm with CROG, so maybe it's in the COG and Municipalities one.
Sure thing. Let me I'm gonna take you out of that original group and then reassign you. So you should get a notice in like about a minute.
Oh, in chat or something, or email?
Yeah, it'll pop up for you.
Oh, okay.
Like
So
right in Teams. Yep.
gotcha. Should I just leave this one then right now?
No, you could just stay put for a second and I should be able to send you a notice in just a minute and it'll pop right up on the same screen.
Very good. Thanks.
All right, it's coming your way now.
Thank you.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Can I help get you into a group, or are you headed out?
No, our group just finished. We're returning.
Oh, great. Okay, that's great to know.
All of us will be in there in a moment.
Perfect. All right. Thanks so much. And I haven't heard back from any of the other groups just yet, but I plan to give them a 5-minute warning in about 5 minutes from now. So just
Yep.
for a
No,
time
that
check
sounds
here.
good. We had a really good discussion. The folks at CIRCA did a lot of homework beforehand as well, so that really helped. We were very productive, so ahead of schedule.
Amazing.
A good group. I was assigned a good group.
Wonderful. For any of the folks that just came back into the main meeting, we're still waiting on the other groups. I'm going to give them a time check in about 5 minutes. So hang tight until then. Thanks. Hi, everyone. For those of you in the main room right now, we'll be closing down those breakout rooms in just 2 minutes, so hang tight.
We could emphasize that in the state plan.
Sorry, Jamie.
No, that's okay. I captured as much as I could.
All right. All right. Is everyone back? I think the room's successfully closed.
I think so.
Jade, I think we have 53 people in the main room, and I know a few folks had to leave, so I think everybody is just about back.
Okay, great, success. Well, thanks everybody for participating. If anybody wants to share out anything interesting they talked about or wanted to get anybody else's opinion on now that we're all back in the main room together, we certainly have some time for that, or we can answer any other questions or have any other discussions related to the mitigation strategy.
I had something, if you don't mind, Jade.
Sure.
So my group needs lots more time and has agreed to meet today and possibly tomorrow from 2 to 3. Is that something that you can set, like schedule a meeting and invite all of them?
Yeah, certainly I can do that for everyone that was
Okay.
in your working group.
Yeah, everybody's in my working group. So today and tomorrow from 2 to 3.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Get rid of that. Okay. Any other items or report outs that anybody wanted to do based on the discussions in your breakout group?
Yeah, Jay, this is Darren. I'll just provide a quick update from our group, which was the UCONN CIRCA group with some other stakeholders, mostly from Eversource. We had some really good discussions. Thankfully, they had submitted some of their action ideas in advance, and we kind of talked about those. We revisited some of the other actions that were relevant to the work they're doing. I think the one thing that, and Jim or David, feel free to chime in as well, but the one thing we wrapped up our discussion, which I think was worth sharing with the whole group, was something relevant to one of the executive orders, and that is just some improved coordination between certain key agencies, certainly OPM, DOT, Public Health, CIRCA, as it relates to the one about a resilience project pipeline. Just basically getting to the ways that the state can prioritize it, going to the first overarching mitigation goal for this plan, the physical projects, how state agencies can foster that resilience, prioritize, monitor, report on those types of physical projects that they want funded, and doing so in a transparent, equitable, and participatory way, similar to the way that some other funding prioritizations have happened. For example, the Water Planning Council and other things. So that was one that I think was probably worth sharing with the whole group. But Jim or David, if you had anything else you wanted to mention, please feel free.
You're good, Darren. Thanks.
Jade, I can report out briefly from the COGs and Municipalities breakout group. We had a really great conversation with a lot of really good ideas that I can't get into all of right now, but I found a conversation about some opportunities to promote CRS adoption across the state to be pretty interesting. So we'll have a lot of great things to add to the list of actions to think about.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Noah. That sounds good. And Hannah and I were facilitating the other agencies breakout group. So we had quite a few different folks or agencies represented in there, but we talked about a few different topics, but one of the ones that we focused on for some new actions was extreme heat. So we were talking about potential of having like an extreme heat working group, since there's a couple different ways to go about addressing extreme heat, from like a human health and safety level, or a broader resilience and mitigation level. And we know there was like a heat plan already included in there. So we thought a breakout or a working group of some sort to help increase coordination could be a good option.
Another thing that came up in our group was just, we did revisit the list, the ranking of hazards, and there's some concern that tropical cyclone / hurricane isn't at the very, very top, since that does create damage, whether it's wind or water, or both, and that it is, when you're looking at a state agency in terms of response, it's way up there and beyond extreme heat or drought, in terms of, like the whole state has to really mobilize to manage this kind of thing. So they recommended moving that to the top. They would put extreme cold as medium to high. Winter weather should certainly be above wildland fire. They would put that fire at medium low, and move dam failure to medium. But when it comes to sort of what do you worry about and who moves around the state or stays up at night with concerns, it would have to be tropical cyclone and hurricane. And so it just felt a little bit like the list should be perhaps moved around a bit.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the notes on that.
Yeah.
I captured those, so we'll take another look.
Yeah.
And we had some similar discussion, not so much on the ranking of hazards, but again, this was brought up during the intro session as it relates to just how their hazards are identified or categorized, and essentially really just that notion of the climate drivers, whether it's sea level rise, and how that affects and impacts the various types of flood hazards. Separating the two may be a little bit confusing in terms of the messages we want to share, and also the actions we want to use to address those hazards. So that was just something to rethink, I think, for the risk assessment team, just the not just the ranking, but also how they're sort of categorized or shared. One of the things that we talked about was how, as seen in other states, a lot of the local plans will start to align themselves and follow suit with the way the state breaks down their hazards. So that's just some more food for thought in terms of organizing them.
Gotcha. Yeah, good note on that. We will also take a look and revisit that as well.
So in the deep group, there was a lot of discussion on things that might potentially overlap with what some of the work that CIRCA is doing. So we talked a lot about making sure we're covered in terms of supporting the development and implementation of the projects that roll out of Resilient Connecticut. Again, supporting the development of projects that come out of the Climate Resilience Fund and the soon to be completed state agency vulnerability assessment. So those were three nuances where there's some coordination to do. And then we spent a lot of time sort of reassigning some other ones to different agencies, and the conclusion was there's a lot of good stuff in there. It just needs a lot of wordsmithing, and we probably will need another session or meeting to complete the brainstorming on some new strategies, because we got to about 10 before we ran out of time.
All right, sounds good. So as we've mentioned a couple times, this isn't the last you'll hear from us on the mitigation strategy. Sounds like some other groups will be able to meet again, and we'll certainly be sending out some emails related to next steps on what we need to wrap up and input we need to get for the mitigation strategy before it is final in the final plan. So just appreciate everybody being here today and participating, but also being responsive to any emails or next steps that we send out. See someone, Ken, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to just reiterate again, I want to thank everyone on this call for their time. I know it's Monday morning and everybody probably has a inbox full of emails and things you need to get to, but we really appreciate you all making the time to participate in this group, and all of your input and insights are greatly appreciated. So thank you all.
All right, and with that, unless there's anybody else who wants to share anything, we can wrap up for today.
I think Ashley might have just put her hand up.
Yeah, no, I'll contact you, Jade, for more info.
Okay, yep, no problem. All right, well, thank you everyone again. We really do appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, Jamie. How are you?
Good morning. I think you are looking at the mitigation action tracker. Is that right?
I believe we are. Yep.
Awesome. Okay. And if it's not too much trouble, doesn't drive everybody crazy, if you could turn on your screens, I think that might help a little of our conversation. But again, I can't force you, so it's up to you. So my thought is, because we have quite a bit to cover, I know that you haven't addressed all of your old actions yet, but that you're going to work on that a little bit later today. Does that make sense? Okay. So what I want to do is move us forward. And I thought the first place that we should start is with the executive orders. And just making sure that those are covered. And from there, I think we'll look to the problem statements from the risk assessment, and from there to some opportunities from the capability assessment. Does that make sense to everybody? Or mostly? All right. Well, I'm
Sure.
just going to get us going. So on the screen here, and I think if I click in the boxes, you probably see it. These, the X's, these are from the executive orders. What I thought is we'll read them, we'll talk about them, and see if we can fill in these columns. And then any other additional information I can put in the notes. I think what may happen as well is at the end of this, we may end up combining some of the actions. There might be some repetition, and I don't want you as a department to end up with 50 different actions, because you'll never keep track of that many. I want to keep it digestible. But I also want to make sure that we cover everything that's required. So let's just get into it. So the first one here, I pulled these directly out of the executive orders. Assess the vulnerability of state government assets and operations to the impacts of climate change and create a list of priority assets and infrastructure for climate resilience projects for each agency. Does that sound okay as an action?
To me, it does, but I'll tell you, it's probably a loaded action only because we all know that OPM is working on a new project that's going to be partnering with this plan, but you know, as far as state assets are concerned and the vulnerability, let me see this. So there is a lot more to come here.
Okay.
But it's not going to be ready particularly for this this plan's update.
Okay. Does it make, I think it makes sense to keep this in here. I mean, it is certainly a priority.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Who would be the lead division?
I think it says it in the executive order. Who's the lead division for that? Oh, let me get it.
Okay. I tried to pull them in if it did say, and if it didn't, then but I might have missed it because I wasn't super familiar looking at them.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'll try to find it.
All right.
So
I thought
think
that, go ahead, DC.
Well, go ahead. You say it first, Kim, and then I'll say.
So when we had a meeting with OPM and DEEP, they had said that Action 13 fell under us, which was basically just to keep a list of all the critical assets, but it went to DEEP and OPM to list the critical assets or create the list that they want to work from. So ours is to have the list and keep it. Theirs is to create the kind of evolving list, basically.
And I'm not sure if that's where we have some discussion points, because the section that Kim is talking about says DESP in consultation with DEEP, DAS, OPM, and other appropriate partners shall maintain lists of state and local critical facilities. So this is an issue that we have. Joanna at OPM has an idea in her head that she wants us to define critical facilities, and we certainly have definitions, but we have some concerns. I wouldn't put all this in here right now. Let me say this off the record.
I'm just trying to take notes. Okay. Like it's not going to go anywhere. This is just in these notes section.
So in the middle of July, I got something from Joanna that said, you've mentioned the need to have a broader discussion of how we define critical facilities. And that discussion might inform number 13 from Executive Order 21-3. How do you envision this rolling out? With these storms and massive damage, I'm feeling more and more like we need an infrastructure focused group that can help scope out identification, tracking, and reinforcing of critical facilities and infrastructure. For membership, it could be the groups listed below, which are in 13, or the infrastructure state assets groups from GC3. How do you think that would align with DESP's efforts in number 13? So this has been a challenge a little bit because we maintain a number of different critical infrastructure groups for various reasons. So our fusion center it works with the sectors for critical infrastructure on security. We also, each municipality maintains a list of priority infrastructure for priority restoration in a storm. And also, obviously, under the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan, we keep a list of what OPM maintains for what they see as critical facilities within to function with state government. One of the issues that I have always felt about this is when you assess the vulnerability of government assets and operations to the impacts of climate change. The argument I've made to them is that it may not be a facility that's owned by the state, but the state needs it in order to maintain their operations. And that's a matter of some discussion. So I feel like that what Ken said in a nutshell is correct, which is that this is an in progress discussion. And Kim, if you can find that other section that there is something that says that OPM does something in consultation with us, and it's not that they're exactly in disagreement with each other, the two sections, but there's a need for us to determine what we really mean, what's meant to be done by it, I think.
I should also say that when I made the list from the executive orders, ones that were listed for multiple departments, I put in here multiple times so that as we sorted it, each department that's supposed to talk about that issue would be talking about it. So it may be there as well and just not indicated right here. Does that make
That
sense?
would be great, actually, because in their breakout room, they can discuss what their vision is of it, and we can bring it together.
They're probably talking about it. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's a great idea.
Okay, so it sounds to me, because we're going to have to put something in here, that it's not clear how this is going to be tackled, but it's certainly going to be a multiple agency. I suspect it's a fairly high priority. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
So yes, I would say,
You know, given the amount of money they're spending on it, I would say it's a pretty high priority.
yeah.
Who's the point of contact on your side? Like who, if I have a question next week, who do I ask about it? And this can change. It doesn't have to be that this stays the point of contact forever. But I do want to make sure that we list somebody.
I would say we have
Go ahead, Ken.
no, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is kind of a group effort here on our side.
Yeah.
I'm involved, Kendall's involved, clearly Kim and the DC
Right.
are also involved. I don't mind being the POC.
Okay.
You know, just for our agency's purposes.
Okay.
But it's definitely a decision that we made using everyone here on the call.
Right. Okay. And depending on how it works would really depend on the cost, right? I mean, the cost is going to depend on how this gets structured.
Anybody familiar with what OPM's RFP was? I don't remember. I mean, was it like $1 million or something? It was a lot of money.
Oh, it was.
Kendall,
Yeah.
did you have
I have the RFP, but it doesn't have a price on it.
Maybe.
do you have the conversation? Have you had a conversation with Alfredo about this?
I have, yes. But I'm not sure he knows the price either, to be honest.
So maybe we want to list it as
Johanna
high for
probably
right now.
knows.
It was 370,405.
Oh, thank you.
Ah, the money man has appeared.
No, I found an email from Joanna that they have. I'll forward it. It says
So I can list it as
that's what they
medium?
use.
Does that work for now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah, it's an
And
estimate.
the two sections of Executive Order 3 are Section 11, which is the one that Kim was talking about, where it says the Secretary of OPM, Commissioner of DAS, and the Commissioner of DEEP, in cooperation with DESP, shall conduct a state vulnerability assessment to assess the vulnerability of state government assets and operations to the impact of climate change.
Right. It's a huge
So that's really
undertaking.
Jeannie, I uploaded the thing to the chat. It says GC3 EO text. And then if you scroll down to 11 and 13, I highlighted them. Those are the
Okay.
ones that involve DEMHS.
Okay. All right. I'll have to look at it after, just because there's a limit to how many things I can juggle on my screen at once. I'm owning my limits.
But
You need more
this
screens,
is like
Jamie.
the hardest one right now, because we've been when I was the lawyer for the division, I started working on this, and then Kim and I worked on it together. And we thought we had reached an agreement with folks, and then there was a survey that they were going to put out, and then they never put the survey out. So this is a very, as Ken said, this is a very important area. And I think I would be interested to hear from the group how you think we should be working, because that's basically what Joanna asked me in July, how do I envision us having this conversation?
Right. It sounds to me like we're going to need to have, like a brief meeting about this to sort this out and who's doing what.
Yes, you're right. And I would say, so as I look at this now, the one that we've just been discussing is really, it's really OPM that has they have some kind of interagency steering committee on state sustainability. And we're working with them on that because we have the response, Kim said, we have the responsibility for maintaining that list.
Okay. Right. You have sort of a smaller piece of it.
Right.
Okay. I'm understanding.
But I will tell you, just so you understand it, my concern has been, at one time they wanted to put a definition in the state statute of a critical facility. And that's so flexible depending on what the situation is that I've tried to say, please don't put a definition in, because it's, whatever the operation is at the time is when that facility becomes critical. So it's a work in progress.
Right. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Let's keep going. Because actually one other quick question is, where do you think you would get money for any of this? And I guess it really does depend on how big a chunk you're taking off, right? Like if you're just maintaining a list, it could be staff time. If you're doing a vulnerability analysis, you're going to need some support.
They actually have that in section 11 that Kim pulled up. It says such assessment may be funded by grant or loan funds provided pursuant to another section of general statute, which I don't know, or bond funds. So they have something in that. When you look at 11, you'll see what the answer is.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I thought DEEP was going to pay OPM and OPM was going to pay us. Is that too much in the weeds for that answer? Sorry. Bonding money. Anyways.
They're going to pay us to do the vulnerability assessment.
Well.
So.
Anyways, sorry.
Yeah.
Different,
no,
maybe
Kendall,
it's a different
you have
conversation.
It is a longer conversation for that. It's a longer conversation.
Sorry. Okay.
No. It's good that you brought it up, Kendall, because that is a cost, and the way that they're handling it is kind of unnecessarily difficult. So I think that, yes, there's a cost. I don't think it's coming from DEMHS. I think it's getting paid by DEEP, DEEP through OPM.
Yeah.
But basically from DEMHS's point of view, it's not coming from us other than staff time.
Yeah. Thanks.
So I would say, and I know we're trying to move on, but I think this is the worst one. I mean, the most important, the hardest one to talk about. At the end of section 11, it says, upon completion of the assessment, each state agency shall incorporate the findings into their state planning process and transmit the findings to DESP, which will include these findings in the next update to the state natural hazard mitigation plan. So,
okay.
So I think what we need to do, and this is not you, Jamie, but us as DEMHS, we need to set up something with Rebecca and Joanna and say, what's the status of this? And because she's asking me what I think is the best approach for how we determine it. So if you guys, our team, could think about who you think needs to be on a very small group, if possible, of us, and, like Dan Chaya chimed in on what he thought critical facilities are, because that's what he does for a living. So, OPM, DAS, well, OPM, us, and DEEP at least, to have a conversation about how we want this to move forward, this one, because I think we could help with it.
Okay. And then you can get back to me a little bit so I can make sure it's reflected properly in your plan.
Right.
Do you think that that's something you guys could tackle this week? Because we're really under the gun to get this done.
Yeah. Do you have something? That's fine.
All right. I'm planting the seed.
Kendall, do you want to work? Maybe you and I can work together to put together a quick meeting sometime this week with this group. Yeah, does that work? Okay, we can chat about it after if you want. And I think the thought process there is to once they're once their project is complete, to add it maybe as a some sort of addendum or appendix or whatever to this the updated version of the 2023 state natural hazard mitigation plan. But that's what I assumed was happening, and from the discussions we've had so far. But
And I'll send you, I thought I sent you guys the Wozniak thing, but I'll send it to you now so that you have it, because this is the crux of the conversation, and I think, and who we need to invite. Ken, that would be great if you and Kendall take the lead on setting it up.
Awesome. All right, so the next one, we might have to cable this one too. Just maintain a list of state and local critical facilities and directs all state agencies to consider this list in their capital and climate resilience planning, especially in floodplains or flood-prone areas. And it seems like it's a little tied into the other one.
There is kind of an issue at this one too, is that depending on what the definition of critical facilities is, we aren't super open to sharing a lot of it, because we've seen from other states that when they share it to other agencies or universities, that it ends up getting published because of research or agency stuff. And being that these are critical facilities, there is a protection component that we want to have. And so we've talked to OPM about this, but we haven't really come up with a good solution to kind of find a middle ground. Someone at DEEP had suggested a really good one, but we didn't get sign off from OPM on that. So as far as DEMHS is concerned, we can create that list, but we aren't wanting to have it just be kind of distributed because of security issues.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to make sure that that gets in there, and I'm taking notes in another spot so you don't get worried that it's public. So let's assume that what you're doing is just creating the list for right now. Is there a lead division or office I should include?
It would be us.
So DESP, just.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is the cost, do you think? And we did have these categories. I think you can see them.
Yeah, I think it's staff time.
Okay.
I don't think it's anything more than staff time.
Okay. And so you don't need funding sources. And the priority level is probably.
That is kind of up to the DC, because it kind of goes hand in hand with the meeting that she needs to have with OPM.
Right. I'm going to put it as high for right now. Does that feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. And the point of contact, Kimberly, would that be you or?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. All right. Standardize and regulate local evacuation route planning and vulnerability assessment throughout the state, which to me that feels like almost, I don't know, too many things to put into one sentence, but
I think DEEP, I know Ian probably knows more than I know about this or remembers more, but DEEP has a new law, is it, regarding this?
Okay.
Is it a law, or they're doing something with this, some money?
Is this something that you should be in here for you guys?
I don't. So hi, my name's Ian.
I am.
I work with the DOT and some evacuation folks regarding like kind of state support to evacuation operations.
Okay.
DOT and us as well have been very is reticent the right word? Apprehensive. I'll use apprehensive. I'm trying to get my SAT game up better. Apprehensive about requiring local jurisdictions to designate their local evacuation routes, because I mean, it is a local function to have evacuation routes, right? But regulating them, because stuff can change any day depending on the incident, so more like identifying potential evacuation routes is probably a better action description than regulating, in my opinion. But we are, there was a push to try to make this part of the local EOP, which Kendall, I think that's what you were referring to. It was part of OPM's.
Thank you. Sorry, but it didn't go through, right?
But it didn't make it through. No. And DOT is pushing. They have some formula funding.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know.
I was referring to. Thank you. Yeah.
So DOT. There have been some grants out there. It's called the Protect Grant, but it's competitive. And so DOT is basically taking the idea of that competition and using their formula funds, which they've gotten from all this infrastructure money. So they're going to be doing something related to evacuation route planning, but it's going to be more along the lines of giving local jurisdictions the tools that they need to identify the local routes rather than, and if a local jurisdiction wants to put signs in place, they can, but that's not something the state has necessarily wanted to dip its toes into. It's been a very locally driven issue.
So should we remove this? Or we want to have something in here that gives you guys responsibility towards.
I mean, in terms of the marriage between evacuation and mitigation, obviously we want roads that are identified as evacuation routes to be mitigated and not be flooded, right?
And I don't know where you got that wording from, but like in my experience, and I'm sure the DC and Kim can be more, we don't regulate anything.
Right.
So I would just not make sure it doesn't say regulate. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if that matters exactly what the word says.
I would almost say just instead of standard, DOT would be in charge of like standardizing, right? Because they would be in terms of how wide a road needs to be, how many lanes it needs to be, right? They're the road people. I say we would definitely support local evacuation route planning and vulnerability assessments. We would, from the mitigation world, putting on that hat, putting it on with an evacuation hat. I would love for evacuation routes to be prioritized in mitigation projects, right? Like it would be great if a town could come to Ken and say, hey, I've got an undersized culvert. I've identified this as one of my local evacuation routes. So I want to put in a project to make this culvert larger so that this local evacuation route does not ever get inundated or washed out.
Right. Okay, so we're going to say that yours is to support local evacuation route planning. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got that in my notes. Hang on. And do you want to say, I guess that's adequate. All right. What about, is there a lead office for that? Like a subdivision?
IAN.ALX. Yeah, right. Yeah, nice try, Ian.
It's awesome.
It's DEMHS.
Okay.
And
cost?
with DOT support, I don't know how much this would cost. I haven't spoken with DOT about what their funds are, what they have available, but it would be like consultant services, right? So
probably under $250,000.
I mean, this is just a high level comment. I mean, Ian, as Ian described, this is really, we really lean on the local knowledge for this stuff.
Right.
It's not something I think we take control of on our side, other than to understand where the routes are and, making sure people are passing on information. But
right. And where would the money come from for you guys?
DOT, like I mentioned, DOT has these the
priority.
They call it formula funds.
Okay.
I think that comes from the infrastructure money, Infrastructure Act and all that stuff, but
okay. And the priority level for you folks, medium or high? Because I can't imagine, we can't say low. That just seems wrong.
this reminds me of doing the THIRA and the SPR. It all depends on who you talk to for these things, right?
Right.
Like, yeah, I mean, if you're talking to subject matter experts, there isn't a soul that's going to tell you it's not a high priority.
Right.
But, it all depends on, if you're
but
talking.
Your part is not identifying it. You're supporting their effort to do it.
Well, I maybe in the fact that there are DOT funds available for it,
Mm-hmm.
there is a state support mechanism, I guess. Does that make
Okay.
sense, Ian? Ian, does that make sense? I don't want to speak for you, but what do you think?
I mean, at the local, we've heard some locals say obviously it's a big priority right now, and then, like Ken said, it's very subjective to who you speak to. Medium is probably fine. High, I don't know if we're in a place right now to make it high and then just like push it through in the next 6 months. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right.
I'm more comfortable with medium.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. Create and maintain a statewide inventory of redundant backup power services at critical facilities statewide and buildings where institutionalized vulnerable populations reside, and establish a long-term funding mechanism for new systems and repairs. You're going to tell me how complicated this is.
I was like, that's like multi-year, multi-group, like that's huge. At the first sentence, I was like, okay, and then you just kept going on. I'm like, I
can't help it. You should have seen what I felt like when I read through these initially. I'm like, this is a mess.
Okay.
So can we
go ahead.
Can we edit these?
Yeah, of course. Of
Oh,
course.
okay.
We can
So
edit
that's, I
it.
guess,
It
a
can
good
be
question.
whatever you want. So
Yeah.
this is like your
Have
food
at it,
for
Kim.
thought. This
Oh,
came from your executive order. Now we get to do what we want.
So I know that Deep was working on, they're working on a couple of projects, I think with other researchers, on the redundant backup power for vulnerable populations. They got money for microgrids to do that. And so they're trying to create a microgrid program to help those kinds of issues. I don't know how far along they are in them, and I don't know exactly, like they've kind of just done that on their own. We know that they got money for it. We know that, you know, they're doing something. We just don't know. And so that definitely is more of a deep question, and deep kind of thing. We can have an inventory if they want us to create an inventory, but I don't know if we have one now. Do you guys know?
Is this a logistics question?
I was gonna say, is this like a generation task force, the generator task force? Kind of?
Yeah, it kind of does feel like that.
Or
What's the
DAS,
generator
Michael,
task
like with
force?
Skia DAS or something.
Yeah.
I have a question about are these state critical facilities? Are these local critical facilities? Are these private critical facilities? Are they all critical facilities?
I think seeing Jamie put her head in her hands, I think we can edit this. This actual description is
so
ours.
this is if
Right.
we were thinking about first of all, you have to meet certain parts of the executive orders, right? So which parts and how you do it, I that's kind of beyond my scope. I don't know, but I do know I want to edit this to be whatever you want to see in your mitigation plan that you're responsible for.
Is this part of the executive order?
Yes, this is exactly text from the executive order.
So I think every time we have something that's exact text, we should just put the paragraph number.
Yeah, I am in my notes.
Yeah.
Here. I'm putting the number and then I'm going to edit them. So that's why I'm using it to guide our conversation.
So I'm just trying to see where it is that says this
yeah,
requirement.
I don't have that up on my screen to show you. I can tell you if I might be able to tell you which part, whether it was that GC3 or the straight out of the executive order.
So it looks to me like this is aiming at just the buildings where institutionalized vulnerable populations reside, right? So it's not every backup power facility. Because of course, the first thing I think of, Ian, is that after one of the storms, they put power into all of the new rest stops on 95. So that's an example of where there's redundant backup power at critical facilities, but they're not the critical facilities where institutionalized vulnerable populations reside. So the agencies that would be involved in that, to me, would be DDS, because DDS is the Department of Developmental Services, and they have all of the group homes and things like that for vulnerable populations, but also DOC, Department of Correction, because they're institutionalized vulnerable populations.
Right.
And then I would say DCF, which is Department of Children and Families.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I don't know. Oh,
What about
DEMHS,
hospitals?
Mental health and addiction. Well, institutionalized vulnerable
I know,
populations. I would
yeah.
say DEMHS, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. So DEMHS, DDS, DOC, and DCF are probably facilities and buildings where institutionalized vulnerable populations reside. I don't know what they mean by institutionalized. If they meant,
That was like
you know,
nursing homes.
right. So maybe just
Right.
stick DPH on the list.
Okay. Okay. And what would your role be? Would you have?
That's why I wanted to look at the section, because this
Yeah.
isn't not something that we would normally, well, each town has that list of critical facilities in their town that they would need to get up and running. But it doesn't, I don't know that it
Right.
necessarily talks about backup power. And I know we've had emergency operation centers have gotten generators. We've done things with critical facilities to get backup power, but I don't know that we have focused on institutionalized vulnerable populations. So I'm not sure where that would rest.
Do you think that it could possibly rest in an action about how you provide technical support or education
The generator
to
task force.
to the local governments that,
So
you
the-
know, there's funding available for these backup power? Not that you would actually do it, but you making them aware of it, because these aren't necessarily just state facilities.
Not to
at
step on,
all.
not to step on Ken's toes, but you know, generators are eligible under the different
I was
mitigation
thinking about
programs.
that.
And so he, you know, when I was working with him, he and I funded generators at a bunch of different facilities. I don't know, Ken, if we've ever done them at those types of facilities, right? It was more like water pump state water treatment plants and wastewater treatments and stuff, hospitals, right? But so
But
he and his team are doing that all the they're anytime anybody asks for a generator at one of these facilities, he's doing the legwork saying it's eligible, this is what you gotta do. You know.
I'm going to make you the point of contact here, Ken.
Figured Ian had
And
his
that's
hand
set
in
in
this.
stone, Ken. It's forever.
That's fine.
Paragraph 11 has a little bit of that language in it, because it says the assessment that OPM has to do includes facilities and buildings and where vulnerable populations reside. And then I was just trying to find where it seems like a DEEP thing to a certain extent, because DEEP is the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And I feel like the energy piece, well, and also honestly, Department of Consumer Protection has had some involvement. The generator task force at the EOC has traditionally been, yep, that's exactly right, Ian. Jake Mankey at DDS is the point of contact for DDS. So the generator task force has generally been a mission-centric task force that when a storm occurs, they get together and talk about what generators we have available at the time to respond to an emergency. So they haven't really been a policy group.
Right. And if you're and this says to maintain an inventory of it. So it's not even that you're going to fix anything. And the long-term funding mechanism does exist through mitigation.
And I would think that mitigation and other funding sources at other state agencies. So we're not in a position with the hazard mitigation money to give every home that has that's considered a group home a generator. But that's something that DDS should be considering.
Right. So that would be your partners in all of this, would be these other agencies.
Yes. And I wonder, so I'm looking at 21-3. Did you think the other language would be someplace else? Is that what you were saying?
I also looked in, well, isn't it GC3?
So the GC3 is the Governor's Council on Climate Change.
Right. And I looked at that and the 21-3, whatever it is, for this list.
Okay.
That's how I created the list.
So between you and Kim, maybe you guys could figure out who this is, looks like it falls under. Although the fact you put us makes me think it could be us.
Yeah, it indicated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put you.
Okay.
So that's why you're there, because it specifically stated that.
Not to go back to the beginning of the conversation, but is this, if we were sitting in the EOC for some sort of activation, related to power outages, I think Kendall mentioned this before too, would this fall under the generator task force? Would they have a current inventory, or at least, resources to go to get that current inventory?
They would collect, they would have a sense of what we have as a state, not in reserve, basically. And then they would collect requests, and we would work with FEMA to get those requests, or the National Guard, depending on the size of the request. What I would think here is this is where we don't want to step on other agencies' toes. We're not like the big brother of, if each of the agencies that have critical facilities that house institutionalized vulnerable populations had their list, then yes, you're right. We would oversee the maintaining of the inventory. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because we don't have the staff to go out and ask whether Mrs. Jones's group home has
so you're gathering the information from these other agencies.
Yes, that's what I would say.
Okay.
And just to go even a step further, like we use some of our grants to, just as an example, we're helping one local municipality put new generators in all of their, say, wastewater treatment facilities.
Right.
So there's an entire list of facilities that we're assisting them in putting new generators in, new backup generators in.
Right.
So from a funding potential source, we have some of that, but they may not be, some of the agencies may not be eligible under the programs we have.
Right. Okay. So yeah, go ahead.
So sorry, just one more. We have the congressionally directed spending too, that sometimes does generators too. It's just, I don't know if that is a good point for this, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay. I think that if the idea is that you're maintaining a master list, you're gathering data from the other departments, perhaps you use your master list to help with deciding which generators in which communities you fund, right? Like maybe that gets into your thought process about like, oh, okay, this town needs it, but this town maybe not as much. I don't know.
Well, the towns have to seek out. Yeah, they're seeking out the funding with a grant application. So they may not choose to do that.
Right, but when the towns do seek it out, say you have 10 towns who all want a generator, if you looked at your master list here of where the vulnerable populations are, perhaps you prioritize funding ones that are on that list.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, we could look at the vulnerability of the municipality, and that could be a ranking potential for the for that application. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think that might be a way to turn this into something that's really usable for you guys. You know,
I agree with you actually. When you said that, it kind of rings a, puts a, it gives us another option for the ranking criteria we use. If we have 5 or 6 communities putting in for larger scale generator projects, we can look at their vulnerability and use that as a criteria.
Right. Just like we're going to use supporting vulnerable populations as a criteria in ranking your mitigation actions.
Yep.
It's a way to prioritize those vulnerable populations, and it gives some credibility to maintaining this list and some motivation for these other departments to contribute their content. Okay. How do we attach cost to that? Because the cost isn't about the generator. The cost is the list, right? And using this as a ranking criteria.
It's probably staff time again.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And then
can I just say one quick thing? So this particular language came from recommendations of the Governor's Council on Climate Change to GC3.
Okay.
It's the GC3 review, and it's item number 54 under the thing plan for the emergencies related to the impacts of climate change and ensure the incorporation of vulnerable populations into these planning processes. So these were recommendations.
Right. I appreciate your looking through all that. Does it sound like we're on the right track here with what we're talking about? Is developing an action so that you're collecting information to develop this list, and you're using it as a priority when you're ranking which generators to fund. It's a part of your criteria.
All right, that's fair. I think
that feel good. Okay.
And that would be new. That's definitely new. We have not done that in the past. Yeah.
Right.
So maybe we modify that description a little bit to include.
Yeah, we're going to modify it a lot based on our conversation.
All right, great.
And funding sources, you don't really need. That's not going to, because it's your staff time. But the priority level, I would probably give it either a medium or a high, just because we're talking about vulnerable populations.
Well, if the effort is to, yes, it's probably medium high, I would say, because we have to start focusing.
With medium. All right, I'm going to keep us going, but I feel good about that one. Like we figured out something that might really help you guys long term, and it's digestible. So this next one is develop state and regional food security action plans to mitigate the risk of climate change and extreme weather events on the food system. And this is not something I've had seen that would fall into a mitigation plan. Like
I don't think this goes with us. We wouldn't be in a position. This is more, I don't know who. Department of Agriculture has been very active in this area, this particular.
Okay. Great. I think that it would come to you guys in terms of response, right? Like,
yes.
But in terms of mitigation, it just doesn't, it didn't sit right with me either. Okay, good. We can keep going then. Include nature-based solutions as part of the natural hazard mitigation plan. We're doing that, and encourage municipalities and councils of governments to include this approach in their hazard mitigation plans. My thought with this one, and you guys let me know what you think, is that this can become part of your technical assistance, outreach, education, whatever, to the local government, so they understand what in the world are nature-based solutions, how they could incorporate them, where they could get funding from them, you're going to keep including this, but
I think this is kind of looped in to be part of, like, say, the BRIC program. Anytime we're promoting the BRIC program, this is one of the high priorities in the
right.
BRIC program. So, yes, just to
Okay.
mention something. I mean, it does fall under, clearly, it'll fall under any of the mitigation grants, but, you know, we see a lot of priority ranking on the BRIC side.
Okay. Yeah, would be my vote, is that we change this language and incorporate it into something else that relates directly to your technical assistance and BRIC.
Yeah, I'm on board with that, or any, you know, BRIC or any mitigation grants for that matter. They all fall under the hazard mitigation assistance umbrella.
Yeah.
So, I mean, regardless, whether it's BRIC or actually be only BRIC or HMGP, I don't think FMA would really work on this stuff, but BRIC or HMGP. Yep.
Okay. All right. And as far as having it named in your hazard mitigation plan, that almost feels like it's just not necessary. Like, it is a requirement. You're going to keep doing it. I don't know that you need to put it in your plan that you will do it.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's one of those project categories that's discussed, whether it be in an admin plan or how we're gonna, you know, how we're going to administer any of our grants.
Right.
You know, so it goes out that way. But I don't know, you know, if we use the mitigation plan as a kind of a Bible to reference, then maybe it stays in there for that reason.
Right. Right. All right. Let's see, when we finally have a big list of mitigation actions, what we want to do for the mitigation plan itself. Right? Like, we could put an action in your mitigation plan that says you'll maintain the mitigation plan, that you'll fund it again in 5 years. You know, like, we can put that in,
right.
but
I get it. Yeah.
it's also a little obvious, right? Like,
right. I know it's assumed. I get it, but you know, some people don't look at it that way.
I know.
So then we have to go through the, you know, mechanisms there.
I know. All right. And
you skipped the mental health one. I don't know.
I did.
Did you guys already talk about that? So we did that one. We did it.
You did do it.
We created a checklist for local emergency operations plans, and I think we're going to put it, right, Kendall, in the state response framework too, as an annex of some kind.
Okay. We're looking at this one, Kendall.
Yeah, I was just gonna write it on my whiteboard. Make sure it's in the SRF. Got it. Yeah.
Okay. So we can take it out of here then.
I think so. Unless you want to put stuff in that's completed.
Yeah, I think. Well,
although
I think
sometimes I have my local governments do that so they can prove they can accomplish something.
Well, I think that's not a bad idea.
Right. I do too.
I can say leave it in there. Completed, you know, 2023.
Okay. You got it.
And the thing about the food security is in the section that seems to deal with DPH.
Okay.
Because it's in like guidance for schools on heat-related illness, ozone alert.
Right.
Just to mention. So I would say DPH and agriculture would work on that one probably.
Okay. Perfect. All right. I know this feels a little tough going, but I think we are making progress.
Kendall, could you put a note on your whiteboard about the inventory of generators, backup power for those places? Because we'll never remember to actually put that into our work plans. Sorry about that, Jamie. I just want to.
No. Are you kidding? You guys you're doing great. All right.
Hey,
and
Kendall,
here's...
just quickly, Kendall.
Yeah?
This is natural hazards. Yeah, natural hazards.
Oh yeah, no, I was just thinking if we're gonna make this into our higher end general, we gotta add human cost hazards, but yeah. Sorry.
All right. Maintaining of lists, a list of state and local critical facilities, and direct all state agencies to consider this list in their capital and climate resilience planning, especially in floodplains or flood prone areas. To me, that kind of sounds like you make folks aware of the list you're maintaining.
This feels like the one that was like number 3 or 2, except it just says in
Yeah.
floodplains or flood prone areas. So is there any way we could just like add the floodplains and flood prone areas back up to the number 2 or 3, whatever one that one was?
Yeah, let
Because
me go
everything
back.
else seems the same.
Yeah, it does. So back up to this one.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Okay.
even on there. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's do that.
Nice, Kim.
Woo! Kicking it down.
Yeah. Okay. So that is, I believe, it for the executive orders that I found that really named you guys. So my thought was that we would turn our attention now to those problem statements that come out of the risk assessment. They are on your handout as well as in here. And I'm not sure, I gotta find them, so don't, here, yeah, here they are with the hierarchy. So I don't know if it makes sense to just kind of go one by one the way we did with the others, or if you want to kind of peruse the problem statements and figure out what you want to come up with, because we don't have to have an action that addresses each one of these specifically. However, I have to say, we do have to have all of the, we do have to have an action that will address each of the hazards.
Can you bring up the problem statements?
Yes. So instead of having you look at them this way.
Well, just to review them maybe really quick.
Yeah, hold on, let me get it, and you're gonna challenge my technical capacity here, but I think I can do it. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing that one and start sharing window. Okay, so I think now you see this handout with the orange. I'm hoping.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, we
we
see
see
it.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm not super team savvy, so I'm always worrying about if I'm managing that right. Yeah, and you do have it on your handout. I think it may help if we sort of take it kind of hazard at a time, and see if we can develop some actions based on these.
But Jamie, this kind of goes along with my question I asked during the larger call. If you scroll up to the just a little bit
to this.
Yeah. So this is our group essentially as we ranked all of the hazards. Is that what this is? Or is this like a combined hazard ranking of all three of the groups they mentioned before?
Oh, no, I think this is just on analysis, not, I think it's just a quantitative analysis, not a qualitative assessment.
Okay.
If I'm understanding it correctly. So, right, the public did not weigh in to say extreme heat is above tropical cyclone or so, if they did,
Yeah.
that's not reflected here. I think this is coming right out of GIS.
Okay. So
And data.
and
it can move around.
Right, exactly. So my question here is everyone comfortable with what this looks like on our group right now?
Can I just say one quick thing before you answer that?
Okay.
Is keep in mind that the reason to have this list is to organize your priorities. So we definitely don't want to argue about whether earthquakes should be above dam failure, because ultimately they're going to fall sort of probably lower down on your list compared to flood. You know what I mean? So
Right.
The exact order, it matters, but not, we shouldn't kill
Okay.
ourselves with it.
So basically,
but
don't
can we
worry.
move them to different categories? So there's some that I mean, I understand your point. We don't need to like harp on them in that, but
Right.
some of them I think are in lower. I think some of them should be higher. So
let's go through and you tell me. Let's start at the top and just tell me what you think, and then I can report that back. Because you do in any kind of risk assessment have that qualitative as well as quantitative analysis, so let's get the qualitative part. Like, what do you think?
So, and you guys can definitely cut me off on this. I could be totally out there. I think extreme cold should be in medium high. Because we do have cooling centers. I think winter weather should definitely be above wildland fire. And I think wildland fire to me, I guess, would be more of a medium low. I think dam failure, there's more of a spotlight on it. So I would feel more comfortable if that was medium. Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. Great minds. And those were the ones that really caught my eye that I was kind of like, But yeah, if anyone else has anything.
Ken, you brought it up, so there's definitely something on your mind. What do you think?
I think in my mind, tropical cyclone or hurricane, right, is our top priority when it comes to, or our top concern. Just in, I mean, you can see the way the state reacts when we have a situation like that, where we're concerned with a tropical cyclone, because it's wind damage, it's water damage, it's, including flood. It's essentially inundation. I mean, it hits all of the big topics. That's the one thing that I think we as emergency managers here in Connecticut is our top concern. And then, you can see this too over the course of the last 10 years, that our biggest impacts have been things like
Right.
ice storms, winter weather, tropical cyclones, flooding.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that extreme heat and drought are not issues. They are. But
Right, but
when
they
it
don't
comes
mobilize the entire state to start doing things. You're not staying
correct.
up all night worried that it's going to be a heat wave for 3 days.
Right. You're staying up all night when you're like, okay, I'm going to be working 12 hours a day for the next 3 weeks because we are dealing with, a tropical cyclone that's going to demolish the state.
That makes sense.
And that's the only reason why I say this. When I first saw this list, I said, wait, I mean, I understand why these are listed as high priorities, but truthfully speaking, and again, I don't want to speak for the DC or any of our leadership team, our biggest concern is tropical cyclones.
I think too, if you look at this list, the hazard score, your tropical cyclones are the highest. It's when that climate weight got in there that it didn't stay up at the very top. Do you see what I'm talking about?
So can you just explain to me what the climate weight is?
No, let me just say,
Okay.
I am not the person to explain
All
that
right.
because I didn't do the risk assessment. So
okay.
I don't understand it well enough to give you an answer. I think I would lead you astray, but that's
Okay,
what's
that's fine.
forcing us to look into the future, is that climate change is shifting. So it's shifting how these hazards occur. So we know we're going to have exponentially more high heat days. That's what's
Yep.
making this bump up.
Yeah, I understand that. And, sea level rise and floods and all that other
Right.
stuff. I get
Right.
that.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't want you to feel like I'm dismissing you, but I want us to talk about the hazards themselves and
Gotcha.
the actions that you guys want to address. So I'm going to arrow us down and see if we can get our focus there for a minute. Is that okay, Ken?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted
Okay.
everybody to have an opportunity to at least comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And does it make sense to consider this sort of hazard by hazard?
Sure. I think that's fine. Yeah.
All right. And again, here, you know, these problem statements don't have to turn into your exact mitigation action, but obviously we need to have at least one mitigation action, if not many more, that would focus on your flood risk. So this first one is talking about flood impacts on major roadways. The next, and I'm just going to run through just the flood ones. Then we've got one to focus on stormwater infrastructure. This next one is education, basically, and consequences and appropriate preparation and response methods. I highlighted here storm surge, which is obviously going to increase in the amount of flooding. Your state-owned buildings and critical infrastructure, which are impacted, by flood damage. So, I mean, you know, I don't have to preach to the choir. You know that this is a large concern. The question is, how do you want to mitigate this risk? What are the activities? Go ahead, Kendall.
Can I ask a quick question that I was going to ask before you did the other thing? So I'm sorry if it's a weird now, but are all the other agencies also giving input about what should be higher or lower in the thing above this?
No, only if their moderator will let them.
Okay, I was just wondering. Sorry. Okay.
It's only if they bring it up, and you know, Scott or Darren or Noah will let them have that conversation.
Okay.
So I don't know. We can ask.
Okay, no worries. I was just thinking. I was just wondering. So we can go back. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So I'm not sure, because the focus, we're trying to come up with your mitigation actions. And we're going to run out of time. And so I'm going to suggest too that we should have another meeting.
I agree with you, Jamie. Yeah.
And,
I think it's
you
important.
know, even if you want to do it later today, we can, but otherwise sometime this week we should. And just, you know, as a group, go through your actions, because they matter more than anything else. And I'm happy to spend the time with you. It's really worth it.
I agree with you, Jamie. These are critical to not only development of the plan, but you know, we're going to reference these for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that we all are in agreement with what these statements are and what we're putting in the plan.
Yep. My suggestion, I don't know what anybody's day is like, is that when this meeting ends, you start looking at those old actions, because you said you would do that today. And then, you know, grab some lunch, and sort of 1:30 or 2 o'clock, we meet again for another hour or two. And I think it would help us get through all of this. But again, that's just my suggestion. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I think we have some time today and maybe
Dedicate
tomorrow
some more
afternoon
time
too.
today. I can today for sure. That's why I mention it.
2 to 3. 2 to 3 works for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I may send you a Zoom invite for that, just as an FYI. Otherwise, it'll be a Teams invite, but whatever. I'll make sure that everybody here gets an invite for 2 to 3. But let's keep going with where
Do you
we
want
are
to do
now.
do you want to do a 2 to 3 for tomorrow too, just in case we don't get through it?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I love it. We're going to seem like the overachievers when the group gets back together. We're going to be like, we're so dedicated. All right, let's talk about flood a little bit and what you're thinking. Let me know, like, where are you with all of the, you know, these are the problems. How does your department and the state want to address these?
I think if you look at the first statement and the second statement, they're really one. They kind of hold hands, really.
Yeah,
Because
they
I mean,
do.
if you look at the rain events we had, was it last year or the year before in the fall? We had major impacts to portions of the state that they're really, I think, when you talk to the EMDs locally, the reason they had the impacts they did was because of aging and under-designed stormwater infrastructure systems. They just did not work the way they were supposed to, and they could not handle the amount of rainfall they had. So
So how do you as a state agency address that?
I would say that, you know, anybody please jump in and correct me if you think I'm wrong or you want to add anything, but I would say we just promote the programs that we have and the project types that we can support with those with
Right.
our you know, grants programs that we're managing.
Yeah, so that's going to be the mitigation actions is promoting those programs and the grant types. And I think we'll see that come up in many of these. Like this will fit into multi-hazard, right? It's not just
This is
for
something I
flood.
was talking, I sent an email to Scott and Jade too this morning, that I really feel like we need to add in a priority list on project types into this program, because it's something that we can fall back on and say, hey, we've put this in our state natural hazard mitigation plan. We have it in our administrative plans for our grants. This is how we're going to prioritize projects across the state to get the biggest, you know, benefit for the public.
Right.
And
And
there's
that's
some other
coming
things that
back
go
to
along with it.
supporting those vulnerable populations with the generators.
Sure. Yeah.
As another kind of priority that you have. I think this is great. So I think in addition to promoting the program and project types, yeah, it's got to be some kind of education about these project types. And maybe you want to even put something on your website or develop some sort of handout for the local governments, or you're having workshops. Like, how are you going to do it?
Actually, that's a good point. What Kendall just mentioned. Internally, we did a project with the Silver Jackets that one of our other staff members kind of led. But we went out as a group and presented at all 5 regions this year, promoting several of our programs. You know, not just the mitigation side, but several other programs that we have statewide.
So maybe you want to continue that.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of like a little dog and pony show, if you will. Like,
Yeah, and Brenda usually does one of those, and Brenda and the director, for the regions as a whole. You know, maybe we just, you know, loop this into that too.
okay.
Yeah, the EMT annual meetings. There we go. Yep.
Okay. All right. And who would be the lead for that? Would that be you, Ken?
I don't know, Kendall. What do you think? Would it be you or maybe
Yeah, me or
you?
you, I think.
Yeah.
Me or, yeah.
Given
That
that
could be it
All
yeah.
right.
for that one. Yeah, I see.
All right. And funding for it, where does that come from?
I think it's staff. Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of our job in our job descriptions. Like,
Yeah.
this is what we do.
That makes sense. And what kind of priority do you think you give that?
I mean, if you're, I would say medium to high, maybe.
Okay.
It's part of our project promotion, but
Yeah.
or program promotions, I guess.
Right.
But you know,
Okay.
for the municipalities, I mean, we're promoting infrastructure grants that can help them with their stormwater drainage issues.
Right.
You know, this is like a no-brainer. Like, hey, put in for these.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, get an engineering firm to help. We've seen this. We've had great
Right.
success with it. And like Meriden is a fantastic
Oh,
example.
they're
of like,
amazing.
yeah, I mean, what they've done is amazing, and they continue to do. They just continue to move it forward.
Right. Okay. I think something that happens that I don't know if this could play into what you do, but on the local government side, you show them, you know, the value of this and what they can and should do. And then they're left feeling completely overwhelmed by the number of things on their plates. Like, as someone who works with a lot of local governments, then it's like, well, who's going to write that grant? Who's going to do this? How do I do that? Is there a way that you guys can help facilitate kind of accessing those grants or taking the next step?
It's interesting that you say that. So we had a discussion last week, I think, with some of our grants folks at FEMA, and they were asking, what can we do to get some training out to people? And one of the things that came up in that discussion, I think Stephanie and Danny were both on that call with us too, was that maybe we need to have more conversations around how you can use your management costs to hire consultants to do the projects. The problem is that in some cases, if the projects are not approved, they may not actually get reimbursed for those management costs.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
you
got to come out of pocket with it at first, but
and
if
any
you're
kind of
awarded the grant,
BCA, sometimes they can't even handle it.
right? Yeah, I mean that's why you need the engineering companies to help them with that, because the BCA is, as you're aware, the BCAs are difficult.
Right.
The story goes on and on.
I'm gonna
Welcome to the deep room, everybody. I'm going to give it just a minute to make sure all the technical difficulties are worked out and everybody gets where they're supposed to be, and then we'll jump right in. Is everybody now seeing the screen with the spreadsheet?
Yeah. Can you blow it up a bit? It's a little hard to see for those of us with terrible eyes.
I'm with you. Is that a little better? Okay. So as Darren had mentioned, the pre-populated, the top 15 rows are for us to include new actions that we come up with today. The column A has the source of where this came from, where these actions that are in here came from, the pre-populated ones. So 2019-04 means it was action number 4 in the 2019 plan. Some of you have gone through this. I think Diane Ifkovic provided some comments on some ones to keep and some ones to remove and so forth. So that's why you see we go from 4 to 5 to 24 and 26, etc. So some of those might have been completed or might have been requested to remove. So those are the actions that are carrying over from 2019, and we can go through those quickly in a bit. The next ones are action descriptions or ideas that came out of the capability assessment. So CA 2 through 23. The next batch are ones that came directly from the HIRA, sort of problem statements from the HIRA that could be turned into strategies. And then lastly, as you can see, there's quite a few of those. All the ones that start with X are from the executive orders, and there's quite a large number of those. So I thought we might start at the bottom and work our way up to the top, because the executive order ones should go quicker because they're essentially mandates already. So why don't we start with the last one? First thing here would be to the 45% greenhouse gas emission reduction goal. The state will adopt targets to implement organic food, waste diversion, purchase 100% zero carbon electricity, lease zero emission light duty vehicles, plan for retrofit and new construction to zero carbon heating and cooling, divest buildings, deploy solar, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from state buildings. Any comments or questions on that one? Is there a particular division or office within DEEP that would be the lead for carbon reduction? Is that your shop, Rebecca?
This is multiple divisions of DEEP. And I was just about to like ask my team on the side, is this one that we put in? Or is this one from
This one
Ashley?
is from the executive order.
I mean,
don't
that's like, I'm just, I mean, that's basically like our entire greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy. So that's the waste division of DEEP, Air Bureau, Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy, my office. So you're like, for that goal alone is like, you know, dozens of staff at DEEP and multiple parts of the agency. It seems like a lot in one action. I guess that's what I'm saying. But yeah, we're definitely working on this one. There's just a lot of pieces to it.
Right.
So we'll, but what I think would be helpful here, maybe this is a way to sort of rephrase it, is that we're now going to be doing within this, before the next update, the state will have completed a comprehensive climate action plan funded by EPA. So maybe we can work on the language a little bit to sort of align it a little bit more with what we're planning to do there, which is like a wedge analysis of what reductions we need to make by each sector to meet our emissions reduction goals.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that will include some of the plans that for the specific lines here is like food waste diversion. Like I'm thinking the comprehensive material management strategy and so forth. So
yeah, there's multiple.
Do you prefer that we
plans
send you like some links to those plans that might be related, or
Yeah, they should be captured in the capability assessment. So we should have reviewed them. But yeah, I agree. And there's time to massage these things and change the wording and break them into multiples if that makes the most sense.
Yeah, give us a chance to think about that, because it's like if we pointed to the EPA grant, that is one comprehensive plan that brings all those other planning efforts together. And maybe that's an easier way to do it, because I know this is emissions reduction, so it's, you know, from a hazard mitigation plan perspective, it's probably not, you know, it's not one of the main activities that hazard mitigation is going after. So
right.
I'm thinking that if we point to that comprehensive plan, and that will then incorporate all the findings from all of the other plans that would feed into this. So we could just have, that would keep it as one action, because the action would be the state develops a comprehensive climate action plan.
Right.
For greenhouse gas emissions, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just this is all reduction of emissions.
Yeah, it's more sustainability, resilience, but I think it's still worthy of being in the plan. It's good, this integration and but anyways.
And multiple COGs are doing that too, by the way.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Okay.
Okay, so good discussion on that one. For some of these other ones, if there are not comments, we'll just go fast because there is a lot to get through. But if there are comments, let's definitely slow down and capture them. So the next one has to do with the governor's bill, AAC workforce development. Not sure what the AAC stands for. Maybe somebody here knows. Establish an office of workforce strategy that can assist the state with clean energy related workforce development. Is that a DEEP strategy? Or is that misplaced?
there is an Office of Workforce Strategy. So I think the answer is like, yes. Like, but there's an Office of Workforce Strategy who will be the contact for this because this happened.
Okay.
So there is now an office, not at DEEP. It's an independent agency.
Okay. Governor's bill and act concerning climate mitigation and home energy affordability, codifying zero carbon energy supply by 2040, goal and statute requiring renters to provide energy use information on their, I think that's rental owners, not renters, to provide energy use information on their properties with the option for homeowners to discuss this information.
Again, yep. So did we put all these in, Ashley? Are these ours or are these? Okay,
No,
all right.
These are ones.
Yes.
These are ones that we brought in from the
That
executive
you brought in.
orders.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So just it's like the phrasing's a little bit so yes, so this exists and I mean, I think maybe the way we should be rephrasing this is like deep, there is what the office, what in this case, what the home energy affordability program does, which exists at DEEP, is getting money, we'll be deploying things, we'll do a lot in the next 5 years. Because these are all things that have passed. So I think it's more just like a rephrasing of the action.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to saying it's a bill, because it's like, just like the other one, like the Office of Workforce Strategy exists and it does this. The Office of Affordable Housing Energy Retrofit exists, and it's doing this. So yeah, I think we could help you a bit with that works. I don't think we have many BETP folks on here, so.
Yeah, no, if you could do that.
No, Sabrina's here.
Okay, great. Sabrina, appreciate your help with editing. I think it's just really an editing thing of turning these more into like where they are as opposed to just bills.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, because they're not even bills anymore; they're laws because they're all passed. So the word bills is inaccurate. Yeah, so maybe we just go through them quickly, and if you don't object to it being in there, then after the meeting we can hand this off to you and ask you to help us do that wordsmithing. Because if we try to do it today, you can see the number of rows on the left, and we're not obviously going to get through that in 90 minutes. Okay, so the next one has to do with an act concerning climate change adaptation. Authorizes municipalities to create stormwater utilities. Real estate conveyance fee to fund adaptation and resilience projects. Adds flood prevention and climate resilience to the purview of municipal flood and erosion control boards, and clarifies they can use funds to cover operation and maintenance costs.
So same sort of deal. This passed in 2021. It's in implementation, but the real estate conveyance fee portion was stripped from the original bill, so that portion needs to be taken out. The public act is 21-115. And well, again, I think there's a lot in here that my team's gonna do to edit.
Okay, yeah.
Rebecca, doesn't that law though allow them to levy fees for certain areas for stormwater management?
Yes, the stormwater part exists. It's that there was a real estate conveyance fee section that was a totally separate area that was basically just a way to like make money off of conveyance taxes to fund projects, and legislature said no, we don't want to add conveyance to the conveyance fee, so it got stripped.
All right. Clean Economy Council to advise the governor on strategies and policies to strengthen the state's climate mitigation, clean energy resilience and sustainability programs. Is this one that's already done as well?
It's another. Yep.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say see below.
Yeah, it's like,
right.
you're just like climate office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An inventory of vulnerable assets and operations, revising and updating the 2011 Connecticut Climate Change Preparedness Plan, and reporting the alignment of climate change adaptation strategies incorporated into the state agency planning processes and documents.
Once we get you under
That's all.
contract, we'll be doing that.
Right. All right.
Yeah, this is a lot. Okay. This must have been pulled from our, was this pulled, Jay, I don't know if Jay does that, was this all pulled from our, progress report for GC3?
I think
That's what
so.
this looks like. Okay,
I think
yeah.
so. All right.
Maybe we can like skip to, I don't know, if this is like all from that section, I could just be like, yes, that's from that, and like we'll just work on it so we can go a little faster, because it's
Okay.
like, yeah, like,
Do you want to just review these, the climate
yeah, I'm trying to get
related
to
ones
ones that are not
offline?
just like my office. Yeah.
Okay.
So I can just keep saying like, yes, this is one we should review. Yeah.
Yeah.
CPA. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought starting with these would be the easiest place to start, but I think your comment is going to be similar on all of them.
Yeah. It basically it's rephrasing things because they're just,
yeah,
they're already implemented. They're a couple of years in.
Okay. All right, good. Yeah, and some of these may be redundant if they pulled from multiple places, like if they pulled straight from the executive order, but then also pulled from the GC3 report, then there might be some redundancy in there. So then skipping up to the next batch, started with row 120. This one came from the HIRA, and these are basically just observations that the team made from the risk assessment. So turned into a strategy or food for thought to create a strategy. So Naugatuck Valley COG and Capital Region COG have the most critical facilities and populations with increased vulnerability to tornadoes. Tornado response and protection measures should be promoted among the public to protect the population in high vulnerability COGs. Is that something DEEP would do, or is that more of a DEMHS?
I don't think that is something that DEEP would do. It does sound like it would be DEMHS, I'm assuming, but it sounds like some of this goes into the building code too, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what state agency oversees local municipal building regulations. There may not be any.
That might be the Office of the State Building Official, OSBI. But I don't think DEEP does this. We don't.
Right.
No, that would definitely be DEMHS as a lead on that one with the state office building.
Agreed. Hi, Karen. Long time no see.
I know. Hi, how you doing?
Next one is roads and bridges. Can be damaged due to strong winds or debris carried by tornado. These are all going to be tornado in this particular section, but tornado wind resulting in road closures. Road closures may impact the movement of essential goods and impact public transportation routes. Power outages may also occur, which can cause food spoilage in grocery stores and shelters, or loss of function for essential equipment at hospitals and other critical facilities. So that is a problem statement, not an action. It also sounds more like debris management. I guess DEEP might get involved in debris management, but primarily getting the roads up and running would be DEMHS or DOT, right? It's kind of both are in this statement. That
we might be involved in permitting for that.
Yeah.
But not really.
And we do have a debris management plan, which is like it's actually like a annex to DESP's post-disaster, cleanup plan and their procedures. So I would say waste management here at Deep would have something to do with that for cleaning up, disposal of the material and things like that. DOT, if it's state roads, local roads, it would be, communities. So it depends on what infrastructure you're talking about, state or local, for the road network.
Scott, a good person at Deep for waste management for debris is Frank Gagliardo.
I was just gonna say Frank. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he's still around or what, but
Yeah, he is.
because I know he's involved with that plan, with the debris
No,
management
he's
plan.
been on it with all this tree crap coming down the river.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if he's not, I would touch base with him at Deep to see maybe who else.
Okay.
But I think
Yeah,
it's him.
because he's been leading the last few updates of that plan too. He's been
Yeah.
involved in it.
Tag you're it, Frank.
All right. Well, it's up to one of you to help me get Frank to do this in the next 2 weeks.
I would say just email him, Scott. I mean,
yeah.
You know, you know you got his name, you know how to do it. So just tell him what it is. I think it's probably good timing with all this stuff going on.
Yep.
Fresh in your head.
We'll do that. Next one, populations located in communities without early warning systems or access to warning systems in their spoken language, maybe a higher risk of tornadoes due to lack of warning time. Additionally, populations with functional needs over the age of 65 may be at higher risk due to inability to evacuate without assistance. So again, that's a problem statement. I also think that one belongs with DEMHS, right?
Yes, but there's I remember DEMHS talking about there's an agency that they're going to deal with, or they have a contractor to for for translation services. I remember that. So yeah, ask Ken about that, because I know there was discussion early on about that issue.
Yeah. Okay. Residents who live in the wild and fire hazard areas, or the interface or intermix, or who choose to purchase property in or around wild and urban interfaces should be informed and educated on the risks of wildfires and methods to fireproof their properties.
Yeah, that's our forestry.
Gotta make Chris Martin the contact.
Yeah.
UCONN Cooperative Extension does some of that work with forest landowners too.
Yeah.
And they might have an update on that because we're getting Inflation Reduction Act funding or IJA funding, or both, for wildfire work. So I don't know what their plan is for that, but there might be more related to that now, but Chris will know.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to bring up that in that area that you're speaking to, that there are 3 state recognized tribes that live in areas that are forested. I don't see the state recognized tribes considered here.
Good point.
There's 3 reservations. Actually, 3.5, like a small one, a quarter acre. That one doesn't count, but there's Colchester, there is North Stonington, and Kent, which is right along the Appalachian Trail. Also, does this plan in any way, shape, or form communicate with the federally recognized tribes? I know that our Bureau of Energy, Technology, and Policy has been working with them on some of the Department of Energy grants. I don't know if you've coordinated with the federally recognized tribes on any of
I'll have to
this.
check and see if they were invited as stakeholders. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. They never have,
Right,
they
yes.
never have in the past.
Yeah, see what happens here with FEMA, it's an interesting situation. Yeah, they weren't stakeholders to the state plan in the past. The recognized tribes have their own plans, hazard mitigation plans, because they are their own entities.
Yeah.
So they go directly, we don't even for hazard mitigation assistance, the state doesn't deal with them. They go directly to FEMA. And you know for disaster assistance and grants. They don't like apply through the state or anything. They don't have to because they are their own entity. So once they have that recognition from the feds, they themselves just go directly to the to FEMA. They have their own plans. So it's like a separation between the two entities, Beta Connecticut and the tribal nations. They all have their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know that was Mashantucket? Pequot, was it or was it Mohegan? I think it was Mashantucket. They did have an annex for South Central Connecticut. And that hazard mitigation plan kind of like to cover both area, like to cover both aspects, the local, but they have their own. Mhm.
Yeah, and the tribes, even though they're sovereign nations, FEMA gives them the option
Yes.
of participating as a local government and going through the state. So I think
Yeah.
you're right. It was Mashantucket that was part of the South Central or Southeastern Regional Council of Governments
Yes.
plan.
Yeah, and they use that as an annex to their emergency management plan, you know, on their land. But yeah, they can either go through the state or they can go directly to FEMA, and they choose the option of going directly to FEMA, because like we don't review, like if they do develop a plan, they don't have to submit it to the state for review. Like the locals would submit it to their local plans for review before it went up to FEMA for FEMA review and approval. They don't do that. They just go directly to FEMA with their plans. Yeah.
Right.
So with respect to the state recognized tribes, their infrastructure falls under DEEP and our engineering division for state recognized tribes.
Wow,
So that would be our responsibility.
So Edith, that's engineering under central services, correct?
Yes. They are responsible for their infrastructure needs.
Right.
Okay. So I made a note up at the top to address that in the context of wildfire. So this next one says that these two COG, or the Northeastern COG, has 91% of its critical facilities in their wildland urban interface. Northwest Hills similarly has 88% of their critical facilities, which presumably makes them vulnerable to wildfires. The recommendation should be fireproofed, relocated, or otherwise helped with mitigation activity to reduce vulnerability. I don't necessarily see them being relocated.
Right.
It's just the nature of it being rural up there. So I would probably recommend removing that word. Maybe just reword this a little bit to say, like, in my mind, it's more of a defensible space and clearing around them thing that probably then retrofitting the buildings.
Yeah, I was just about to say defensible space would probably be more than enough.
Yeah. So that's going to be the same layers. All right. Wildfires may grow in intensity during the extreme heat events and become harder to control. That's a problem statement, not an action.
Yeah, I would also add the die off due to shoot pests moving in might also increase that severity. It's not just the extreme heat events, it's also the pest damage to the actual trees themselves.
Scott, you've been noting, several times here that these are problem statements, not actions. So
yeah.
Like, are you looking to have, like, for example, Chris rephrase this and say something like DEEP will manage for wildfire risk understanding, or like look to to better understand how we manage under extreme heat events, or we'll manage for pests, noting that it so like turning it actually into actions.
Yeah, because I think if we try to do that in this call today, we won't get anywhere. So
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we'll be looking for. And some of these, like, if you look at it and think like, yeah, that sounds good, but we're never going to do that in a million years. Like, we can take them out too. It's just there were the ones that read more like problem statements were put in there more as food for thought. They were just like general observations from the risk assessment.
Do we have wildfire smoke anywhere?
I don't think so.
Yeah, obviously this summer showed us that we need to do more prep on that front. I do believe there's a staff member from DEMHS on the record in an article last week saying we were caught flat-footed when it came to wildfire smoke. So
how do you mitigate that, though?
No, I mean, it's preparedness. It's like alerts, systems. And I know it's a little bit more on the public health front, but we don't have or maybe, I don't know. Is DPH part of this?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's also like, it's also like
DEEP.
early warning system type stuff. So paying attention to the modeling and how that, giving people a heads up that that's coming.
So that's us. Like we're the air quality monitor, and then like the phrasing of the alerts and communications is DEMHS/DPH, and also a little bit us. Oh, DPA, Department of Public Health. Sorry, there's an S there, but just a typo. Yeah.
Oops, you're right. All right. This next one, home businesses and infrastructure without defensible space are most susceptible to wildfires. This includes pumping stations and water storage tanks in wooded areas. How about create defensible space? So similar to the other one, we can combine those two.
It also might be like create education program to teach people about defensible space, because they may not know that.
Yeah. And that might be in some of the 2019 strategies. I know in the past we put in like the program from, I'm going to forget the acronym now, but it's the Firewise Homes program. That's what I'm trying to think of.
And again, these are all Chris, 41, 42, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's one. Here's a crack at the smoke ones. I mean, it was in here. Smoke can worsen health problems for people with asthma and other breathing issues. Additionally, lower income residents are less likely to be able to afford the expensive clearing vegetative fuels, evacuating, fireproofing their homes, or rebuilding after a fire. So again, that's a problem statement, not a strategy. Short-term shelter now we're moving to earthquakes. Due to earthquakes in Connecticut is estimated to be between 5,800 to over 19,300 people, depending on the scenario. Those numbers, I believe, come from HASIS. In addition to estimating the number of displaced households ranging from roughly 11,900 to 38,000, these estimates indicate that the potential does exist for individual assistance needs, such as sufficient temporary shelter accommodations and household relocation assistance. So I think this is getting at sheltering for earthquakes. So this is a DEMHS action. Skip that. Damage to building foundations. Critical facilities in each region should be reviewed for their ability to withstand potential impacts to help avoid increased negative consequences and delayed recoveries. 513 critical facilities are located in these areas with a history of highest ground acceleration during shaking from an earthquake. In Connecticut, 44 of the facilities are designed for hazardous materials and 74 are designed as energy lifelines. So that would be, I think that would be DEMHS and the Office of the State Building Inspector. And the agencies that own the buildings. Another one with trees and debris causing damage to critical facilities and state-owned buildings. Nearly all state-owned buildings are exposed to hurricane-force winds in Connecticut. Capital Region COG has the highest number of critical facilities exposed to wind. Again, to me, this is about defensible space and tree trimming around power lines on state-owned properties. I'll make some tweaks to some of these before I send it around. Flooding on state roads that serve as evacuation routes, prohibiting populations from evacuating during tropical cyclones. Alternative evacuation routes should be identified and publicized. So that has to do with, that is more again, DEMHS and DOT. DOT is looking at doing a statewide evacuation plan of some sort in the near future.
I have a question.
Sure.
Are the evacuation route only state roads? Will it be
Correct.
coordination? Will it be coordination with the towns? Because I know that when CIRCA tried to map evacuation routes on flood zones, they had problems with some of the towns not wanting to establish permanent routes. So,
Yeah, I think the issue the towns have is more with the signage. Like Diane and Karen probably remember this, but way back in the '90s when I was still at Deep, that we did this in some of the towns, and the realtors were going crazy because we had high water marks on the signs too, and the real estate folks don't like that.
Yeah, that's the main issue there with that, because all the local towns, they do have their emergency management plans do have one area that that deals with evacuation routes, creating them, and just the plan itself for evacuations.
But to answer your
But yeah, they didn't like to publicize it. Yeah. And neighbors didn't want to see that, like right there, right in front of their house too. That was the issue.
Yeah, I remember we had people cutting them down in Westport.
oh my God. All right.
But to
Enough
answer
said.
your
But
direct
still, how
question,
do you?
they will have to coordinate with the locals, because I don't think there's any way around it. You have to.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
And DEMHS has more information on that too, because each of their regions deals directly with the local communities in that region with respect to evacuation planning and the creation of these routes, and the management of them. So during those times.
Thanks.
All right. At some point, I'm going to stop and go up to the top and ask people for new ideas, because otherwise I don't want to use all the time and not have time for people to talk about their own ideas. But let's go through a few more of these and see how far we can get. Next one has to do with socially vulnerable populations. I won't go over the definition of that. Populations located in communities where access to advanced warning and evacuation orders may not be available in their spoken language. So again, it's another language one. Also at a higher risk due to lack of warning time. Again, this is so the spreadsheet was supposed to be customized for Deep, but I think potentially a lot of DEMHS ones have been cut and pasted into here. And they're probably duplicates. Public information campaigns should include water conservation measures. So would that be Deep, or would that be public health?
That would be public health. They have the drought plan. So that might be something that's identified in the state drought plan. I think it's either that or it's OPM. They work closely together, Department of Public Health, the water, and OPM. And they were the two main lead agencies for the last update of the state drought plan.
Okay. Yeah.
So something might be in there, some kind of activity maybe in that drought plan that they describe for this action.
Yep.
Yeah.
I suspect probably so. For agricultural communities, inefficient aging irrigation systems can waste excessive amounts of water.
That would be the Department of Agriculture, right?
Yeah.
The Department of UCONN Cooperative Extension also is involved.
Capital Region COG is the highest agricultural value exposed to drought. Residents in this region may experience worse impacts due to drought conditions and may require state assistance. Increasing drought. Resilient crops should be considered. It's probably the same comment.
Mm-hmm. That might
Again,
be, yeah, the OPM and DPH, yeah, with the drought plan.
yeah, dealing with dealing with
Mhm. And
dealing
local, yeah,
with wells
local
is kind of
public,
it's
yeah,
a local
yeah.
issue. Yeah, the strategy should be to try to gradually water those areas instead of having wells. Cascading impacts of thunderstorms can have lasting cross-jurisdictional impacts. Mutual aid. Again, this is a mutual aid thing for power outages. So that again is going to be DEMHS and utilities.
Mm.
I'm just going to scroll through a few of these and try to pick out ones that are worth us talking about rather than have you all watch me show you that the wrong ones are in here.
Are you waiting for us to jump in, Scott, or are you just moving along?
Yeah, feel free to if you see something.
Well, I saw the debris management. I think we had similar comments to another.
Okay.
Well, maybe that's DEP and our MMCA, Frank Gagliardo. Further down, I'm not sure where I saw it.
This one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was waste.
Yeah, yeah, non-known as materials management, compliance assurance. I see you worked at DEP in the 90s.
Yeah.
That would have been the term then, yeah.
Say that again one more time for me.
We call it MMCA, materials management compliance assurance.
Sounds better than waste.
Yeah, I guess it does, but it's not, it doesn't roll off the tongue as easily.
All right. Yeah, please jump in if you see any of these that you want
Okay.
to talk about. I'm just in the interest of time. I'm trying to skip over ones that are more like DEMHS.
The cooling center but like it's kind of like cooling center slash AC. I mean, those are sort of two different actions related, but we don't have an AC deployment program. It might be something that folks are considering as a policy recommendation, but we don't have that program. So it's a DPH and cooling centers is DEMHS and towns.
You know, the other thing I would add to that, maybe consideration to, I don't know how we would do this, but making parks more available during those times for people can cool off.
Just as an aside, I think Connecticut needs a heat plan, but these are like things that would maybe we'd go into some heat planning. These are really good actions that we're doing, but like I don't think we have a coordinated plan in this space. But these are all good things that I'm glad exist somewhere. Maybe we can get some funding from FEMA to do that work if they're in here, right?
Yeah, I know the closest thing I can think of is like in these resilient Connecticut, like resilient Fairhaven, for example, the AC deployment policy did come up as a potential recommendation out of that project. I'm sorry, so that would be a combination of public health.
DEMHS is the one that has the heat. That opens up the cooling centers when the governor declares heat wave action or heat action. What is it called? High temperature protocol, the heat protocol.
Heat protocol.
Okay. This one essentially is talking about real estate disclosure for sea level rise. Does that exist?
Real estate disclosure, I think, is under consumer protection.
Right.
They did similar for dams a few years ago.
Yeah, I know there's a real estate disclosure for flood. It's weak. It's only like if the owners know that they have an existing flood problem, they're supposed to disclose it. But I don't think that would include sea level rise. H. You know, I think this is an operating error on my part. I think they put deep in the column in this column when they thought it was a deep action and not the others. So maybe that's the problem. So let's look at it's basically state-owned buildings and dam inundation areas.
What would you think of an action item for that one, Scott?
Isn't there already an enforcement program in place in the dam safety division?
There is, but if we want to do something to make those state-owned buildings less vulnerable to inundation, I suppose there could be a program for that. At least letting the facility managers know that that dam isn't in that building is in an inundation zone. Some people in there might not even be aware. Yeah, but that dam is supposed to have an emergency action plan that identifies who gets contacted when in case of a potential failure.
Yeah, and the state facility vulnerability assessment that Rebecca mentioned briefly earlier would probably would have this in there, included in there as an action as well. So there's 24 high hazard dams without EAPs. One is owned by DEEP, MDC.
Well, we continue to work on enforcing that to get everybody into compliance. We're actually advocating, and I think we received permission for an enforcement position recently, so we're going to continue working in that direction. Continue or expand enforcement. I don't know what you would want to say there.
Right.
So if that's kind of the same comment, if they have an emergency action plan, they would have their inundation zone mapped. So I'm assuming those 22 are ones without an emergency action plan.
Okay. Residents and business owners may not realize that they're located in a dam inundation area, so this is an outreach and education one. That be
We, even if we put those online, I don't know if they are, they might be to some extent, but doesn't mean a property owner is going to know to go look for that information. And there's always been a problem with the concern, letting people know they're in an inundation zone and how that might affect the people living there already and property values. So that's a touchy one.
Yeah.
I would say DEMHS / DEEP outreach, Scott. I would put us in there too.
Okay. Correct. So I'm going to skip up to the ones that are in here under the capability assessment and spend about maybe 5 to 10 minutes on these, and then we'll brainstorm anything new. So again, these came from the capability assessment, which was basically just a review of public documents and policies and plans. So this one, develop a statewide forest fire mitigation and emergency response plan and consider projected climate changes impacts over the coming decade. Is that something that makes sense? I know forestry is not on, so it's hard to answer that question for them.
So
Revisit.
SHPA, yeah, ask SHPA. I think that I have not heard anything more about that study since it was done.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's resulted in anything, or if they're doing additional planning or grant allocation around it or anything.
It's been included more in regional mitigation plans, and like coastal resilience plans and things like that. I'm not sure that towns on their own are doing a whole lot with it.
I guess revisit findings seems kind of weak as an action.
Yeah.
I mean, either I would say like we like say what we're doing with it, or if it's not being used, like some even saying like integrate into local hazard mitigation plans would be more, if that's happening.
can clean that up a little bit, but it's, I think that's a little bit more clear than it was. Would that be economic development or DECD? Or would that be more, they don't really get involved in planning? And there's two pieces to that. There's the work with the owners piece to do the, you know, structural things to the building, and then there's the planning and policy piece. I guess it would be SHPO.
Yes.
Deep might be a support agency on that, just because you guys do a little bit more like work with land use issues.
It might be a question of whether like it's influenced the community investment fund decisions at all, which are kind of the only resource for historic properties, specializing in historic properties.
Increased capacity of DEEP to conduct repetitive lost property inventories and outreach. Diane, are you still on?
Hey, Scott. Well, here's the thing. We have, you know this already. FEMA has an inventory, a database of these. We're not really supposed to be telling people where they are, you know that.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I can outreach. I can't even tell the towns the exact addresses. They have to now go to FEMA and get that themselves with what they call an ISAA agreement, information sharing agreement. So I'm not sure how you could wordsmith this. It's me. Yeah, you can put me down, but maybe we maybe we do this. I just have to be careful on how the word outreach is used there.
Yeah.
You could just take it out, Diane, and put something in that you actually can do. Just take it out.
I have something.
Like there's,
when we get to that, I have an idea for you that this way I've done. But this one is, I mean, when towns ask me for this data, I give them what I physically am allowed to give them. You know that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's maybe how you want to phrase this a little differently.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not really a project. It's just more day-to-day business. I would eliminate this. I'm not really sure this is a real like split the atom idea. It's just day-to-day business. It's not new or innovative or anything like that. You know.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
how
you know
about
the story here.
It may be in there. I tend to agree with you to take it out, but it may be in there just because we have to have some strategies in there to deal with repetitive
Okay,
loss.
no, I get it too. I know.
So maybe just change it to contribute to the upkeep of FEMA's rep loss database, however, whatever that means.
True. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I feel your pain, and it totally depends on who you get at FEMA too, because we got it fairly easily for the West COG and for a project there. And then other times we've been told, like the COGs have been told, no, every single individual community has to request it, which is ridiculous.
I know. Okay. Well, so again, you can put me down for anything, wordsmith it as you wish. You know,
okay.
I just so you know, though, I'm not outreaching and giving these lists to towns.
Yeah.
Because I can't, you know.
I think your role is
I help them get them.
Right. And your role, I think,
the story here.
Yeah, if something changes and a property shouldn't be on there or something it is or something, then you would bring that to FEMA's attention.
I just did one in Simsbury like that. Ken knows it was a grant closeout and I submitted that stuff. So yeah, so I mean, I am involved in that and that's fine.
Okay. I think they're gonna bring us back into the other room in about 10 minutes. So let's, even though I think these, now I wish we started with the capability assessment ones because there's probably some better discussion here. But I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to provide any new actions that may or may not be on this list. Is there anything that people are thinking of that you think should be in here as a high priority action?
I may have one. I think it might fit.
Sure.
Right now, well, DEEP, we're a supporting agency because we're administering state funds for this project. But it's really, the lead is the Army Corps and the City of New Haven. And it's Long Wharf Drive. It's the flood mitigation system. It consists of approximately 1 mile of flood wall and 5 floodgates. And right now, we're completed the planning phase of the PED, and we're currently going to be going into the engineering and design phase portion of the PED. That's going and that's slated, to protect. It's going to go along the easement. It's proposed to go along the easement of I-95. So it will have DOT involvement also, especially in this phase, and in the construction phase to follow suit. But it is something that's going to be completed within the next 5 years, the completion of the PED phase. And will protect existing infrastructure along, I-95 and on the other side of I-95 from significant flooding. The estimate for the engineering and design phase right now, that's at about 10,500. I mean, 10,500,000.
Yeah, I
What am I
was gonna
saying?
say.
10,000. I wish it was 10,000. No, a little over, probably around 10.5 to 11 million right now.
For design and
And
permitting.
the non-federal sponsor share, which is 50% the city, 50% the state right now, is at about 3.5 million.
I'm sorry, 50% state.
Yep,
50%
and 50% and 50% New City of New Haven. That's the non-federal cost share. Army Corps picks up 65% of this cost, of the total cost. So,
All right.
it's
All right.
it's like,
So it's
the non-federal cost share is 35%.
right.
We're
So
splitting that 50-50 with
right.
with the city. Mm-hmm.
Right. So,
Rebecca, do you think we should add light for Bridgeport?
We applied for FEMA funding, so yeah. I mean, I think we used the probably I don't remember, I forget which plan we used. Sarah, do you remember which plan you referenced?
We referenced both the state and the Metro COG region.
So we must have
least
like
I
talked
put
about it in
both
a
in.
general sense. Yeah, I think we just talked about it generally.
But the state one was the first one. So that might be the one that they connect to, but it did state then the regional one.
So the project called Resilient Bridgeport, right?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we're gonna do that, we should if we're putting in particular projects, then I mean, this is interesting. I'm like, are we going here? Like, so some of these, I mean, we have our Deep Climate Resilience Fund, which is like our grant program, but they're local municipal projects and they have to tie them back to their hazard mitigation plans if they want FEMA money. But one of the actions, we're definitely talking about the Climate Resilience Fund. I think my team submitted it. It might just be elsewhere in this spreadsheet. We're going to check out all that for you, Scott. But
Yeah.
I think we should also include Resilient Connecticut. Maybe CIRCA's already flagged that in their breakout.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I don't know that we're putting administer annually the Climate Resilience Fund.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we don't know.
We don't. Okay.
I mean, and if it's like, deployed as needed / match program, or Commissioner Dykes is on the record as saying that DEEP is going to be launching a matching funds program as well. We just haven't done it yet, but She said it publicly multiple times now, so it's definitely happening.
That would be under the Climate Resilience Fund.
It is, okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, I would put it a little bit. I don't know, Sarah. I would put it separately because one is like,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know if they're gonna. I think they should be separate actions to make it clear what the one is planning project development, and then there's like a matching funds, and then we'll be using different sources of funding too. It's just a lot of TBD, so I would keep them separate for now.
Would Stratford fall under Resilient Connecticut?
I'm
Well,
sorry,
that's a question I'm having for the team. Like, I mean, if we go into noting individual projects, I mean, Longworth and Resilient Bridget are like the two largest resilience projects in this state. But yeah, I mean, there are multiple projects that we're trying to build our pipeline, right? So we have ideas about things that could be further down the road. So if we reference, does it cover us if we just reference the Climate Resilience Fund and Resilient Connecticut, and then anything that comes through those, we can be like, look, we talked about these programs, they funded these projects, therefore it's in our plan, therefore they're eligible for FEMA funding. Does that cover our bases?
I think so. Yeah, I would probably add one in there. Well, I'm sure CIRCA will probably do this in their group, but we can talk about it if they don't. There should be one in here somewhere that says whatever state agency, like DEEP would be one, OPM would be another, but they'll support the implementation of and then bullet all just the Resilient Connecticut program, because you don't know what the projects are yet in a lot of cases, right? For this next phase in the northern counties.
Right, they're just now scoping them.
Right, but they'll be done. Like the study part will be done during the life of this plan.
Yeah.
So we should have an action in here that says like support the implementation of the recommendations that come out of Resilient Connecticut,
Yeah,
studies.
yeah. Language like that would be really helpful because again, like we don't know what exactly is going to come out. So I don't want to name every individual project that's coming out of these efforts. But if we talk about like supporting the implementation, that sounds like a great way to cover our base there. So we can point directly saying this is part of our hazard mitigation plan. No matter what exactly comes out of it in terms of where infrastructure is built or not.
I would also put that as like the Climate Resilience Fund in there too. Like if it's both, or do you want to separate that? Or have same language just for Resilient or Climate Resilience Fund?
That's what I was thinking, Sarah, is like we keep using that same kind of language, support the implementations under the Climate Resilience Fund, support Resilient Connecticut, because they're separate programs.
Yeah. No, it's a separate line with the exact thing, just rather than Resilient Connecticut Initiative, it's Climate Resilience Fund.
We just want to make sure we can access the money, Scott. You see where we're going with this.
No, I get it. I know the game.
And actually that goes for that state vulnerability assessment too, because that's supposed to identify projects.
Yep. I don't know if you noticed, but in the chat, they warned us that they're going to kick us back into the other room soon. So we may just disappear. If that happens, everybody should automatically get placed back in. If for some reason everybody doesn't, or if everybody leaves and you're sitting here in this room, there is a return button up by the chat button that will bring you back there if it doesn't happen automatically, but it's supposed to happen automatically.
So Scott, if we're in the middle of this, can we catch up with you later on some ideas or some things we'd like to have considered?
Yeah, absolutely. And what I'll do is clean this up a little bit and send it back around, and you can wordsmith stuff. You can do whatever you want with it, or if there's enough question that this group wants to set up a separate call in the next couple of weeks and next week or so and try to do it, we're certainly open to another meeting too.
Okay, I might email you directly.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming into this room. If people are able to turn on their cameras, that'd be great. The more that we can see, the better. I'm Noah Slovin, just to reintroduce myself. And I think on, trying to figure out where my echo is coming from. Do other people hear an echo, or is it just me?
Just you, I think.
Margot, I think it might be from you that the echo is coming. But that's okay. I actually don't hear it anymore anyways. Oh, but now you're muted. Well, thanks everyone. So my name is Noah Slovin. I work for SLR Consulting, and I'm one of the consultant team working on this. Our team ran the local plan roll-up, where we were looking again at each of the local municipal documents. All of these are the multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plans developed through the COGs. So I'm relatively familiar with what's going on at the COG level, and from this review, tried to get together some initial thoughts about what actions could be taken on by the state to kind of fill some of the gaps and improve the support for the different efforts that the COGs are taking, and to support the local municipal planning activities. So our goal today, again, is to think about from your perspective as, and maybe I'll just take a quick raise your hand if you're here representing a COG. Okay, I think maybe that's everyone. It's Delia, maybe I don't see your hand up. Are some of you representing other groups, or your hand, which is just out of the, it's just a Microsoft Teams, doesn't show the full screen. Great. Anybody representing like just a municipality? I don't think so. Or other organizations? Great. So, and also, do you all know each other already? More or less. All right. So, I think given the fact that we have a lot to go through and not a ton of time, I'm not going to have us all go around and do introductions. And some of you did seem to know each other. But as you share things, if you can just let us know which COG you're with and anything else you think is relevant. We can see your names, but you can tell us your names as well. That's always great. So I'm going to suggest that we start off open-ended based on your experiences with your local regions and the local hazard mitigation planning processes. Are there actions that you would suggest the state take on in order to improve hazard mitigation activities and capabilities within your regions? And I'll make kind of one more quick comment about how we're going to be doing this. And I'm not going to share my screen for now. I will do that in a little bit, but we have this hazard mitigation tracker. We're a somewhat unique group amongst everyone else because we're not going to be assigning ourselves any actions because the COGs don't get actions in the state hazard mitigation plan. We're going to be identifying actions and trying to figure out which department or entity will be responsible. But the rule that we've come up with is that someone here has to put their name down that if as we're finishing up the hazard mitigation plan, if we're like, oh, the COGs said it would be great if DEEP could improve its dam safety program, they can email Rebecca and say, you know, we saw this, can you clarify a little bit what you mean or give us more details? So you're not actually going to have to make it happen, but just that the state can follow up with more questions. So I'll try to stop talking now. I can give more specific prompts if needed, but any general thoughts about your experiences with hazard mitigation and what would be beneficial from the state? or any questions unrelated to this, but just that you have that are getting in the way of answering this question.
I have a couple things. Am I echoing still? It's Margot from
We can hear you.
Okay. One, it's great that the dam issue has made it to the natural hazard list. And given that in our region, we included invasive species as a natural hazard in our last regional natural hazard mitigation plan. So I think that would be great if that could be added to the state list of natural hazards, both terrestrial and aquatic. And then the second comment was for actions, if Connecticut DOT could coordinate more closely with our municipalities, because many of the areas of concern were on state roads in our region. And if the towns and the state could coordinate on what those concerns are at the municipal level and coordinate, that would be, a step forward.
Margot, would you, for the state roads, is that around planning and projects as opposed to plowing and clearing or things like that, or both?
Planning and projects, mostly for flooding issues.
Drainage, like storm drainage, flooding, I imagine.
Yes, all of the above. That would help them immensely in their municipal planning to know that something's being taken care of one place. They know that they can take care of something that is related to it, and that's their responsibility.
Yeah. Thanks. Any other thoughts from anyone? Yeah, Francis.
Yeah, thanks, Noah. Todd may have mentioned this in the past, but it's good to see such focus on flooding. But of course, the lion's share of flood damages are to private property. And some other states, we understand that the state is interested in protecting public property, but we feel that there should be facility or vehicles for private property owners to navigate the existing systems, whether it's state or FEMA, to not only to help make their properties more resilient, but through elevation, but in case they have to be relocate. There are programs out there federally. It's very hard for private property owners to navigate. And if we're looking at reducing our vulnerability, we really need to start doing this. If you travel to South Carolina or Louisiana, you'll see a lot of homes have been moved or elevated. We are still at the start line on that. So helping the state to appreciate that private property also matters to the state. And Connecticut has sought to pioneer that through a flood mitigation assistance program funded through a regional services grant. But it's been a challenge because there's a huge informational problem there. Another couple of thoughts. I was surprised to see heat ranked higher than flooding. Heat is getting worse, but heat generally doesn't cause property damage like flooding does. Cold snaps can cause terrible property damage. We saw a couple of years ago in Texas. Now, Connecticut is prepared for cold weather more than Texas arguably is. But if we have a very long, pronounced cold spell, we could see massive damage if we have pipes freezing across the state. And one thing that we are concerned about is the reliability of our electric grid. If the electric grid goes down in the summer, I see that's called out, people's air conditioning units won't work. If it goes down in the winter, heating systems go out and suddenly everybody's home is wrecked by frozen pipes, and we have billions of dollars of damage. And there are some reasons to be concerned about that. We have aging utility infrastructure. We are moving to less reliable, arguably, electric generation with renewables. Not that we shouldn't do that, but if there is no sun and no wind in the winter, we have a major problem in keeping buildings warm. And to throw something else in there, we're seeing a lot more deployment of Internet of Things in facilities, in homes and businesses, Nest thermostats and the like. While smart meters, Nest thermostats can allow fine tuning and help smooth out spikes in demand, they also increase the attack surface for hackers. And so we are seeing a potential, say a cold snap hits and there's an undisclosed vulnerability in network thermostats. Perhaps an international actor could instruct those thermostats to turn off and cause massive freeze damage across the state. Or then in a heat wave, they could crank up everybody's AC and bring down the electric grid. So I know that's not a natural hazard, but we need to think about it because technology doesn't just help us with natural hazards, it also increases our vulnerability to them. And this is going to happen somewhere, I guarantee it. Most of these Internet of Things devices are not very well tested. They are not maintained. If they do have upgrades for security vulnerabilities, people don't upgrade them. And those are appearing everywhere. And I've heard nobody talk about it. And the last thing I'd raise is we've released a couple of reports at WestCog. Connecticut's unusual among many states in that we push so much down onto municipalities. So for instance, the state is the only state in New England that has no mandatory setbacks from surface waters. That's all handled in zoning. So you have rivers where one side of the river has a 0 setback and one side has a 200-foot setback, or you have different reaches of a river. And when you build in a setback, you're essentially often pushing the floodwater somewhere else. So we need some consistency at the state level. I'm a big fan of local control, but we need mandatory science-based minimums. We allow septic systems in flood zones. It's really quite old-fashioned here. Same goes for building BFE, base flood elevation, in our building standards. That is all over the place in zoning. Some towns are at 0, some are at +2. If we're looking at future development in Connecticut, having some minimum science-based standards at the state level could really, over time, reduce our vulnerability and potential damages. And I have 2 reports I can send you on those 2 issues, riparian setbacks and base flood elevation and building standards.
Great. Thanks, Francis. So you're with WestCog?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Noah?
Laura, I'll
Okay.
let you talk, but just Francis, for you to think about, or everyone to think about, the power grid question is very interesting, and I want to think about how we can turn that into an action. But Laura, maybe you can go first, and we can circle back to that.
Well, it is kind of related, my comment. So I'm from South Central Regional COG, and we were noted as high risk for flooding and heat. So my question is, what are we looking to include in action items to address heat? And Francis is right, it's not going to cause property damage, but increasingly it is a life safety issue, right? And that's going to be difficult to address, especially because we Americans now are living with so many comorbidities that are not only is it, temperatures are rising, there's no doubt about that, but our ability to weather that heat is declining because of our relatively poor health these days. So how does this plan looking to address the heat, especially that it's being called out?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. That's among our activities for today is to identify some of those actions that we want to include in the plan to address heat. There are like 150, I think, preliminary actions that we've put together already in the plan, and some of them address heat. So let me even see if this is organized by hazard type. Not consistently. So you know, I could go through this table and try to find some of those, but I think we would want to think about them off the top of my head. Just some of the types of activities would probably be green infrastructure and urban tree canopy, access to open space as those like passive cooling type activities, improving the availability and accessibility of cooling centers and comfort stations around the state. The kind of power grid management and improvement will be important. And then I had one other thought, blue infrastructure, access to water bodies as another cooling thing. So those are the types of things that could go and probably will go into this plan as actions to help reduce the impacts of high heat events, while not necessarily addressing the actual cause of the high heat events, of course. And so if you have specific ideas about how the state could help the COGs implement any of those types of activities, definitely interested in that. I'll say one of the activities that I put in, one of the actions that I recommended based on my review of local plans and that local plan roll up and existing capabilities is that state level support with public sheltering and cooling facilities. That the availability of those at the local level really varies a lot, and I'm actually not even sure what types of like state facilities are available as cooling centers or anything like that, but I don't think the local municipalities are aware of that either. If they are, maybe these municipalities are, but they're not listed in the plans as resources. They tend not to be listed as resources in the local plans, which probably means that they're not being considered as available, and there are state facilities all around the state that could potentially serve that function. So that's one idea. I guess another one that's in there is there are a lot of state roads, obviously, and you know, local municipalities can try to green their own streets, but it becomes a challenge on state-owned roads. So having state take action on street trees and street canopy along state-owned roads.
So those all sound like reasonable approaches, but giving that funding for these mitigation efforts relies on the ROI calculus. How will they ever be funded? You know, if a municipality or even a region needs to, say, shore up buildings to act as cooling centers, you could quickly see, right, how expensive that could get. How could we ever make that calculus work so that it's fundable? I couldn't even, in my former municipality, get replacement of a culvert that regularly flooded and, you know, knocked people out of being able to travel to work or anything. How could we ever get these kind of things? How do you measure the return on investment for a tree canopy?
Great question. And so maybe a recommended action is you know, technical support for the state with quantifying the costs of heat damage might be something that could then help that you know, I think in terms of benefit cost analysis, it could help with the benefit analysis. If the state implements a tracking program of how many people visit the hospitals due to heat impacts or other types of, right, the damages from heat tend not to be property damage, although that does happen and will happen more, especially on state-owned infrastructure and things like that. But work disruption and health impacts are also count in the FEMA BCA calculations. So perhaps having an action for the state to assist with some type of quantification that can help balance out that benefit cost analysis is something that would be worthwhile, or see what kinds of best practices are done in other states. That's an area I don't know that much about. That's a good question. Something that could be looked into.
My point is, if this plan doesn't somewhat address that, it's going to be moot, right? Because we might call out that that's a hazard, and we might call out the regions that are most vulnerable. But if we don't include in this plan a strategy to address that cost effectively, then I can almost guarantee that it won't be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that where the Green Bank comes in and the legislation that was passed with, and the coordination with CIRCA to address those issues that you're talking about, Laura?
That's a good path to explore. Absolutely, Margot.
Great point. All right, anybody else who hasn't spoken yet? Yeah, Rebecca.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. One thing that came up a lot when we were doing our regional plan was regarding maintenance of trees. And, you talked about how the South Central region was one of the most vulnerable regions to heat. And, we got a lot of public comments from some of our local environmental groups who obviously want to keep every single tree that exists in the region. And we ended up, discussing that in the plan, not necessarily that concept, but coming up with a compromise of properly maintaining some of the existing trees where they make sense, and then in the future prioritizing planting of trees that actually belong in the roadway near utility lines, with the understanding that it will never be possible to underground all of our utilities, despite how many times we receive that as a comment. So I think that's sort of an action that makes sense at a state level. So many of our other actions are sort of hyper local in our municipalities, but tree maintenance, especially along our state roadways, is definitely something that the state should have in its plan.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rebecca, because the trees on one hand are a hazard in itself, yet they're also a solution. So it's finding the balance.
Right.
Yeah, and I would see that action as being similar to in some ways at least, the DOT coordination one, as this is one of these areas where the municipalities and the state right of way intersect. Bill.
Yeah, speaking on that, Bill Perkins from the Capital Region. A couple weeks ago, DEMHS had a meeting where Doug Glowacki gave a very down and dirty hurricane season report and spoke to exactly what we're talking about with the trees. If you notice along the highways, the tree maintenance is pretty aggressive, and that was by design. and hundreds of millions of dollars spent to do that, federal money, not state money. But what Doug said was if we get a substantial hurricane, we haven't had a hurricane since Gloria, that canopy that we're so much want to protect is going to be our worst enemy. We're talking of impassable roadways, not for days or weeks, but for multiple weeks. So it would be a cure, but I also I think if we were to put that in the plan, it's going to come back as non-feasible due to public safety reasons. I've spent my entire career in the public safety, and they expect you to get there, but you can't get there if you can't get through the streets, and that was the biggest outcome of the two-storm report way back when was because of that. So I think it's a notable thing, but I think it's going to be one of those projects that you're going to get a pass on because of two things: the cost and public safety. So yeah, that is just something that the other thing I thought of, which is a little bit lower hanging, if we're talking about heat, and I haven't seen it, and some of my colleagues in public health have talked about, is why can't the state put public service announcements on how to recognize and assist someone that's having a heat emergency? Haven't seen that yet. And that's a simple. I mean, that wouldn't take them much money or much to do to inform the public on how to react if they have someone that is showing signs and symptoms of a heat emergency. And the benefit would much outweigh the cost of doing a PSA.
Great. Thanks. Bill, can I clarify the comment about the tree action kind of not being feasible? Are you saying implementing like a statewide intensive tree maintenance program would be too expensive, or?
Well, I think if you look, it's there already. I mean, that was done years ago after the two-storm report, when they had the issues. The state had a comprehensive tree trimming program. Eversource is still doing that. Some of the problems were you can't go on private property without good reason and tell them you have to take that tree down because it's going to take out the power lines. Personal experience. I have two in my front yard that I've been trying to get Eversource to take down for a long time, because if they come down, and it's not of if, but it's going to be when, it's going to knock out power for an entire neighborhood. And all they did was come and trim some limbs off. So yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. It would help to maintain the canopy for temperature control issues, but it also will be a infrastructure problem should we have a substantial storm. And our storms are getting worse. Just take a look outside now. It's pouring in Burlington. That it's going to be a life safety issue when those trees come down and you can't get through. So it's just that double-edged sword that's happening.
Got it. Thanks. All right, Laura, and then Margot.
Yeah, Bill is right. The state is somewhat addressing it, and Eversource is too. And now municipalities can use LoCIP money to spend on tree maintenance. So over the past several years, there's been more and more attention given that. And I think even municipalities, even my town that's as cheap as you can get, has agreed to put more money in our budget for trees. So I think there is an effort. However, I have seen Eversource have their hands really tied because property owners will refuse to allow them to put down, take down some trees or to even trim them. And so I think we should maybe put in the plan that, some legislation that restricts a property owner's ability to refuse. Because, yeah, we had corridors in our town that literally would go out all the time because these property owners But I wanted to also address something else. So in our region, we're going to be looking at our evacuation routes, and to Bill's points about what Doug said, and it was eye-opening that and sobering his report last week. So the state is going to be doing a statewide study on evacuation routes. We would like to piggyback on that with SCROG and RiverCog, to the whole DEMHS region too, to make sure that on our local roads, evacuation routes are well planned and well maintained, et cetera, et cetera. Will this plan address evacuation routes? And I think if it did, it would help us maybe to secure funding once we start identifying projects to harden those routes in case they're needed for evacuation from flooding and other hazards, natural hazards.
Great, yeah. The plan will address evacuation routes, and I think that assisting COGs and municipalities to identify those so is that what would be specific? Is it specifically like what should an action be? Conduct a statewide evacuation route mapping program that identifies not just the like state routes that would be evacuation routes, but also the local roads, and then that can be distributed.
Yeah, and I think helping prioritize maintenance and upgrades to those roads to make sure that they are, prioritized when funding is handed out for road improvements.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Margot.
I just wanted to go back to the public service announcements. And I was just thinking in relation to the invasive species and that, with the aquatic invasives, the clean, drain, and dry program that DEEP has could be much more widely advertised by the state. And also when there's movement of wood prohibited with the emerald bass borer and the Asian longhorn beetle. Some of these things are, so important, and it would be great to have more public service announcements on things like that.
Great. Like a minute to see if anybody else has big picture thoughts. Okay, well, thank you all so far for all of these great ideas. I'm going to share my screen so that you get to see this headache-inducing Excel sheet that we're working with. So this at the top here, we have these kind of these new actions that are identified here. As you can see, I have not done a good job of writing down what you've all said. I put that in a separate Word document so I could accurately take notes, and I'll populate this. Sorry, I'll populate this with that later. But I just want to first just give a sense of this overall document. So we have list of actions, description of what those actions are, who's in charge, and a bunch of kind of implementation information, as well as priority levels. And I'm not going to go through all of that, but this action ID here helps us to categorize based on where the action came from. So all of this first set that's blank are all going to be the new actions that we will be providing. And again, I'll fill that out with what we've been talking about. The next series of actions are all actions that were listed in the previous version of the statewide plan. And part of what has been going on and will continue to happen is trying to understand the status of these different actions. And a lot of that's being done in the other breakout groups, since the lead departments can answer those questions. If I scroll down, we have a series of new actions that our team identified through our capability assessment, understanding what the capabilities of the state are, both of the state itself and kind of within the state, all the different agencies and non-government agencies and COGs and so on. What are the capabilities, and what are the either gaps in capabilities or existing capabilities that should be strengthened and built upon? So that's what this list is. It's a lot of those. Forms have been distributed as part of this project. I don't know if any of you have seen those and responded, but this has been an opportunity in the last several weeks for all the different stakeholders for this project to submit their own ideas about what types of new actions should be included. And then we have a list of actions that were identified through the hazard and risk assessment. HIRA, I forget what the I stands for, hazard and risk assessment. Let me just scroll down a little bit more just to see if there's anything else to go through. The new executive orders around climate change resilience was also kind of converted. The order was like directly converted into a series of actions. So we have 170 something actions. These are not all going to end up being actions in the plan. We're going to go through and trim and consolidate and figure out what really should be actions. But I just wanted to give you a chance to see all of that. What I do want to do, so it's 10:15 and we have until 10:50 in these groups. And sorry, I'm going to scroll, which might be annoying to look at for a minute. I want to spend a little bit of time going through the capabilities assessment, this list of actions, and kind of get your feedback. We can just kind of go one at a time. If nobody has any thoughts on an action, that's fine. We can just skip it. If you think, definitely that's something that should happen, definitely that's something that shouldn't happen or isn't a priority, you can let me know that. And if you have more feedback than that, you should add this specific detail, you should put this organization in charge of it. It makes you think of a different action that we should add. Let me know all of that. This is kind of a brainstorming prompt activity to go through these. So I'll start going through. We have this pretty general greenhouse gas reduction targets and climate resilience initiatives. I'm just going to hop over those two since they're pretty broad, unless they bring up anything for anyone. Feel free to just unmute yourself and hop in, or raise your hand. Megan.
I think for these first two, it may be helpful to reference the EPA's climate pollution reduction grant program. Probably a few of I know CROG and South Central are the lead agencies for their MSAs. We're the lead agency for the Bridgeport-Stanford MSA. It's just in the planning process, but in April, hopefully, a NOFO for implementation grants will be announced, and the details on that are very unclear. But there's the momentum for GC3 is continuing.
Okay, great. The EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Program is a grant program for local municipalities to do planning around that. Is that right?
Um,
Or is that guide?
no, so there's two grants. There's a planning grant. There's multiple deliverables. It's a 4-year program for the planning grant. It wasn't competitive. It was formula. So the 70 most populous MSAs in the country were automatically awarded, and a lead agency had to be assigned. Once that planning grant is done, or a component of the planning grant is done, it's called a Priority Climate Action Plan that's due in the beginning of March. A NOFO should have been released, which ideally I think municipalities would apply for actual action funding. For strategies identified through the Priority Climate Action Plan. And someone please clarify if I've missed something there.
Well, we can also do the research to make sure we're reflecting everything correctly to get it into the plan. But that's
Reach out to DEEP or OPM. I forget the contact person at DEEP, but Joanna Wozniak Brown at OPM is very knowledgeable.
Okay.
Because there's a state stream of funds too. The state's doing the same thing.
Thanks. All right, so the third action here is action to support the COGs with multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plan planning and coordination. We had a couple of kind of sub actions within that category. Implementation workshops with the COGs to help kind of implement the different actions that are identified in the MJ plans. Potentially developing a template for local hazard mitigation plan updates, a specific action to work with Northeast COG, because I know that that plan is expired. These are brainstormed ideas that I came up with from reviewing the template one. Honestly, at this point, all the plans have been updated so many times that might not really be necessary. They can be reviewed from other plans. But any thoughts on kind of assistance that the state could provide with the multi-jurisdiction planning, hazard mitigation planning? Yeah, Margo.
We've been working with CIRCA on creating resiliency corridors in our region, which has been a great way of updating or being able to have input into the next planning process for our natural hazard mitigation plan to update those plans. So I think that process was a good one. I think it allowed us to have that intermediary step between plans to review the actions that were listed in the last plan and group them into areas of concern and help staff look at the connectedness of things in their towns and in the region. And it's also connecting us to different funding sources in some of the towns. And I think that's an important point that Laura was making.
Cool, thanks. Thanks, Megan. All right, great. So I think that we can figure out exactly how to phrase that as an action, but either the very specific work that CIRCA is doing, or more broadly, finding opportunities to work with the COGs in between 5-year updates to revisit actions and see where things are. sounds like something that would be helpful. I would say that's something everywhere that would be really helpful to have communities revisit their hazard mitigation plans more often than once every 5 years. Is a great opportunity for the state to assist. Next action, improving regional and statewide alert and information sharing. You know, the things that we had in that category were CT alert. You know, there's a lot of different types of emergency communication protocols and tools in different communities and regions around the state, all kind of various levels of effectiveness. And one of the things that came up in this review of the regional plans is that Northwest Hills seemed very happy with Litchfield County Dispatch particularly, and its assistance with kind of reverse 911 alerts about natural hazard events. So thinking about opportunities where the state could help with that kind of public information and alert, and the PSA thing came up a couple times already in our conversation. So that's kind of in a similar category, I think. Any thoughts about that? All right, I'll move on. Again, we don't need thoughts on everything, so that's okay. Municipal staff training, hazard mitigation trainings for municipal staff. Thoughts about that?
I think as soon as as FEMA announces a class for the new local hazard mitigation plan update would be really helpful. I've been following it just because of MetroCog's plan update, but it doesn't look as if FEMA's released any new trainings regarding the new guidelines.
Okay, thanks. That also makes me think that the elevation certificates have also been updated, and I know there's some trainings going on around that, so that might be something else that would be beneficial to kind of facilitate local trainings around new PCs. The CIRCA Climate Change Vulnerability Index, CCVI 2.0, the first statewide version of this was just completed. I'm sure at least most of you are aware and have been to CIRCA's trainings around that, or maybe not trainings as much as information sessions. I think how this ends up being used in the coming years is a question and a great opportunity. But also I think the intention is to kind of keep it up to date as CIRCA updates its climate change projections as it's used, and kind of field tested. There might be other opportunities to revisit and revise it. So this is definitely a CCVI, I mean, a CIRCA focused action, but any thoughts about CCVI? Okay, great. CRS, community rating system. Yes, Francis.
Yeah, the CRS is a fantastic program, but it's really, really complicated. And that has dissuaded municipalities from participating or seeking to get to a higher level of points in the program, which would qualify property owners for a deeper discount on their flood insurance premiums. Now that the COGs are county equivalents, there may be the potential for an entire COG, the COG to take on the CRS responsibility. I think that would probably require a full-time person at the COG. Part of the problem is there's a disconnect because, you know, we'd have to find the money for that person somewhere. although that person would save property owners a lot of money, property owners don't pay for the COG, right? So we can't use the savings to pay for that person. But anyway, long story short, I think we could do COG-based CRS in the future.
Awesome. Do you think it's kind of working towards that COG level CRS, the suggested action? Is there like an intermediate step in the meantime that you might recommend? I know,
well,
I believe WestCog did like as part of their last hazard mitigation plan update, kind of region-wide CRS assistance, data collection kind of thing.
We provide assistance, but it's just, this is an ongoing, it's not something you can do one time only. It really is a lot of work.
Right.
And I think, if you look at many other states, the way these issues are handled is they're handled at the county level, right? You have county floodplain managers who address all these issues, and we don't have that, and we're pushing it onto the towns. And whether it's a planner or a public works director, it's not their primary job responsibility to go out and to try to get property owners savings on their flood insurance. That just takes up more time, creates more costs for the town, which ultimately get passed on down to the property tax. And there's no connection between the voters seeing savings on their flood insurance bill and the property tax rate. So we have to find a way to build capacity at the regional level. Otherwise, we're going to lag on this forever.
Noah, what about a pilot program where you would pick a COG, embed a person to focus on this activity and kind of test out whether or not that cost, yields some results?
I think too, I think it's important to look and see what the specific requirements are for a class 7 and under. From, building on what Francis said, it's very difficult, but there may be requirements that we can't meet. For example, I know preservation of open space does get a lot of credit. That's that's ultimately a municipal land use decision, how much open space they preserve. But I think we just have to be aware of what would actually be required. Another example would be building codes.
That's absolutely right, Megan. That's why I mentioned before the base flood elevation issue in local standards. But right now, all we do is we can release a report saying all the towns should do this in their regs. We don't have somebody working on it full time and going around to all the towns and hand holding them into doing the right thing.
It does. Some towns really don't need it. We have 3 towns. They're all at class 8. We should have another town in it, but again, because of the amount of work that's required, there's that issue. It would really help them. But when your total number of ratepayers or policyholders is minimal, there's not much of a value there.
Yeah, I would agree with Megan. I agree with both of you. In some towns it makes sense, and in some towns it doesn't make any sense. And maybe just a review of how the requirements are enacted at the municipal level in Connecticut and New England in general would be a good thing. Maybe they could be changed in some ways to better meet New England's needs instead of just the whole country.
Yep, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. You can go ahead.
So we've identified specific areas that we just always help our towns on. For the GIS requirements, you know, we need that for mapping. We have a one-size-fits-all flood protection website that towns can just link to. So there's stuff at the regional level that we can help. So just one example here, the previous iteration of our natural hazard mitigation plan from 2019, it was scored very highly for one of our towns when they went through their community assistance visit with ISO. It received over 300 points. The maximum is a little under 400 points. So we need to continue that momentum, but we're focusing on areas that we have control over that we can assist our towns with.
I don't know if people are watching what I'm writing, but I'm trying to summarize. There's really two ways that the COGs can assist. One is just by doing these activities that earn points, and the second is the actual like administration is really what I mean. The administration of the CRS. Which
yeah, I would agree with Megan and Margot too. I think there's some towns would see, or property in some towns to see minimal benefit because the flood risk is not high and there's not many insured properties. But we also hear from our towns that, you know, they'll get in and get their 5% reduction, say we're done, we're not going to do anymore. It's just too much work on us. And this is not the only thing we've heard that on. We've heard that on MS4. We've definitely heard that on sustainable CT. We have one large municipality essentially leaving sustainable CT because it's just too much administratively for their existing staff. So I do think having dedicated staff whose sole job is flooding issues could really change the situation on this. And if I might add one other thing, too, there's a huge learning curve for CRS, and to have multiple municipalities learn this extremely complex program with like a 700-page, instruction manual, it just does not make sense to try to have, maybe it's not all towns in a COG, but to have 30% or 50% try to navigate through this. It's just daunting.
Great. Yeah, I think we can get a lot of good actions to come out of this idea of just supporting CRS at the state support for the CRS at the COG level throughout the state. Great. Probably put Deep in charge of that, right? Okay. It's 10:36. Let's maybe, well, we'll keep going for now. If somebody, if any of these, as we're going through, bring up a different topic for you, so this next one is environmental justice. If that brings up something else for you, feel free to say that. And we don't have to be focusing only on each of these as we go through, since we're not going to get through all of them. So we had a number of actions related to environmental justice support, emergency preparedness resources and emergency facilities in currently underserved communities, opportunities for CJAC, which now I can't remember what all of that stands for, to engage with local communities, equity efforts between CIRCA and CJAC, doing some kind of like statewide evaluation or assessment of vulnerable populations to help inform municipalities. We do have a comment here at the end about extreme heat and weather events that really affect vulnerable populations, which Francis, I think you brought that up. Maybe that's somebody else. Anyways, about like grid stability, and that's, you know, if the power goes out, the vulnerable populations are the ones that really suffer the most. That's true with all hazards, but I think it's like particularly true with heat, and maybe Laura, you were mentioning this with the comorbidities. So any thoughts about like environmental justice challenges that you have at the COG level with pursuing environmental justice, and how the state might be able to help with that? All right, move on. Funding expansion, we actually have here developing a fund to support private properties with elevation or acquisition. Here it is, to support acquisition of at-risk properties or to support private elevation and floodproofing of at-risk properties. I think I don't have it in front of me because of my shared screen, but somebody mentioned an existing source maybe of funding. I know there used to be Shore Up Connecticut, I think, used to fund property elevations. Open to other ideas or suggestions about what type of funding would be useful or where that funding might come from to support COGs and municipalities with all sorts of hazard mitigation. Or alternatively, if you think that state funding private property owners to elevate their properties is a bad idea. Sorry, Margo, you had your hands up. Oh, well, Margo, you had your hands up first, and then Francis.
Okay. Let's see. If this is just in reference to private property owners, this might be out of place, but funding to help municipalities work with their private critical businesses to make them more resilient, I think would be very helpful in terms of, you know, providing generators or helping them fund different initiatives to maybe, you know, get hazardous chemicals out of the way of floodwaters, you know, things like that.
Great, thanks. Francis?
Yeah, sorry, Margaret, I didn't see your hand up. So I would support this very strongly, and I think one of the challenges we've had in talking at the state level is the state necessarily hasn't seen that it has an interest in protecting private properties, because, you know, these pay local taxes, but they also produce state taxes. So understanding the state does have an interest in helping these out might help justify support for them.
Even in our region and all of the coastal regions, our marinas and things that you know, might need to get boats out of the way, private boats. It would be great to be able to, in some way, plan with them how that's being done effectively on short notice.
Great. How about the deep dam safety program? I know that whenever we go through the local hazard mitigation plans and we're in the dam section, the answer to all the questions is deep takes care of it, but unclear how much that actually happens. Any thoughts on how that could be improved, or your own experiences working with that? Oh, Mario.
So I don't know where funding stands for private dam owners, but loan interest loans and things like that. How is that working in the state? Is there anything like that? Any programs like through the Green Bank or anything? They talked about that.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. I think that that DEEP manages some of that. Francis, do you have an answer to that question, or just another?
No,
thought?
unfortunately, Margot's question is excellent. I don't, but I do have another point or question, which is, do property insurers price in the presence of an at-risk dam on somebody's property? And if so, would removal of the dam result in a premium reduction? I think there might be an angle on this in working with insurers and property owners.
Good point. Okay, I think we have 7 more minutes in our room until we're brought back into the other one, and many more, actually not that many more actions to go through. So I'm not gonna pause on any of these. I'm gonna go through all of them, and then we can kind of hop back if you want. So regional and state coordinate, and so the bold is kind of categories rather than breaking all of these out into sub actions at the moment. Maintaining a tracking system of actions and grant pursuits around the state. So, local grants, different COGs, so that we can facilitate coordination across the state and across regions. Similar recommendation around drainage infrastructure. Oh, sorry, this is a tracking system to document damages. A lot of local communities have this type of reporting and tracking, but I don't think that's available at the state level, and that might be helpful. We do have a couple actions here that capture or touch on what was already mentioned about both trees and emergency routes to coordinate with local municipalities and between local municipalities and the state. Working with railroads, I'm sure you coastal COGs know that a lot of hazards seem to be caused by the presence of railroads at the underpasses, or just cutting down, causing these pinch points for evacuation routes and things like that. So that comes up a lot in local plans, and it is challenging to work with the railroads. So assisting with that. Updating CIRCA climate change projections, identifying grant opportunities for towns. I don't know if any of you have participated with this Long Island Sound grant writing grant. So thinking about doing something like that at the state level, help giving a grant to towns to hire somebody to write grants, because just the accessibility of the grants themselves can be such a challenge. Some recommendations about the building code and zoning regulations at the state level. There isn't a state level zoning regulations, but there could be some guidance around how to do that at the local level. Shelter space, we talked about kind of state level sheltering. Education about droughts, which have kind of historically been overlooked as a hazard, but will become more and more problematic. And then general public engagement and outreach, addressing repetitive loss properties, thinking about historic resources. The state conducted a project 5 years ago, maybe, to do some historic resource resilience planning, and that was completed and hasn't really turned into anything. So continuing to work, picking that project back up and taking some actions around it. Thinking about forest fires, another thing that has historically been just considered not to be a major issue in Connecticut, although that does come up in all the local plans, but it's still ranked relatively low, but expected to become a bigger hazard later. Bye, Laura. And the last one is supporting conversion of brownfields to open space. There's a lot of redevelopment of brownfields, which is great, but brownfields that are in flood zones, it can be very financially, economically difficult to make a decision to turn that into open space rather than a redevelopment, because it costs a lot of money to do that. And if, you know, a new development, you get a return on that investment, open space, you don't, and in terms of the at least typical economic calculations. So that's my long list there. Sorry to kind of rush through it, but in the supposedly 2 minutes that we have, I don't know if they're going to pull us out right away or anything, but any of that bring up anything, any comments or thoughts, or anybody who hasn't spoken yet have something totally unrelated they want to say? Also, people have been typing in the chat a little bit. Feel free, if you don't want to say something out loud or don't have time to, just type it into the chat.
Yeah, no, I'll speak real quick. So thank you. I'm Drew Backlick on behalf of NVCOG, and I'm kind of new to this party, if you will, in my current role. So doing a little more listening than speaking, but you know, a lot of this stuff resonates with our region as well. Certainly when it comes to the MS4 and some of these other things that I think our individual municipalities really struggle with, you know, some of the regulatory requirements and just having staff to do these things. Anything we can do to kind of support them regionally and or on a state level, I think, or in making some of these programs a little more wieldy, I think is really where we need to live. There's so much complexity, and even this sheet that you're showing us now, and there's so many acronyms and stuff that I don't even know what they mean. And I know you referenced a couple times. I'm not really sure what that stands for, but we have so much of that, you know, across all these different disciplines. And hazard mitigation is just one of them. So finding staff who's capable and competent on the local level to deal with some of this stuff is just, it's impossible.
Yeah, thanks. Margot?
I just wanted to reiterate Francis's point about the riparian buffer and our wetland standards. If we could, through the natural hazard mitigation process, work on a statewide regulation for the riparian buffer and wetlands protection, I think that would be an incredible time and cost savings versus working on that through 169 municipalities. And the reports that Francis provided to you, those are excellent reports. And Massachusetts is a great example of how they work through different types of buffer zones and things like that in different places. So
thanks.
Darren.
Hey, David. Good to see you.
Good to see you. How you doing?
All right, my friend. And looks like we've got about a dozen or so folks. We'll give it a couple minutes here. I'm going to try sharing my screen first off, make sure technology's going to continue to cooperate with us. David, are you seeing a spreadsheet there?
Yep,
Should
all
look
good.
familiar to you. Okay, great. And I'm going to actually open up the tab where I got a list from Jade last night of participants that have been assigned to this group. I just wanted to share with everyone. I'm not sure how much this will actually align with who we have here today, but it's like we've got 11 people total here. So perhaps we can maybe do some quick introductions, unless you all know each other, which I suspect, since we're kind of a collection. We're the UCONN CIRCA group with other stakeholders, and it looks like a number of the utilities, a number of folks from Eversource, MDC, and a few from Red Cross. So kind of a potpourri, kind of a mix of folks here. So with that, I'll introduce myself. I'm Darren Punchin, and as Scott said, I'm a sub-consultant to the Dewberry team helping with the plan update. And in this particular step, the mitigation strategy step, I'm a planner with about 25 years of mitigation planning experience. Have worked with David and others in Connecticut, both on previous state plans and some of the local regional plans as well. But I'm certainly no expert in Connecticut. That's why all of you are here. My main job is to facilitate discussion, capture as much as I can in the limited time we have today in terms of the new actions. So with that, I'm going to maybe turn it over to David and do a self-introduction, and then we can go around the breakout room. Okay. Hi, everyone. David Murphy from CIRCA. Really important to note that I'm not a contractor on this edition of the state plan. Several folks have wondered if I am. I'm not. I'm all CIRCA today. John, you want to go next?
Sure. Hey, everybody. I'm John Trzynski. I'm Director of Resilience Planning at CIRCA. Jim?
Hey, good morning. I'm Jim O'Donnell. I'm Executive Director of CIRCA and Professor of Marine Sciences at UCONN.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim. Anybody else from CIRCA by chance that isn't on this list? All right, let's go maybe to the Eversource group. Lisette?
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisette Andino. I'm the Director of Equity and Environmental Justice. I know some of the folks on the call, and I work with the state during emergency events. So looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. Let's see. I think I saw Dean is here.
Yeah. Good morning, Dean Destel, Director of Emergency Preparedness for Eversource.
Great. Thank you for joining, Dean. How about, do we have Joshua or Victoria?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Good morning. Joshua White. I'm the Manager of Natural Gas Emergency Preparedness for Eversource.
Excellent. And Victoria?
Hi, I'm Victoria. I'm an emergency preparedness specialist for gas. I work under Josh.
Excellent. And is Cassandra here? I don't think I saw her name. Oh yeah, Cassandra, you're here.
Hi, yes, good morning. My name is Cassie. I work for Connecticut Electric Emergency Preparedness for Eversource.
Excellent. So Eversource, you're outnumbering everybody, including our main group from CIRCA. How about the Red Cross? Let's go as Richard, Neeler, Phyllis here. I don't think I saw their names. Is there anybody here? It looks like maybe we covered it. Oh, Lisa. Lisa also from UCONN. I don't know if you're still on mute, Lisa. Okay. Well, it's showing Lisa is here. So I think outside of that, everybody. Oh, Sheila. I'm sorry. Sheila
Hi.
Warren.
Yep, I'm Sheila Warren. I'm from the core New England district. The CIRCA people know me. Most of the others do not. And some of the work I do might fit better with the mitigation team over at DEMHS or at DEEP, because my role is finding resources or support for people in their mitigation and resiliency planning through the Silver Jackets team. But I want to sit here for a minute, but I might jump back because that's why I think when Ken mentioned DEMHS and DEEP, one of the big issues is that high hazard dam evaluation, and the Corps gets involved with some of that, even though they're not core dams. We've got resources that might help. So we'll see. I'll just hang out for a bit.
Okay, Sheila. Yeah, thanks for being here. And yeah, I would suggest probably DEP. We assigned anything related to the high hazard dams, even though I know there's some cross there, but to the deep group. So
but
thank
I
you.
don't want to mitigate the work that CIRCA and the rest of this team does, because that's very important also. So I want to I'll be quiet now. It's all good.
No, chime in whenever you want, and then feel free, to go back to the main room, and Emily can transfer you over to another group. Thank you, though. All right, I'm just looking at the list one last final time. Is there anybody on? It doesn't look like it. I think everybody had a chance to introduce themselves. So that's who's here today. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to switch back over here. Now, I know this may be a struggle. Zoom-wise, maybe, David, I'll ask you, because I think your asset is about as bad as mine, probably. How does this look on your screen? Should I increase the zoom or?
Maybe, yeah, Darren, a little bit.
A little bit, okay.
I think so, because it's pretty small for.
That's what I thought.
Probably for others.
And everybody's got different monitors and different, vision capabilities. So let's go with the main focus is going to be on these first few columns. So is that a little better?
That's great. Yeah.
Okay. So I described this, with the main group, but essentially what I've got here is a long list. There's about 170 something rows of actions. We're not going to go through all those, don't worry. I mainly wanted to focus on populating some new action ideas here. However, we're not starting from scratch. Thanks to the CIRCA group, we've got, let me sort by their agency here. We've got a number of actions that already have come in through the online form or other sources. So I believe there's about 8 of these, David and friends from CIRCA. We can maybe go, thank you, because you provided a lot of the essential details already through that online form. Maybe it'd be good to kind of quickly go through those. And then what I also would like to do is I highlighted some that were more specific to some of the utilities, perhaps with Eversource and MDC. But then I really do want to focus going back to those top rows, the blank rows, and get your ideas as it relates to other hazards, other issues, and things like that. Does that sound like a good plan to everyone?
Yep.
All right. So maybe what I'll do here is start with the previously identified. There's one actually action that was assigned to CIRCA, UCONN and CIRCA from the previous plan from 2019. And then maybe David, you can provide an overview of, you know, the other 8 if you'd like. So the first one that came over from the previous plan, and I'm not sure exactly who said carry it forward, but it was to increase hydrologic monitoring across the state. You can see the description here, which is basically statewide monitoring, trying to observe long-term trend analysis for climate change assessments, doing some predictive modeling, and of course supporting hazard mitigation and coordinating with USGS. So this was one that was identified in previous versions of the state mitigation plan, and it was assigned a low priority. How do the folks at CIRCA feel about this one? Just want to validate that it should continue in the 2023 plan.
I have a comment. I mean, I think the recommendation should be for, I mean, I think that it's incongruous to me that this should be a low priority, right? However, there's an overlapping responsibility between USGS and the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection on this. And why I would think the recommendation should be is a short study or consultation process between the 2 agencies and perhaps with CIRCA to refine exactly how many hydrologic monitoring stations and where they should be sustained. I mean, I think it's the action that we have just now is too vague, and that's why it would have to be a low priority. But if it was specific and there was 10 or 15 or some finite number that and locations which were defined to be key, then it would be much easier to cost it and to advocate for it on a rational basis.
Okay. I'm scrolling over just to put some notes in here, and I saw there was also one from David, it looked like from you from earlier as well. And we just got, Jim, your comment. So study just to kind of determine more specifically, rather than statewide, where the monitoring is most needed.
Oh, no, well, statewide, but which locations in the state?
Yeah, right.
And there's been some work that Manos has done with his group on trying to monitor like one watershed so that you can all expand that to others, and USGS does similar things. But I mean, I think that's a understanding how water in the rivers is changing in 25 years. In 25 years from now, when we look back, we wish we would have had more data for sure.
Okay.
And Darren, you could probably, so the sentence that is before the one you're typing that ends with the input by Murphy, actually it says the words O'Donnell should comment. You can just delete that out because Jim has now provided his he's now provided his comment.
Yeah.
So we don't need to carry forward what I said much anymore.
Okay. Got it. Okay, that's good. And we want to keep that again. I said I didn't catch exactly, Jim, what you said. It was federally identified as a lower priority. How about it for you all? Would it be you just got moderate, high, low priority in the grand scheme of things?
Well, I think it will be high to have data with which to assess the effectiveness of models and to guide planning. And that's the basis of science-based planning, right?
Right. Okay.
Just the only question is how much and where, right?
Yeah, and that also feeds into the estimated cost, of course, as well, where we there's a lot of wiggle room there. So what we've done here, just so you all can see, because this is a question we may have, for some of the other actions, is the cost ranges that have sort of forced us into through pre-population drop-down menu are if there's no monetary cost, it's staff time or in-kind resources, then that's one category. 250,000 or less would be considered low for state costs. Medium would be between 250,000 and 500,000. High between 500,000 and $1 million, and very high anything over $1 million. Any gut feeling for how you want me to flag this for now in terms of an estimated cost? Because again, I know really really is hard to say with this one, but
I think the study would be in the medium range, the low end of the medium range, right. I think.
And this is Sheila, because this is something that the Silver Jackets team can take on as something, because the different agencies all have some of that data out there, and we're realizing now that we're having some workshops and actually intermingling the agencies together, there's resources that we may or may not pinpoint here, and it doesn't need to be legislative. There might be technical assistance pieces that we can use. So I think that it doesn't have to be that expensive, and finding the data gaps is critical, so we know where we're missing information. That's just my input.
On this one, I think we just also need to sort of set expectations, because DEEP and USGS have decades, 30, 40 years of experience of having a system in place that they see as seamless. Who funds what, how it's done, who monitors all the contracts in place. And so, it's not for the faint of heart to sort of get into that and and influence it.
Well, I think the DEEP people I'm aware of would complain that the array has been reduced over the last 2 decades, and by USGS funding limitations, and USGS have been lobbying EPA and towns to support the existing array. So I think that David's correct that there's a long record of activity, and they've got a data system that's actually looking better than it used to recently. But the question is, like, who maintains and how many should they maintain, and who pays for what? Relying on towns to pay for it has been fruitless as far as I can see from USGS's point of view, but they are looking to shed the cost.
Okay. Let's this is good. I'm gonna possibly follow back up on that one, but let's move on to some of these other actions now. David, do you I think it may be good just to kind of give an overview of these actions that were submitted through the online form.
Yeah, I can just give a quick overview. So they're divided sort of into 3 categories. The first 2 are about updating resources that CIRCA is charged with updating periodically. One of them is the Physical Climate Science Assessment Report, and the current version is from 2019. And then the other resource, which is related to that, they're part and parcel, is the sea level rise planning guidance, just updating the planning thresholds if necessary, but it takes another look to do that. And then we'll talk about each of these. After those 2 that are about updating guidance, we've got a couple actions related to Resilient Connecticut, which is the program that we administer to deploy funds to make communities more resilient. I think we've got 3 actions about Resilient Connecticut. And then we've got the third category is really just the miscellaneous, a couple other things that CIRCA is interested in participating in over the next few years. And Jim and John have seen these, but it's probably a good chance for everyone to sort of rinse them off now. It's been a couple weeks.
Okay, great. Yeah, and thanks for the information already provided. I think it was maybe some cost estimates was the only thing lacking, maybe with some of these. And there was one, David, I know you had sent a follow-up email to Jade about a funding source, which you wanted to change, I think, for one of the actions, correct?
I think I checked the wrong box in one of the forms, but I actually don't think that I see it at this point, so maybe I did fix it.
Okay.
But most of them I had checked legislative appropriation, and Jim, that's probably something that you'll need to comment on for the CIRCA actions, because we also have some grant funding in the mix.
Okay. All right, so we have, again, some pretty good information here with the updating of the report, Physical Climate Science Assessment Report. What would be an estimated cost you want to assign to that?
That would be low cost. I think I think the last one was like 200,000.
Okay, great.
So it'd be less than, probably that's in the low range, right?
Yep.
All right. And then advancing Resilient Connecticut 1.0 Phase 3 projects from study and concepts to federal funding. I guess that actual action would be lower cost, I assume, right? Because you're going after the larger funding to implement. Is that
right? This number would not include that funding. So this would be the run up. So probably, what's the medium?
250K to 500K.
I would probably go with that one just to make sure it's sufficient.
Okay. And then the extending Resilient Connecticut 2.0 to the COGs.
That one probably should be.
That's going to be high.
Higher, yeah. I don't know why I checked low.
No, that was blank. That one was blow. Priority is over here. I'm filling in the cost estimate, so that one was a blank one.
The one above that, though.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, I would say bump that up.
Okay, got it. Medium. Okay. And then I think it was just this last one, pursuing the funding opportunities to establish a resilience hub, a resilience center network in Connecticut.
Huh. We think
well, again, this action is the time it takes to get
actually
that
put
grant.
together a proposal.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess you could say it's low. Just developing the proposal, the cost is low.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
And forgive me, I'm just, I'm putting in notes here. I'm going to clean this up later. Okay. And let me just check in case there were some notes over here. No, okay. That's great. Any comments from anybody else or anything we want to revisit with this? Because a lot of our homework was done. Thank you, David. You're one of the few who went in and used the online form, so that's very helpful.
I did it for you.
Well, I know you're on this side of things, so I appreciate that. Okay, that's great. We're off to a great start here. I'm going to go back to let's see, pulling everybody in here and resorting this.
I want to give
a couple just. Yeah,
well,
go ahead.
I wanted to give Jim a chance. He likes to talk about one of these actions, which is the developing new policy for home elevations. And I think Jim needs an audience in front of the larger group on that. And so I don't know that this breakout session is the place. Also, I just put Jim on the spot. But
yeah.
Which action was that? Was that one of the that wasn't one of the that we just covered, right?
No.
Well, it's in the list. We didn't settle on it. We didn't stop on it.
Let's find it.
I think it's our fourth one down or fifth one down.
Oh, it was one of yours though.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Let me go back. Hold on. Just so I know, and then we can. Now we should have some time, I think, at the when we get the main group back together again. Was it the planning thresholds?
It's number 13, form 13.
Got it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right.
It was at line 70.
Okay, so this guy here. Yep. Do we want to say anything about that now or adjust this or just?
Let me just say what it is. That's it. There's like a lot of homes in the floodplain that are quite vulnerable, and it's very unlikely that there'll be major projects that will be able to reduce their flood risk collectively in the foreseeable future because of the distributed nature of the risk. But there's a lot of people who are vulnerable in those areas, and homes need to be raised, and we need to accelerate the rate at which that's occurring. If 20 years from now we want to have in a different state than we are now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Understood. And correct me if I'm wrong, Connecticut, especially the coastal areas, a lot more likely for elevations versus any sort of acquisition, relocation, or dare I say managed retreat. Is that sort of an overall sentiment that you'd agree with?
Yeah, it's a sort of a premise of this point is that it's unlikely that major flood control projects are going to be executed in enough places to make a difference. And in the next 20 years, it's not really foreseeable that they're going to be substantial acquisitions going on. And in fact, it might not be an equitable strategy to buy all those properties.
Yeah.
But so the discussion point is, well, how do we accelerate it without paying for everything with federal or state funds? And,
right.
And my point is that something like the Green Bank CPACE program could be developed to do something like that. CPACE is the right acronym, isn't it, David?
I think so.
Well, that's the commercial. That's the commercial one.
Yeah, but
Commercial
something.
properties.
Yeah, the strategy, as I understand it, is to subsidize and facilitate loans to execute resilience projects that would include raising homes, but might also include flood proofing or flood tolerance development, something like that.
Yep. Darren, you could just put in parentheses at the end C-PACE, all caps, so C-PACE, and that'll remind us to.
Yeah.
That'll remind somebody to look into that.
Yeah, I think they are doing. I think they are planning to do that. They do it through it's called the Smart E-Loan.
Okay.
That's the residential program where the Green Bank gives a loan to a single homeowner. CPACE is like for commercial or multifamily.
Okay, so smart. Was it called smart?
It's called Smart. Yeah, it's called the Smart E-Loan program. So they're going to be tilting that to include elevations and flood proofing, or probably not flood proofing, but other residential flood mitigation.
Yeah. So I guess that so my idea is not totally original. I think it's by accelerating this program then would be maybe the best way to state it.
Okay.
I think too, Jim, weren't you getting at the making the existing FEMA programs more transparent and equitable in terms of like how people can access them?
Well, I think that's a secondary point. I mean, there are FEMA programs too. It's just that they're not equitable and transparent, right? And they're not very well funded. And they're not very well funded. And so I would rather, instead of like arguing about a national program, I think it would be wise for the state to take care of this themselves and maybe lobby for federal support for the loan program, etc. And I'm not quite sure where the funds that Brian's using came from. I think there might be funds in the federal budget that will go to the Green Bank to initiate and extend that. But anyway, Brian knows more about that. So maybe when in the discussion where he's there, he could mention it.
Yeah, that's definitely wider discussion. I'm sure Diane Ivkovic and the deep folks are gonna want to weigh in on that too, probably.
Yeah.
Did I get that acronym right? CPACE? Is that
CPACE with a P?
PACE, got it. Okay, great. So that's excellent. Let's go back to select all here. Is there anything else somebody wanted to jump to before I maybe switch over to some of the utility ones? I'm thinking of our friends from Eversource here as well. I think I just highlighted some of these. So like I said, there was a lot that came over from the hazard identification and risk assessment, as well as the capability assessment that NOAA led. And so this is a couple that were either related to CIRCA or the utilities. One here, just again, these may not be actual actions. They may just be problem statements or issues. One was this supporting the idea of storm smart tree management practices developed by UCONN, by state agencies like DOT, utilities, and local municipalities. Anybody is familiar with that? That's the first time I've heard of storm smart tree management. Storm smart programs, I'm not sure about that one. Anybody have any info on that one? Okay. This one, David, it seems like is related to one we just talked about with updating the report. Correct me if I'm wrong, but update CIRCA climate change projections and expand the scope of projections to better capture future risk from drought, wildfire, and other hazards. Is that related to the?
Well, I think right. So the part of this statement that I would carry forward is the second half. So the projections will be updated, and then the action will be linking it to drought, wildfire, and other hazards. I think that's the part that remains to be done. So maybe it's okay as written.
And I'm trying to remember the acronym for that report. What was that?
See, Connecticut Physical Client Science. I can't ever get it either.
Yeah, I think it's close to that.
Yes, physical science.
Well, we're gonna rename that.
Yeah. That was Angie.
Yeah, I'm gonna, okay. Just seeing if we can, and this one was related to municipal support, where people, this was an interesting thing that came out of the assessment of local plans, I believe, from NOAA, where they lack municipal staff. They don't necessarily lack equipment as much, but the staff to run some of the equipment following events, particularly as it relates to responding to outages and things like that. That had something to do with that. And then I think it overlapped a little bit with maybe something I saw from CIRCA in terms of assistance to the locals. We don't have anybody from Red Cross, so I'm not going to cover the shelter space issues right now that I flagged. Just talked about that one. Quick question for those of you who are familiar, perhaps. This is something that came out from some of the local plans and the risk assessment as well, where there's concern that certain flood control actions upstream of a community can negatively impact those downstream. Do you see this? Is this an issue that you've identified in your work?
This comes up, but this stream profiles in Connecticut are such that this is not a huge issue. So I think the towns sometimes get a little wrapped up in this. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but again, the profiles of the streams that we have in the state make this not a huge problem.
But could they be talking about dam removals, Dave?
It could be. I mean, but when that is the comment, it's because people misunderstand what the dams are really doing. They don't really provide flood control if they're running the river dams.
Yeah.
So I think I don't want to take out someone else's action, but I wouldn't be too concerned with this. I guess what's the need? The need is for somebody at the state level to be just watching for this.
Yeah, and this wasn't a suggested action. That was sort of an observation, I think, that came from the risk assessment team.
Okay.
So in terms of criticality or what, where it originated, that's something we can circle back. I'm just trying to give some of them justice, and your familiarity on this helps.
Can we I know you're trying to access the hydrologist part of me, but you just mentioned shelters a moment ago, Darren.
Yep.
And having, working with the towns constantly, and I just finished working with Southeastern Connecticut and now working with the capital region. There still is this issue where DEMHS is pushing to make the regional shelters more robust, and some of the towns are fine with that, but some of the towns need to have and want to have a local shelter, and so we're still hearing this from the towns. I don't think it's been resolved, even if the state believes it has been resolved. So again, I know you said the word shelter, and that's why I'm here, but at this moment, I think if we could try to get at that a little bit would be helpful. That's not this breakout room's charge, but some towns want a local shelter, some want to use a regional shelter, and we're going to have to be able to accommodate both.
Right. Okay. Just revisit what was said here. Yeah.
And what they've said is that DEMHS is pushing to regional shelters, and while that is okay, some local capacity is still desired.
Okay. Okay, so we'll figure out how to turn that into or address that through an action, probably back with DEMHS.
Okay.
Noted. All right. Let me see here. Okay, we covered that one. Here's a utility one, which came out of the risk assessment. Electrical utility infrastructure may not be prepared to handle the increased power demands during heat wave events. Hartford and New Haven are projected to have increased population growth and have the highest heat severity. And then it gets into talking about social vulnerability. But is there anybody from Eversource that would want to comment on that observation? And what, you know, is that something you're seeing potentially as well? Increased power demands during heat waves, stressing the electrical grid infrastructure? And
I'd make a comment on it. So I think in terms of the utility infrastructure, the distribution, I don't see I don't think we're seeing an increase issue on the demand. I think regionally there's been a lot of discussion in terms of energy capabilities on the regional aspect, mostly generation.
On energy generation, you said?
Yeah.
Regional capability. Okay.
So it ties into some of the ISO New England energy forecast, both winter and summer loads.
Yeah, one of the things that kind of surprised me was, and I know Ken wants to revisit it, if you happen to notice on the hazard risk rankings, the extreme heat, when they started to factor in future conditions and climate, extreme heat went from one of the lower risk hazards to the very top. And it's crazy because the extreme temperatures were not even addressed in the previous version of this plan. And now it's potentially through the surveys and the risk assessment coming out as one of the highest risk hazards to focus on.
Yeah, that was kind of the motivation for my comments in the chat was if you just said climate change and didn't say extreme heat, then the two things might be separated, and people might not be as concerned about climate change that because they don't link it to. If you put it that way, if you ask them about that, they don't see it's like a really high risk. But if you ask them about extreme heat, then they say it might be a high risk, right? So having those two, but then you did the same with flooding and silver rise. Silver rise does not seem to be a big threat, but and I agree, it's not by itself. It's the fact that it increases flood risk substantially. So you know, we should and just take out the silver rise thing, in my view.
That has been discussed, and I would agree with you, Jim. We've talked about that, and I know some of the work I've done outside of this with David as well, where you sort of address sea level rise as a component of the flood at risk hazard for reasons you said.
That's exactly the benefit to what we do in Massachusetts, Darren, is having them organized by driver, right?
By climate driver, exactly.
Yeah,
and that's it. The concerns with the locals when we start talking about sea level rise, they sometimes talk about the slow onset, yes, long-term inundation. If you just come back and say, well, just think about what that storm event will do with higher sea levels and you know, all those maps you're looking at or thinking about with storm scenarios, you add sea level rise, you're going to start dealing with impacts much sooner than you would see a slow onset inundation from just rising sea levels.
Right. So I'm much more forceful about this. I don't want to see sea level rise down at the bottom of a hazard list, right? If that's the result, there's something wrong, right?
Good point. Yeah, I think that is something that Scott definitely intends to continue to address. We've got a couple hands raised. We'll start with, I think I saw Lisa, yours first.
Yes, hi, thank you. I just wanted to mention in terms of this particular area where it's talking about the electric, utility infrastructure. I'm thinking about specifically Hartford, which they've been recently getting a lot of flooding activity. And in my role, I've been getting calls from the residents because of the flooding, and then they associate outages to the flooding, thinking it's our area being implicated and things of that nature. So I know there's a lot of discussion here about the flooding and the areas, but the residents in those vulnerable populations and communities seem to associate flooding and electricity if there's outages and flooding all at the same time. So I do think as we continue to have these discussions and you're building out your plans, it's important that the outreach is, specific to, it's mainly the flooding that they're more concerned with, but they incorporate all areas, all utilities as the problem with one area versus another. But I just wanted to kind of flag that because we did get a call from some groups in Hartford about the north end of Hartford specifically. That's the area of impact where they're thinking that have more outages now. They're having flooding, and we're managing. We have a process in place about monitoring the number of outages per circuit, and we do flag that information. So there is a lot more engagement with folks wanting to understand the process, how it's impacting us, and I think it's something that we just going to be mindful of as we continue to address and respond to these plans.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you, Lisa. That's good. I'm taking some notes here. And then I believe it was Josh.
Yeah, so is there the inverse of this, which is the lack of energy supply capacity during an extreme cold? Because, one of the things we're seeing and we've brought to DEMHS and to PURA had been the potential of controlled outages on the electric side due to the lack of transmission natural gas, the lack of stockpiled fuel oil for alternate fuel sources for power generators and things like that. So I don't know if there's the inverse of that, but we're seeing that I think is more of a risk than heat waves potentially.
Okay, that's good to capture.
Darren, I have a question that I'll ask in front of everybody that I shouldn't. Is it too late to reorganize the hazards into climate drivers? Because that would really just take care of Jim's concern. Kind of.
Yeah,
it is too late.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I agree with you. I'm not certain. Yeah, I haven't been that involved with the higher tasks, David, but I think Scott.
What it would do is it would require a quick, so the ranking of hazards, sea level rise would come out. That would go to the side, a column where climate drivers are identified, and you'd really have coastal flooding instead as the listed hazard, and then it could be high,
right?
Which is already it is. It's clouded because it's merged with all flooding,
and that's what we struggle with too. Because yeah, I agree. It should be by climate driver, but then also gets to the question which somebody raised during our main kickoff presentation there with pluvial flooding and the heavy forecasting heavier precipitation events. What I hear, at least many of the municipalities, and you probably do in Connecticut as well, when they're primarily concerned with flooding, it's not the riverine and the FEMA mapped flood hazard areas, if you will, particularly inland. It's the stormwater related surface water runoff, the heavier downpours, and their aging infrastructure, undersized, and so on. That's where, and again, if you look at it and try to break that flood hazard up, you start to look at, climate is driving big concerns as it relates to, again, the sea level rise on the coastal and the stormwater related issues inland. I agree. I don't know the answer to that question, but I know Scott and his team have heard that concern, not just from you all today, but I think, in previous conversations. So that risk ranking is something I know they're certainly looking at revisiting. Categorizing hazards according to climate driver is something that I imagine they would probably focus on as well without too much trouble.
Right. And I know you and I are doing it elsewhere. So and we know it's possible. It just, there wasn't a lot of time for this plan update in the end. And so that may have been one of the challenges.
And you're, like you said, that how Massachusetts is that one benefit that I saw them doing that as we're doing now with the local plans. They start to follow suit and think about hazards in that same way by climate driver in alignment with the way the state goes. So that's another reason to encourage the team to do that. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? I'm just kind of going through here, but let me pause here before I go through any more. Was there any action that somebody, really wanted to suggest, or a particular issue somebody wanted to talk about that I should capture, and from a blank slate, if you will, up above? It's like Dean.
Hey, Darren, just one correction. So there was the one about the vegetation management. The program that we actually had was called StormWise.
Okay, thank you. That was the one I was asking about, Storm Smart. Yeah.
Yeah, in collaboration with the utilities and UCONN about veg management practices and controlled forestation practices.
StormWise. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back and look at that. Okay, thanks, Dean.
No.
Let me just see, there might have been a couple others that I flagged. There's always talk of backup power and generators. Increasing demand on utility infrastructure may necessitate reliance on alternative energy sources, i.e. solar, backup batteries, or microgrids.
This is good. We're pushing this to the local plans, so it's good to have it here as well. I think for example, in southeastern Connecticut, we told every one of the 23 jurisdictions, we're making you have a cooling center action. And so if you don't have a cooling center, this will make sure you have one. And they said, well, we have a cooling center. Then we said, well, we're still making you have a cooling center action. It's going to be to have a generator. And so they said, oh, that's a good idea. And then for the cooling centers that have generators, they said, aha, we don't need to have an action for cooling centers. And we said, yes, we're going to make you have one about transit. So there's lots of flexible ways to make the towns think about critical facilities.
Yeah. All right, good. Under thunderstorms, cascading impacts of thunderstorms have lasting cross-jurisdictional impacts. Normal mutual aid partners or regional resources may be unavailable to support response. Utility outages will likely become a more common occurrence. That's probably goes without saying. And I don't believe we had MDC. Steven, no, okay. I'm gonna skip that one. It's the same. So that, I think that was the main thing on the laundry list, and correct me if I'm wrong, those of you from CIRCA, I don't believe there was anything in the executive orders that were specifically assigned to UCONN or CIRCA.
Well, there is something, it's not assigned to us, but we have a role in populating the state's resilience project pipeline, and that is in the executive order. So, right, Jim, or do I have that completely wrong?
I don't think that. Well, I think we've appointed ourselves to do that. I think, but
Okay.
I'm not quite clear if the executive order anticipated that we'd be doing it, or if the Rebecca's office, climate planning, would do it. I mean, I think ours is, I think, the most advanced in thinking. So, yeah. So I don't know, to tell you the truth. Like I read into it, perhaps, that we should be doing it.
Well, I took that and ran with it. I just tell everybody that we have a hand in helping to get things onto the state's project pipeline. So, that's something that.
Is there another one though? I mean, has anybody else got a pipeline that says fleshed out or at all?
Yeah, is that in this matrix, Darren? Do you know
which one?
Project pipeline or just pipeline? Like if you search for pipeline, will it come up?
You give a check here.
Because if it doesn't, that's a problem.
Go over here.
Maybe that's the action, is clarify who's responsible for the project pipeline and what it is, maybe.
Here we go. That one might not be it. No. Sorry, I'll increase the zoom.
Oh, there's pipeline.
Help identify pipeline of projects that could obtain federal infrastructure funding. That's from, just going to go to the originator, Executive Order 21-3.
Okay, so at least it's there. That's the Deep Resilience Fund. That's what this
and
action
that's
is.
deep. Okay. Yeah, that one looked like it was mapped to deep Office of Climate.
Yeah, but that's the resilience program with funding for microgrid. That's not the project pipeline thing, is it?
Well, it says it suggests helping to identify a pipeline of projects.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's DCRF.
But maybe what Jim is saying is what we need is an action in this edition of the state plan that says somebody decide who's in, who's out on the project pipeline.
Yeah, or just there should be some coordination on the project pipeline and defining a little bit better what that means. and who if there's a lead agency. I think OPM is trying to take the lead on that, but some clarity would probably be good.
Okay. Okay. What else are we missing? Looks like we've got about 25 more minutes if we're going to get pulled back into the main room at 10:50.
Are you guys getting feedback from DPH drinking water on all the drought related and state water plan related actions, or is it lagging a little bit?
I'm not certain. They were, I think that, let's see here, which group was.
I think I tried to fill in some of the status of those just because it was in my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure, David. I know the Water Planning Council, the drought, interagency drought group were all pulled together, I believe, with DEEP in their breakout today.
Good. All right, then they're doing it.
I would hope so. Okay. So it's really up to you guys what you'd like to do from here. Right? We have a good list. I mean, thank you again for the forethought and sending us information in advance. There weren't too many. I think this was just the one that came forward from 2019. Is there anything else you want to talk about in terms of particularly specific actions or things, even if it's something you want to see other agencies take on? Always a fun one. Or is there anything?
Well, is there a DOT group in this breakout? I mean, is there a breakout group for DOT related things?
The DOT, I believe, is in the same group as other agencies, if you will, Jim. I think they're with like public health and there's a few others. Yes, there are people here in one of the breakout groups from DOT for sure, but they don't have their own specific breakout group. We did get some new suggested activities from them. Emily, Pish, I believe, and somebody else had sent some specific to DOT. Let me see if I can pull them up. Two here, mapping evacuation routes and statewide. Okay, a statewide transportation resilience improvement plan, but I don't have a description of exactly what that. So Zachary and Emily are the two who have contributed so far.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to. I guess I don't want to comment much until I hear what they have in mind.
Yeah. They did have some actions assigned, I know, in the previous plan. That's one thing we've been struggling with, is getting updates from what had already been adopted per the previous plan. But all right. Just trying to think, is there anything else? I mean, we can go back into talking more about the risk assessment if you want, but you feel comfortable with having I guess it's about 8 or 9 actions to be carried forward as they are. Or I'm talking mainly to you folks here from CIRCA.
Maybe I think we could elaborate a little more on the issue about the project pipeline planning. I mean, I think that's that's a thing where the state. I think there's ambiguity about how that should work. And so maybe just instead of saying better coordination clarity, maybe we could discuss some suggestions for how it should be done. Right. I mean, but maybe that's maybe a meeting with OPM and DEEP and DOT and CIRCA, or in some other agencies. Maybe that would be to address how to cooperatively prioritize and execute projects. And the latter part of that is a formidable charge.
Yeah.
And
Which
I think-
agencies?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna try to capture the specific agencies you mentioned.
Yeah, OPM, and DOT, I think, are in CIRCA.
Probably DPH too.
Yeah.
And this aligns with, so one of the first goal of the new goals, I think, is to do projects, right? Or do I have that wrong? Is that one of the, on Jamie's list she gave us? I think goal number one was, so
Physical projects, yeah.
So project means project pipeline to me in the state. So I think that this is a big way to get at that first goal. And maybe it's worthy of a few different actions, but we can sort through that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's also the capability and capacity building. Because I think there's something there related to, because we've had this state agency coordination group called the State Agencies Fostering Resilience that CIRCA's been working with. Then there's the GC3, which is a little bit wider group of stakeholders, but there needs to be some improved coordination, I would say, between state agencies around this idea, the project pipeline.
Well, maybe this is a place where it's important to become more formal in that agency. You know, maybe require it to have reporting and I mean, if we're going to be making prioritizations and about these things, there should be public comment and notes and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not quite sure how to frame that, David, but sort of like the process you used for the water plan. It should be something like that.
Well, or the interagency hazard mitigation.
Hazard mitigation, yeah.
Yeah, so that in the state and the water planning council are two fine examples that are different from one another, but both are to be considered.
So that I think that we need a process like that to consolidate the diversity of initiatives that are underway and to be open and transparent and equitable.
I mean, maybe it sounds like the GC3, but maybe there's a separate group or there's a specific working group of the GC3 that's formed that is about this interagency coordination with public input.
Yeah.
But there needs to be somebody needs to kind of take the lead on the project pipeline and
take response.
Agencies. Yeah.
Right.
In a formal way, so that
exactly.
so that agencies can't just sort of ignore it. Right. It needs to be participatory, has to be responsible, and it has to be open and equitable. Right.
With decision-making authority.
Yeah. At least reporting to the governor or somebody with authority. You know.
Right. So it would make sense if it was OPM.
Right, and working groups lack authority sometimes. That's why
that's the problem with the working group.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I think we've done great stuff with a working group, right? But now, you know, if we're going to start spending millions of dollars, right, and prioritizing one over another, then it should be formal.
Yeah.
So it could be revamping SAFER or just creating a new council that is like the resilience project, whatever.
Pipeline council.
Yeah, wordsmith it, but
well, I need an acronym first, Dave.
Okay. It's good. I've just tried to capture a lot of what you said in the notes here, but this is something we can bring up too, perhaps, if we have time, and then when we bring the group back together, if you'd like.
Darren, you're so excited you got this breakout group. I know.
No, I am. I was, like I said, you were one of the few who did your pre-work, so I appreciate it. I'm sure Scott's having a challenging time with he's got a pretty big group today, I believe, from folks where we haven't heard a whole lot. So you guys are leading the way in a lot of ways. I'm not in Connecticut, but I see a lot of what you all are doing, and it's very impressive.
Thanks. Good to know.
Yeah. I mean, I've known David now for a good, I don't know, David, 15 years or so, and a lot of the work I've been able to get involved with in Connecticut is through David. So and Scott, and I've learned a lot from them.
I turned gray and you didn't, so you win.
What's that?
I turned gray and you didn't, so.
No, my monitors and showing you my.
Right, I think I can top you guys there.
Well, this has been productive. I really was hoping for the in-person session, which unfortunately we couldn't do. I was concerned about time and the virtual format hurting us, but certainly it didn't with our group. I thank you all. Is there anything else from anybody else? I know the Eversource folks, some of them are still on, or we've been focused a lot on talking about CIRCA's activities and needs. Is there anything from your sector or side of things that you'd want to share? Really appreciate you joining us. Anything else from anybody? I'm happy to give you back 15 minutes of your morning if you'd like, or we can just keep talking here. But we can also go back to the main room and wait for others to join too, and maybe there may be an ongoing discussion with those who have perhaps already finished as well. So this is democracy. I'll let you all decide.
Okay with me to go back?
Me too.
Okay.
Great job.
Hearing. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the input and everything you've done up to date. Hearing no objections from others, I'm gonna suggest we do that. And I think all of us have to individually click on the return button. You probably see something at the top of your screen there to return to the main room. Don't click leave, because then you'll be booted right out of the Teams meeting.
Okay, will do.
All right. Thank you all. It's like everybody's left, and
just me. I have
just
to do something.
You and I, Jim.
Oh, leave. I just say leave now, right? Got it.
Yep. You can click return, and we'll see you in the main room.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone.
All right, looks like everybody made it.
I'll share my screen with our action tracker so you could see kind of how large it is. We're really going to start by tackling these dark green columns here.
All right. So as was mentioned a couple times during the presentation, there are a lot of actions in here, but we do have 5 different breakout groups, so it's not like we need to get through all of these. I think there is 70 or so, so we are not forcing everybody to get through all of them. But we do want to get through the ones that are most relevant to the folks on the call. So I think just to start out, I believe these ones at the top are like 5 or 6 or so actions from the old plan that we're planning to carry over to the updated plan. So I know that we already got responses on these to bring them over, but we wanted to provide folks some time to look at the wording. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Can you make that a little bigger? My eyes can barely see.
Yeah. I know. I was trying to keep it like this is even my big monitor too, and this is what is that any better?
You can zoom in a couple more times because we
More?
can always scroll over to the, like, we can just focus on the descriptions for now and then we can
That's
scroll
better.
over as needed.
Yep, that's better.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I don't think you want to see my face plastered to the screen.
All right, so we can spend a few moments just talking about these initial ones that were included in the last plan to see if there are any wording changes or any edits that we wanted to make to these or bring up for consideration before we move on to talking about some of the new actions. So in column C, we have the action descriptions here. We have some titles just to help sort through and quickly find the ones you're looking for. And then we have the lead departments right after in column D. So I think that'll be a good place for us to focus at the moment, just to make sure that these are correct and we don't need to make any amendments to these for the time being.
On 23, convene a forum of state agencies. What about safer state agencies fostering resilience? Is that somewhere as well? Because you got the Governor's Council on Climate Change, but there's also the state agencies fostering resilience that has done some work along with, you know, the Council on Climate Change.
Yes, that is a good point. I just did a quick search of the other actions. I don't think we have a separate one in there. So I think that would be a good one to include. Do you think we should amend this one to include it or have a separate action?
I think it could be included within this. You know, Joanna, what do you think? Mike's thumbs up.
Yeah, I think you're right, George. Yeah, safer in there.
So are we adding that as another like entity?
Yeah,
or within,
yeah, be entity, and then I think for E, probably Rebecca French and I could probably figure out how that should work.
Okay.
I think that probably falls to me, but I'd like to talk to Rebecca about it.
The state agencies fostering resilience.
Yes, safer. It's SAFR. Capital SAFR.
Oh, I forgot the A. You guys will get to see me struggle through my typing a little bit. It's still early in the morning. I haven't warmed up. Okay,
and
awesome.
Then an E, if you want to put Rebecca French.
And me too, Jade. I think that's going to be
great,
something I'll have to take on.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, no H in Joanna's name. We have
we have another.
No H, that costs extra.
Yeah, we have a Johanna on our resilience planning team at Dewberry, so force of habit. Right. So this next one about coordinating with water utilities and conservation measures. Are there any edits we wanted to make to that one?
It's maybe not an edit to this one, but one of the things I was thinking of, and maybe it's down further, the energy audits that are done by DEEP, you know, and it gets at the heat, extreme heat as far as, you know, and extreme cold, the energy audits. So I'm not sure if that is somewhere in here. And
it's hard to
I do not think it is. I just searched, so we can add that one towards the end. I think there's some blank spaces either at the top or the end or something.
And then I'm wondering about all the different things, Joanna, that the Green Bank is doing on the resiliency front, you know, with energy efficiency and then, you know, solar panels, you know, funding of solar panels, and then their recent, and this may be caught somewhere, the recent legislation that gives them authority on the resiliency side. I can't think of the legislation off the top of my head, but Brian Garcia, you know, I know there was legislation passed in the last session, not this one, but in the last session, Joanna, regarding giving them authority over resiliency initiatives, I think. Or
well,
not authority, but
yeah, just expanded their the things that they can do, I think.
The purview of what they can do.
Purview.
Yeah. Funding that they can fund resiliency initiatives and
yeah. Yeah, I'm also this also, but I think we should probably get like a solar band together. I mean, I think for a point person on that. Yeah, I think it would be great if we could loop them in, but maybe that's on new actions or maybe on some of these other
Yeah, I'm
old
thinking
actions we can add them.
I think that's new actions, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are some old things that they had been doing from an energy efficiency perspective, that I think is, good work.
And what was the agency or office that we should?
Connecticut Green Bank.
Connecticut Green.
And Brian Bryan Garcia. I'm wondering if someone from the Green Bank should also ultimately be part of this. Because, they're also just got a grant, something on stretch energy codes for multifamily residential units. I think it was like close to $1 million that they just received through the Clean Energy Group. Actually, it was through the Clean Energy Group, but it was, between the insurance department, DEEP, and the Green Bank, we all, were participants in assisting with that grant.
Okay.
And that was through the DOE, Department of Energy.
That is very helpful. Hannah, I added some notes towards the top on that too, to capture some of those so we can work on some building that out and to action with some finalized language in it. And yeah, I think that's a great point. I think we will definitely reach out. Just type it now. I think we should definitely reach out to them, and we can, when we finish with all the breakout groups, we're gonna kind of compile everything back together again and send it out for folks to review. So I think we'll include them on the review of that to see if there was anything that they wanted to add or any comments that they had. Right. Go down to the next one.
Sustainable state facilities.
This is underway. I'm sorry, is the main question to see if this is just checking that this information is okay and that we should carry this forward?
Yeah, because I think we received updates on if we should carry it forward, but we just wanted to check to see if there was any like language edits or any updates that we needed to make to the action itself, since we're saying it is going to be carried forward into the new plan.
Yeah, I don't think there's any changes that needs to happen to the language here. Right now we have a scope of work drafted, and we've got some comments from DEMHS and DOT to make some small changes to the scope for clarification. But otherwise it should carry forward.
Okay. Great.
So is there a time frame for completion? I'm just what we have if
yes.
not, that's totally
well, it looked like on the last bullet item, it was developing an adaptations or longer term strategies. Yeah, so I think that that's going to be something so hopefully the study can be done in the next year or two, and then the longer term actions will probably follow in years 3, 4, and 5 of the hazard mitigation plan timeline.
Okay, cool. It's the adaptation. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm getting. Yeah, adaptation strategy will be done. Sorry, could you repeat that?
That last bullet, that'll be done probably in years 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
But the study assessing the risk, or the vulnerability rather, will be done hopefully in year 1 and year 2.
Okay. So it's not the study then. Okay. All right. So moving on to The next action, compile recent plans that include independent climate change assessments and drinking water vulnerability assessment and resilience plan, and then use the combined resources to support the action items within those plans. So compile and combine plans.
So is this, this is just geared at making sure that all of these are cohesive, all the climate change assessments being done under these separate plans are cohesive?
Is it just more than what's there? Are you looking at, looking at all the different plans that are currently underway? Because that's where I'm thinking of like some of the Green Bank stuff that they're doing. And I think Deep is probably doing some things, and you got CIRCA there.
Yeah, Hannah, do you want to add those? Just change the
Yeah.
action description text.
So here, CIRCA, right here.
Yeah, so afterwards you can just add anyone that's missing. So we said the Green Bank.
Deep.
Was there a third or?
I think that
was it.
And I said CIRCA, but CIRCA's there, so
Yeah.
you're good. So
yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Conducting new or updated surveys of historic resources to better understand their vulnerability to natural hazards.
Scott Gall, SHPO is updating their inventory, right?
Yeah, as I understand, there's a regular schedule for updates.
I believe Jonathan is here from DCD.
Yep, I'm here from SHPO. How can I help you?
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Yes, this is sort of a, let me see, conduct new or updated surveys to better. Yeah, this is sort of just an ongoing survey as we're able to conduct them, as our various programs survey different areas of the state. That's just an ongoing effort.
Okay, so it sounds like if this is something that's already, sorted and ongoing, it's more of a capability rather than, like a planned action or change.
Yeah.
Okay,
Which,
so maybe that's something.
Okay. Yes.
Maybe I'm misremembering, but wasn't there correct me please. There was work that was happening to put together the local lists, the state lists, and the federal lists, right? So that things were in sort of a cohesive location.
Yes, so absolutely. That's probably the biggest development from SHPO's side is we finally did a soft launch of our new GIS system, which is a statewide system for all cultural resources in the state. And we're still in the process of rolling that out, but it is literally in the process of being rolled out. We have a position that just closed to bring on a staffer to manage the GIS system. So yeah, that's going to be a big development for us. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is another item in the list. This is not the same spreadsheet that we were filling out, is it? This is a different one that you had asked me to identify those two SHPO items on? Okay.
But this has been brought over, so we do have your comments noted on like the GIS developments and everything.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So this is not a specific effort as that GIS would be. So I think this one is more of sort of a general statement.
Okay.
But yes, that GIS system will consolidate all of that information in one publicly accessible location.
Jade, are you taking notes on the end? Okay.
Yeah, I just added notes for that one. So we can go to the one below that, which is the final one we wanted to touch on from the old plan. So this one, we'd received a comment to add the DPH drinking water section as a partner or lead. So right now it's just listed as DPH. So are we fine changing this to the drinking water section specifically?
Actually, they are standing. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Mike.
Hi, this is Mike Moser with the Department of Public Health. I'm in the Office of Public Health Preparedness and Response. I think you can leave it generally as DPH because there are a number of different sections in the agency that would sort of play into this. Another one just of note is that is disease surveillance following natural disasters. That would be our epidemiology section. So I think you can leave it as DPH because it does cover a number of different sections.
Okay, is there one office or division of some sort that can kind of be the point person or point office on this, just to make sure that progress is being made on it?
Do you think the new office, Michael, the new Office of Climate Change and Public Health?
It could be, yeah. Hard to say, but I think that's fine to start with that, and then we can amend it if that need be. But I think that's fine.
Okay, that sounds good. So I just made an edit of that, and then, like I said, we'll be sending this around. So if we need to change it in a little bit, we can. Okay, so those are the 2019 actions. So just wanted to take some time. If anybody did bring any ideas for new actions to the work group today that we want to talk through, we can definitely create some of those before we review some of the problem statements that were brought over from the capability assessment and risk assessment. So if anybody has any specific hazard, climate related actions that would be new that we can add to this, feel free to shout those out.
Did we also want to give a little bit more context to the energy audits one?
Yeah,
we touched on that earlier, but
yeah, we can do that. Yeah, so for the energy audits, one, is it just increasing, or is it starting those energy audits or increasing them, or what should we focus on for this action?
Well, we might want to get information from Deep on it, but my understanding is the program they've got more funding in order to do more audits, but also to address some of the issues that come up during the audits, like asbestos or lead that might be in a house. And then, whereas before, I think as soon as they identified anything like that, they had to stop. They couldn't go any further with the energy audit. So I think there's been some funding. I don't know the details about it, but I believe there's funding that can help remediate some of those issues. So these properties can be, have the energy audits move forward and make them more efficient.
is that like residential or only state owned?
I believe it's residential. Okay. I don't think there's a limitation as far as, state-owned I believe it's all residential properties that are eligible.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And I think it was just passed in the current legislation. I don't know, Rebecca French would know, or someone within Deep would know the specifics of this program.
Okay.
All right. So as far as any new actions, if anybody has any ideas for new actions, or if there's something like a plan or a study or anything internally that already has some actions that could relate to the hazard mitigation plan, we do want to include those as well. So it helps just unlock some extra funding potentially that we can get from FEMA to fund those.
I'm going to send you a report from the insurance department that was passed in legislation that requires the department to report on its progress toward working with the insurance industry on climate risk. And so I'll send you that information so you can take a look at it and figure out where it might fit, because we're required to do this report every 2 years. So should I send that to Payne?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, you, Jade, okay, Payne or Jade.
Yes.
All right,
Jade Payne.
Jade.
Yes.
I'll
I'll
send
answer
that
to
to you,
both.
Jade.
Yeah, that'll be great. So we'll take a look at that and then make sure that that's represented in the mitigation strategy.
If we have new actions here, does this go back out to the group to review and to add or to?
Yeah. So all the different breakout groups are going to be potentially, hopefully, coming up with some new actions for consideration, and everything will be compiled afterwards and it will be sent around again. So, you know, we may be in this group and we could come up with an action that we're like, oh, DEMHS should be doing this. You know, that's not like a final say. It's kind of like a recommendation, like this breakout group suggested this for DEMHS, and then they can react to it afterwards. Yeah, that is something to note. This doesn't have to be, you know, if these are actions that you think other breakout groups should consider, or other agencies or the COGs or something like that, then, you know, we can suggest them here and then make sure that the right people get a chance to review. So this is just a great opportunity to really brainstorm and throw out anything that you think would be good.
And I saw your chat, Joanna, and I included that as awesome. Yeah, these are great. So with the training local public works directors, is that who would be the lead for that one, if you know?
That's where I would hope we'd have some feedback or discussion on this, because I'm not sure, to be honest. And I think that there are some mechanisms for local for municipalities to access infrastructure funds through. There's LoCIP funds. There's also the hazard mitigation funds. There's just a couple of different ways, and so I think we might have to brainstorm on that one.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we can share that around and be the best department to take that on. The extreme heat response plan. Were you imagining this is more of like a hazard mitigation, like a DEMHS focus, or Department of Public Health, or a joint effort?
A joint effort, I would think.
Okay.
So I have to go to another meeting, but I have to drive, so I can be on my phone. But how do I get back into this group?
So you should be able, if you switch over to your phone, you should be able to join the meeting link that was sent out in the invitation.
Okay.
And then once there, Emily should be in there, and she should be able to help you get sorted back into the correct group.
Let me see what I can do.
George, if you join on your phone now, while
what I
the
was
other
gonna-
one is up, you theoretically you should stay right in this room on your phone.
I'm trying that right now, Mike. We'll see.
All right. Any other ideas on new actions?
I think it worked.
Oh,
cool. Great. Yeah, we can hear you.
No, it didn't, George. You're gone. You're somewhere else.
Oh, you're funny, Mike. You're a really funny man. Yeah, when I leave, I go through a couple questionable areas, but I will definitely be doing everything to stay in touch.
Okay.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. So hearing nothing on new actions at the moment, if anything comes up while we look at some of the other actions, definitely feel free to bring it up and we can include it.
I just had something I wanted to ask about resiliency and mitigation, and where does that fit on, for communities
and making sure it's part of their planning process. What are they doing to plan for, making their community more resilient to the impacts of drought, to the impacts of extreme heat and weather? Is there something that they have as part of their plan that they're looking at? What can they do to start addressing their community resiliency issues?
So we have the local hazard mitigation plans that usually done at the COG level. So those are some regional plans that are being developed that have their own mitigation strategies. So we did have a local plan roll up that looked at the efforts that are being done there. But I will say, just having worked with a lot of regional and local municipalities on their hazard mitigation plans, it's very difficult for them to implement those actions. They often need a lot of help. So even though they may be looking at these hazards and in theory trying to plan for resilience, it is often hard for them to get the funding and find the capacity to carry out those actions. So at the state level, you could introduce some programs or some requirements or something like that to have them plan or take a broader look at and create a resilience plan or something like that. But it really comes down to capacity and funding most of the time. So there is a big focus on including state actions that help with those capacity and funding struggles that they often run into.
Joanna, this sort of fits into what we've been discussing with the Commissioner Mays and DEEP. So I'm just wondering, how do we weave that into this process, to have communities have a focus on how to help their residents and their businesses be more resilient, having strategies that they're looking at to get there, and then hopefully through some of the work we're doing at the state level through grant processes, we can tie those together.
Agreed, George. I think some of this is like us following up on hazard mitigation actions, not waiting the 5-year cycle probably to see what's coming out of the jurisdictional ones. And then for the SHPA one's a great example because that's a huge action across all the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plans of identifying these cultural resources and developing resilience actions for them. But then capacity wise, they don't either have the GIS expertise or the staff to pull the local, state, and federal locations together. So now we have that state resource that can go back to the towns and then they can actually say, okay, here are the 5 places in our town that we should work on. But then it's the capacity, like the public works director, so they can identify what the local problem culvert and think about what size it needs to be for their funding. So
yeah, a common complaint or issue that I often hear is that especially now, there's an increasing amount of funding that is available to focus on some of these hazard mitigation and resilience and climate change related actions and efforts, but they're not all at one place. Some are FEMA, some are NOAA, some are at the state level, and it can be complicated and confusing to keep track of everything. And especially if they all have different, application periods and requirements and all of that. So if there's an action or anything that can be done at the state level to help kind of consolidate that information and maybe create one point of contact that the localities and COGs and everything can reach out to get that information on an ongoing basis, I think that could be a great place to start to help increase the likelihood of those actions being done at the local level as well.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed, like we got into building code roof taping requirements, but one thing I've noticed is when I've gone by some properties in my neighborhood or in my area that are being re-roofed, it looks like they're not following the new code for the taping of the roof deck. So how can we, I think we need to see how we can get communities to better enforce that.
Yeah, if that is a funding issue, that is a possible action or project that can be funded under FEMA's hazard mitigation assistance grant programs. They provide funding for code enforcement. now. So that's
Yeah,
something
but the
we can include
states,
in the
yeah,
plan.
but in Connecticut, most towns have building departments right now that are funded. It's just a matter of getting out and making sure that, these projects are being, they're being done according to code.
Do you know if that they're just like not going to check, or maybe if it is like a capacity issue, they just don't have the manpower to get that done?
It's probably a little of each. I think there's so many roofers around that are doing it that they don't have the time to go out and inspect those roofs to make sure that they're doing it according to code. But it's also making sure that when a roofer does apply to the department, making sure that they're aware of the code.
Gotcha. Taking some notes on that.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we can help with is, you can apply for grant funding to help increase capacity. I mean, we can't control whether or not they're actually going out and doing what they're supposed to be doing, unfortunately, but there are ways that grants can help with that.
And we possibly can work with construction services to figure out how we can get the information out there to the roofers so that they're aware of this building requirement.
Not just the roofers, George, it's the local building inspectors as well. Some of them.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. To
Just a little
both the
behind.
roofers and the inspectors and the departments, so that they're all in the loop.
Yep.
Okay. Let me just check. So we did also include actions from the executive orders. Make sure we're just handling the ones for the folks we have on the call. So Hannah, if you scroll down to the bottom, I think those are the ones. The action ID starts with X.
Yeah. Starting here.
Okay. Just
that overlaps with the one that we had above. I think I had a C in the action ID.
okay, yes. Hannah, if you want to add a note to that to combine those.
Do you have the number?
And we want to combine the one above because we want to make sure that we keep the note that it's linked to the executive orders.
Find that. Was it the state facilities one? Or
yeah, I think that should definitely be rolled in projects for each agency. Yeah. And there's probably some other ones in here too, so we can do a full review afterwards to make sure that we don't have any duplicates or anything that's too similar that could be combined.
okay. Nature-based solutions.
Hannah, do you want to go down and find the ones, if there's any for OPM?
Mhm.
Row 176 has one.
Oh, so is this the position that has just been filled? The
It's been,
geographic.
yeah, of a year or two ago. I can't remember when Alfredo came on, but yes,
Okay.
that's completed.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, cool.
And then 57 is combined with the other one that was up at the top and the
Mhm.
sustainable assets.
Yes.
And then the critical facilities, 58, that was underneath it. We've been talking to DEMHS about this and like how do we go about making lists and making lists of critical facilities for what purposes and for if there's redundancies, so just basically building that out. So I think we'll have to have some obviously partnership with our other agencies on this.
Yeah, do you know if any progress has been made on the definition of critical facilities at the state level?
This is such a painful one. We do not have a standard one. We have critical facilities, I think, is discussed in the executive orders. We also have critical infrastructure is another one. So there's like, we do not have a standard one.
Okay. Yeah, I remember last time we talked about this, I know that was a hotly debated topic usually every time it comes out.
Yeah, it
So
remains
just
hotly debated. So I
Okay.
think that
Noted.
that working group would probably be really good, so we could have a better understanding of that and make better infrastructure planning for the long term if we know what facilities and for what purpose.
Okay, gotcha.
And then the evacuation route planning, that would be DEMHS. And I think they'll say that the municipality should be the lead on those. But I'm not sure if they think that there should be some sort of capacity support or pointing them to the right resources for that. I know DOT is doing some discussions on that with the Protect grant, but I'll leave that to DOT to talk about.
Okay. A lot of the other ones that I'm seeing, so there's these sustainability ones that I think we should move over for now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have the work that I thought I had sent information to you guys on the work that we're doing with the Connecticut Green Bank and the Robert Woods Johnson Foundation grant for home medical devices in underserved communities?
Right. Enough.
Because we're right in the middle of working on a grant with Yale, Clean Energy Group, and there's another organization, can't remember the name of it now, and Green Bank, on funding to research how we might be able to, through solar panels and looking at some underserved communities and, basically hardening them from the perspective of if they lose power, that they can continue to run their medical devices through backup solar energy batteries within their units and not have to leave.
Okay, yeah, that is a good one. We'll definitely make sure that's included in here.
Back
Um,
now.
I think if you want to go to row 62, there's some form ones since we got through the
Oh yeah.
agency specific ones. Okay, so these form ones, so it's rows 62, 63, and 64. These were submitted to us as potential new actions. So we want to go through these and make sure, see what the group thinks about them and see if there's any other information we can fill out here.
61 is also a form about pandemic response.
So 61 says examine response to COVID and better alternatives to better ensure the protection of our state. So it might be good to include something a bit more specific in here because it is pretty general at the moment to just say examine response to COVID. Is there like a certain working group that may be developed or a office that is leading up this related work?
There isn't. We are at DPH, we've developed, it's in draft form right now. We've developed an after action report for our agency related to COVID, but it's just sort of through the early review stages right now. There was new legislation passed where our commissioner has to provide the legislature with an annual report on pandemic preparedness, and I believe that's due in February. So that's something that we will be producing on an ongoing basis. And it doesn't address COVID specifically, but any infectious disease pandemic.
Okay, gotcha.
So anything COVID related will be rolled into sort of the larger, just sort of pandemic preparedness work.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
I just took notes there. We'll probably have to fix the wording, but
yeah, we'll have to do that.
I just wanted to make sure it was taken down.
Yep, that looks good.
Okay. Advocate for health in all policies by requiring health impact assessments for all development projects that are subject to environmental impact assessments. Okay, this one's we have sorry. This evacuation routes one is connected to the previous one that we just talked about.
The health and all one, I'm not sure about where that came from. We do have a different health policy team who works on that, so I can ask them about it.
Okay. Yeah, for this evacuation routes one, do you want to just put somewhere to combine with combine with similar
I
action?
don't know the exact number at the moment, but
that's okay.
Last form one, statewide transportation resilience improvement plan. So is this something that's in development or needs to be developed or?
It will be in development by the time you submit this plan.
Okay. Jade, are you writing that? It looked like you were writing it, but no.
Sorry, I was taking separate notes if you want to add that in there.
Okay.
So we can either after this, unless anybody has any other specific or any other ideas that they want to suggest for new actions, we do have some problem statements that were taken as a kind of summary or the conclusions from the capability assessment and the risk assessment. So we can go through some of those. On starting at the risk assessment, and these are organized by hazard. I don't know if the hazards were brought. Okay, they were brought over. So those are in column N if we need to refer back to them.
Yes.
But it starts out with flood. I think mostly goes in order of. I don't remember if we put it in a specific order. It does not go in order. No. Okay. So we can start with
any
flood.
order. Yes.
So a lot of these aren't specific like projects already. They're more just problem statements or things we identified from the risk assessment that we can use to develop projects that can respond to them. So we can go through some of these and see if this helps brainstorm any new activities. You know, some of these will be covered by activities that we've already gone over, some that are already in here. So it's not like a one-to-one. Each problem statement does not need an action attached to it, because an action may cover a couple of these. So this one, talking about flood events impacting roads. I think that one, so since there's that statewide transportation resilience improvement plan, I think that might be covered by that one, for the most part.
Yeah, don't we have a catch-all somewhere too about the activities that the HMA programs can fund that would kind of catch any road projects for flooding?
Yeah, we are. So that's a good point. I don't think we've mentioned that yet. Typically in the hazard mitigation plan, we do include a couple different kind of like catch-all actions or projects in here that just help you know, down the road in the next few years, if there are some activities that come up that you would like to seek, or the state would like to seek some hazard mitigation assistance funding for, we try and include actions that can speak to a lot of different things that develop. So they're not super specific. They're intentionally kept broad because you need to have these projects or actions that you want funding for in the future represented some way in this mitigation strategy.
This is George. I'll send you guys a link to a project that we worked on with the Climate Finance Advisors, Connecticut Green Bank, and Department of Energy and Environmental Protection on a community flood program that we're trying to figure out how to get funding for it. Again, going back to my earlier conversations about helping communities develop resiliency programs, and this would be specifically around helping residents and business owners protect their properties against flood. So I'll share with you the link, and because I think that's something we're working on.
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
Just made a note of that in the new actions. Back down to the HIRA. Yeah, so I guess no, we haven't talked about anything for stormwater infrastructure yet, but
yeah, I think so. We can focus on stormwater infrastructure, but as I think it was Scott that brought it up at some point in the main room prior to us going to the breakout rooms, that it would be beneficial to include kind of an overarching pluvial flood modeling action of some sort. It'd be great if that could be done at the state level, but I know some other states have just provided resources and funding and things for regions and cities and such to conduct their own pluvial modeling. Because I know that was after going through this risk assessment, there's a big gap there.
Yeah, and this is George again. On this specifically, I think part of the legislation that was passed for the Connecticut Green Bank was specific to, being able to, provide funding for stormwater issues. Joanna, does that sound familiar?
For the Green Bank for funding for, I think it's more site specific. So not really, and I think their focus is more residential. So I don't think it would be municipal assets.
Okay, what about the project up in West Hartford or up in Hartford that was just announced by the governor, the $8 million to help those folks with the flooding that they're going through?
Yes, that's gonna, for the in the north end for the sewer, combined sewer overflow and the sewer backups and stuff. Yeah. So that's just gonna be focused on them, but maybe that is listed as a progress action. It's not sort of a statewide action, but it's a good call. It's a significant investment. It's also some use of the EPA clean water funds from going through DEEP. There's also I'm not sure how DEEP is going to allocate this. We should check this with them. But there was also $5 million in an ARPA allocation for green infrastructure.
I'm just going to write that down on my notes because I'm not sure where exactly that goes, but
yeah, that sounds good.
This is kind of like related to my comment about the public works directors too and training them, because if LoCIP flood and hazard mitigation projects are actually also allowed under LoCIP funding that the states apply to, or the municipalities apply to OPM for. And so if there's sort of some stormwater management related to their local road culverts, that's another source. And that could loop back around to the state having that sort of a go-to website about connecting all of these different hazards to the potential funding sources.
Okay, so I think, where does this start? On row 86, there are some extreme heat ones, since that is a hazard that's identified of rising, increasing concern. Is there anything that's being done at the state level that is helping any, especially like residential or like low income households with getting AC if they don't already?
None that I'm aware of. This has been something that's come up a couple of times as a potential mitigation discussion, but none exist at the present. Unless Michael DPH, do you know?
Nothing that I'm aware of. I have not heard that.
You guys have a sense or an opinion on if this should be, if there should be a program or something that's done at the state level, or if this is something, maybe it's the state provides information and resources to regions and municipalities so that they can do it at their level. Do you have an opinion on that?
I'm not sure about like the air conditioning process, but we did released a heat toolkit that I had worked on when I was at CIRCA with Laura Bosey from Yale. And so that's hosted on CIRCA's website. So that might be some things that we could try to build out and share more broadly. There's also probably some interagency communication opportunities too, because there's different angles that come out, whether it's like an air quality discussion when it's related to a heat wave, and then there's also the heat exposure. And then Department of Labor too with, I'm going to have a discussion with them soon about heat protection for outdoor workers. So this is definitely something that we could have more work on, come together on some shared expectations.
Okay. I took some notes on those. I think those will eventually be broken up to a couple different actions or projects. Check.
No, I think the heat idea, that's a really good suggestion. That, we could probably have some conversation with the Connecticut Green Bank as well. And the other thing I was thinking of is the work that's being done with broadband in for underserved communities and outlying areas.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's an action. I'm not sure if it's in our tracker for these agencies. I know that's something.
It's already in the mitigation strategy, or it's being suggested.
Yeah, I saw broadband, like increasing broadband.
Okay, great. Just check. I don't think it's in there, but do you guys know, is there like an extreme heat or like heat related working group or something like that exists already that could kind of tackle some of these questions that are being brought up about what the focus should be? Or if not, maybe is that something we can include in here as a suggestion?
I think that would be great.
Okay, yeah, maybe hand in the notes for that.
Oh, for the
extreme
I was looking
heat
at this
response
one, yeah.
plan. Yeah, maybe in the notes section you can mention possibility of creating like an extreme heat working group that can cut across agencies. So we can include that action in here that's kind of broader, and then we can also near it include some of the more targeted extreme heat actions, pointing at making sure everybody has access to adequate and working AC, and some of the other ones that we mentioned before, like the outdoor workers and things like that. And we can also,
for from DPH's perspective, and there's sort of general preparedness that DEMHS leads at the beginning of severe weather season in the summer for sort of more all hazards. It's not necessarily specific to heat, and I know it at DPH we will put out DEMHS will also put out when the heat advisories, when the governor activates the heat protocol, those sort of communications go out. And then we have at DPH just sort of general planning that goes on with our healthcare partners, for example, and making sure that they're aware. It's just sort of part of our seasonal severe weather planning.
okay, so it sounds like you feel like the outreach and awareness portion is, you feel like it's being done in some way for the public. Do you feel like it's adequate? Does it need to be expanded in any way, or?
I mean, I haven't seen or heard of anything that to indicate that it's not effective. I know when DEMHS when the governor activates the extreme heat, for example, they've got their network that it will go out through the DEMHS regional coordinators to municipal emergency managers. At DPH, when we get that, we will circulate that to our partners in healthcare facilities as well as local health. So I think through the standard channels now that it goes through, I think that sort of planning is disseminated, and I know at the beginning of every season, there's sort of the reminder of here's the state's extreme heat protocol, and it's sort of reviewed. So I think that's being done. I think it's adequate and it's disseminated pretty widely.
Okay, great. Good to know. Guess I do have a question around that, and it might be hard to answer, I know, at the state level, but for any folks that are like homeless or unhoused populations, do you know if there's any targeted like outreach or like hazard mitigation related efforts related to them for any of the hazards?
I don't know. There may be. I'm just guessing at this. I don't know. There may be something through the Department of Housing for unhoused populations, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think a lot of that is done at the local at the local level, both local health and just municipalities.
Okay, gotcha.
I'd agree with Michael too about that seems to be sort of a local jurisdiction thing, but I do know that some local health directors have concerns about being able to reach those populations regarding the hazards, especially during the extreme heat. So they still remain vulnerable.
Okay, good to know. I think it may be helpful just to spend some time thinking about that, and we may include something for the group to react to once we get all these compiled and sent over, because we definitely want to make sure that we are including actions and projects that are targeted to many different types of vulnerable groups that are often underserved or difficult to help with some of these hazard mitigation projects and actions. Quite a few buttons. We have about 8 minutes before we need to head back to the main room. So I'm just taking a quick look at some of the capability assessment actions to see if there's something that could pull from there. Does anybody here know about any of the like benefit cost analysis capabilities or support that may be provided to any municipalities that need it, like at the state level? Just looking, there's quite a few responses we got from the surveys too that detailed the need for capacity and capability assistance as far as grant applications go. So we're trying to brainstorm some ways we could increase those resources at the state level.
I think that's a common request from the COGs and the towns. It's just something that the state doesn't typically have the resources for, especially when the request is like someone to write a grant for us. You know, to apply for us is a big ask versus host a training on benefit cost analysis. I know DEMHS does that regularly, but doing the analysis for them becomes tricky and costs less than cost effective at that point.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, we may be able to include something on like expanding those trainings. I'm sure they're captured in the capability assessment, but there may be, if they're including some on benefit cost analysis, that's great. But there could be some focused on how to show municipalities or COGs how to get additional resources. Because a lot of the grant application or grant programs will have like capability and capacity assistance to create applications. So just making sure there's awareness on those. I know a couple of the ones from FEMA, the technical assistance ones, they're often looking for people to help out. It's like some of them will be overrun with applications, and then other ones have capacity, which is just confusing because there's so many grant opportunities out there with complex application requirements. Shelter, drought. All right, I think a lot of these capability ones are covered by other actions. So it looks like we have about 5 minutes left. So if there's anyone else that had a suggestion for an action or project, or if there's a specific hazard that we haven't talked about yet that you guys wanted to talk about before we return to the main room, we can do that and try and brainstorm another action.
One thing I was wondering about when you were talking about the air conditioning units and energy was the state's energy assistance program that it has for individuals that meet certain economic thresholds or income thresholds that it has.
Sorry, I'll add that.
Like in the wintertime, helping people with their oil bills and, and energy bills.
Just gonna write it here.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're just adding that.
Assuming that's under deep, but I don't know.
Yeah, we can go fill that out later if needed. So that's something that'll have to be shown to the larger group to see who the best agency is.
Yeah, that's actually social services.
Oh, okay.
And then DEEP does assist. So social services also does the LIHEAP program, but then DEEP has the weatherization assistance program, and they coordinate with each other for that. But DSS leads the state energy assistance program.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, well, I think we made a lot of decent progress. We have 2 minutes, so last call if anybody has any late breaking mitigation ideas they want to throw out there. But like I said before, this won't be the last opportunity. You have to make edits or suggestions related to the mitigation strategy. After we get all the notes and suggestions back from these breakout groups, we're going to compile them, sort through them, make some language edits, finish filling out some of the columns with some initial suggested options, and then we'll send those around to the larger group again for everyone to review and provide some comments on. Right, so I think in a minute I think we'll automatically be brought back to the main room. I think Emily's just going to close them in a minute, and then we'll be whisked away again. So hopefully it'll be a low effort situation for everybody here.
Thanks for participating and
Yeah,
giving all your thoughts.
Yeah, we do really appreciate it.
Maybe we won't be sent back.
Yeah, we'll see if it's coming this time. If not, have to hit return, I think. Yeah, maybe we do have to hit return.
Okay, I'll try that.
Oh, you'll be brought back to the main group.
Okay.
Well, just in case it's not working for anyone still in the group, if you can hit return at the top, it'll bring you back to the main group.